Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start our final broadcast from Geneva. So, round 9 is about to start in a couple of minutes. Let us check the pairing for this round. Let us check who is playing whom and see what's going to happen in this final round. On the first table, Jan Nepomniachtchi will face Timur Rajabov, so Jan will have a shot for a gold medal in this tournament. He's on +2 along with his compatriot Grishuk. Timur Rajabov, to remind you, is leading the tournament with +3, so a draw will be sufficient. Well,
at least for shared first.
For shared first, yeah. And seeing the pairing on the second board, Anish Giri against Alexander Grishuk.
Most probably, yeah. Draw Grishuk for Rajabov will win, yeah.
A very tough task to try to win with black.
Also, actually, if you remember, in Moscow, those two also played in the last round, and Grishuk was really close to win. He was a pawn up, yeah, in the English opening, and he had a very decent chances. We also commented that game together, I remember.
Yeah, so that's actually the same pairing as in Moscow, yeah.
Kind of.
Grishuk in the last round, black against Giri. Board 3, Shahryar Mamedyarov versus Li Chao. Those are players on +1. Alex Ryazantsev faces Michael Adams, both on +1 as well. Pentyala Harikrishna will play with Dmitry Yakovenko. Yakovenko is already on 50%, so Pentyala is the last remaining on +1. Ernestey Narkiev will play with Boris Gelfand. Peter Swidler will play with Ho Yifan. Pavel Elyanov to face Richard Rapport, and Levon Aronian faces Salem Saleh. Really disappointing tournament for Aronian.
Yeah, so the games are being started.
Yeah, the games are started, and then I'm wondering what's gonna be the opening choices on the top board. Games are started. So far, we don't have any moves, it seems.
So first of all, let's determine our most important game. So definitely board 1, the game between Nepomniachtchi and Rajabov.
One of those players on board 1 will be, let's say, first or shared first as the minimum. Yeah. If Rajabov wins with black, then he's clearly the winner. If he makes a draw, most likely he's going to be the winner. If Jan wins, then once again he has a very good chance. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6. So far, too early to say anything. Well, we can wait for move 3.
We could actually say it's kind of a surprise. Rajabov usually opts for first C5.
Yeah, C5 he played.
With the idea to play Sveshnikov, I believe. And he had already this third bishop b5, g6 line here against Grishuk and probably against somebody else. So E5 from Rajabov is kind of a surprise, actually.
No, but he did play it some years back, right?
Well, I mean,
he never played E5.
Well, I mean, did, but it's not his main opening.
Bishop C4. I said here we have to wait for third move because Jan is known to play the Scotch. He has played Bishop B5 against Narkiev, and this time he goes for Bishop C4, which is once again an
which is his usual actually opening, I believe.
Scotch he also plays, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Two knights. This is interesting. I mean, can be interesting. I don't think Jan will play Knight G5 though, but actually, can someone tell me what's wrong with this move, with the old one? Because I remember checking correspondence database and was this the... Yeah, wait. No, it's not like this. Bishop D3. Where was the...
Bishop B5 first.
Yes, takes. That's and Bishop D3. That was a very topical line in correspondence database, strangely enough.
Yeah, but actually for white analyzing this is a bit stupid, as black could start with Bishop C5.
So you mean if you play D3 and then black does have alternatives to Bishop C5, which are Bishop E7, or even some tricky people play H6 in order to put the bishop on G7, but mainly it will anyway transpose to Bishop C5, which just did.
Also Bishop E7 is quite popular now.
Yeah, Bishop E7...
thanks to Carlsen's efforts mainly.
Then black kind of plays. I mean, actually, the position is very similar to
Rui Lopez.
To Rui Lopez with d3.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes might even transpose. It's like c3, bishop b3 later, and it might kind of transpose. Castles.
So Timur decided to play bishop c5, castles.
Than anything. I mean, it's a6, d6, castles.
Yeah. I mean, basically, black here needs to choose a plan. So there is a plan with d7, d5, which means you should castle right now.
You castle, and then white actually has some tricky moves. I mean, c3 is the most popular, but after c3 seems
it allows
d5 works just fine.
Yeah, but there are some tricky moves like a4, after which d5 is less convincing, although it's still possible.
Knight d2. I remember some people played knight d2. Yeah. Okay, but Timur went for d6. That means there won't be any d5, c3, and then once again, this is always confusing. I mean, if it's a6 or a5 or not reacting, I mean, everything is possible. Okay, so this is of course one of our main games for today. On board 2, Krzysztof is thinking very early in the game after knight f3, knight f6 and g3.
Actually, knight f6 from Krzysztof is kind of a surprise, as he usually plays c5.
On first c5, right.
Yeah, I believe,
because if it transposes into English opening, right, then he would go, probably he would do this, or e5 or
e5
what's the
first even,
e5, g6, bishop g7,
and then we have this this old line from Kazan, No, but actually it's kind of funny. I played Krzysztof with white like maybe 7 or 8 times, and all the times, or maybe once I started with d4, but I started almost all the games with first knight f3, and he was always replying c5.
Yeah, so knight f3, c5, yeah. I know some people who would play e4 here and be happy that it's not a Berlin.
Yeah, but Krzysztof is not kind of a person who would be unhappy about that. Yeah,
he's not afraid of.
So basically, knight f6 probably means that he was going to play King's Indian, most probably.
After
c4, he would simply play g6, knight c3, bishop
g7, and so on.
Which is kind of logical, actually, as
he wants.
He basically needs to win.
Yeah, actually,
so why not to play King's Indian?
I was thinking of players' chances. That's quite interesting. Krzysztof and Mamedyarov. For both of them, it's a third tournament.
Yeah.
In the first, in Sharjah, they shared the first place. So same result, same number of Grand Prix points. In Moscow, Shahryar took clear second, and Krzysztof was in shared third with +1. This time the situation is the opposite. So Krzysztof has +2. He's, let's say, if everything finishes in a draw, he takes second shared with third place, and Mamedyarov will be in a big group of players on +1. So it might be very, very tiny margin. And it might depend on the game which is played, I don't know, on board 8.
All right.
So, of course, both of them...
So basically, it depends on how many people will be on +1.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah. Okay.
Most likely. And then ideally they should keep a track of what goes on in the other's game, and ideally, of course, both of them want to try to play for a win.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, Krzysztof. Actually, that's a bit surprising to see him spending time on move 2. But yeah,
no, but why? I mean,
he's thinking of possible transpositions, and
yeah, he's trying. No, but basically, if he was going to play King's Indian with the idea to have some complicated game and so on, then it's obvious that he's kind of surprised, and it is not kind of a pleasant surprise. As after g6, most probably white will simply go for symmetry here, and
this.
Yeah, I mean just castling and. Say d4, and okay, you could try d6 here, but I mean still it's not, the most complicated of all the lines of King's Indian.
Yeah, it's really tough. Yeah.
So basically, I believe
d5 was played.
d5, yeah, all right.
d5, and now the question is if it. Well, I mean, there is no question. It is already a ready opening, right? I mean, the question is which line Geary is going to play.
No, I mean, anyway, he will play bishop g2.
Yeah, most likely bishop g2.
I will not be surprised actually if Grishuk will come up with some, rare line, maybe c6, bishop g4, and then some lines with castling long, for instance.
c6. Now, this gambit.
c4 makes sense, yeah, it's
possible, but Geary doesn't go for this.
Alright.
Actually, c4 would give both players an interesting play. I mean, there are lines where black can try to take the pawn, and I mean, there is one very long line which is kind of a forced draw. I don't know if we will have a chance to show this one. I mean,
actually.
Takes. How it's played, castles, knight d7, knight a3, all that, right? And
actually, it's the first time it was demonstrated in my game against Potkin, I remember.
Yeah, I was trying to recall. I remember it was Potkin, but it was you as well. Yeah, knight a3, queen c2, so on and so forth. Yeah. Okay, castles, bishop f5, so this line is played. And then white can...
Also decent one,
okay, plays d3, most likely, and then can potentially go for two plans. With c4 or knight d2, queen e1, and try to play e4.
Yeah, but Anish played c4, which is
Anish played c4 immediately.
Which is also possible.
Which is also fine, yeah. And this pawn sacrifice is usually... how do we answer this one? Is it b3 or knight c3 followed by b3? Something?
No, it's knight a3 first, as I remember.
Knight a3 first.
You need to provoke some move like b5 for queen d5, and then you go b3 simply.
b5 and then
you go
b3.
Yeah.
And those things start hanging. Huh?
And then even bishop b2 makes sense, as I remember.
Bishop b2 with the idea to play knight e5 or knight
d4. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So black's pawns will start falling. e6, queen to b3. Apparently queen b6.
Yeah, it's a very, very old line actually. So white's idea is to face queen b6 by playing d3 followed by bishop e3.
Right.
And then if black captures b3, then... White is claiming he's a bit better
something
in the
like
endgame.
This bishop e3
takes,
and if you take and play, I don't know, a6 probably.
Yeah, then at some point white will prepare
white tries b4, b5. It's not easy. It's never too much for white, but
but it's kind of some small pressure.
Okay, we will see. Now I'll move further. Move to Mamedyarov's game. Mamedяров against Li Chao.
For Mamedяров, actually it's a very, very tricky game, because if he loses, he's
certainly out.
He's out of the race. If he wins, he's definitely
like almost secures.
Almost secures, his place in the candidates tournament. But the thing is that if he draws,
he depends on the others.
His chances are about maybe 60-70%, I believe.
So bishop g2, d5. So those two, Grishuk and Mamedяров, are fighting for placing candidates. But we also have Ding Liren, who will play the last tournament, fourth tournament in Spain. So far he made +1 in Sharjah, and he won the tournament in Moscow. So in terms of
so he took clear first, which is important actually.
So he's probably the leader, let's say. Based on 2 tournaments, he for sure has the most number of points. So his task in the last tournament will not be to win it alone, but just to make a decent result, to make a slight plus, which is, of course, he's capable of.
Sure.
Okay, so symmetrical. Knight d2, knight f6, knight b1. Will it be another 9 minutes draw?
Actually, as I remember, it is exactly as the way the game between Salim and Grishuk finished in Moscow.
In Moscow in the second round, or first round it was.
Yeah, but actually it's hard to believe Mamedяров is ready to make such a quick draw, We
will see. Yeah, it doesn't...
No, but I mean, why? The variation is a...
he's absolutely safe. Doesn't matter what happens. I mean, knight e4. Okay, what's the big deal? He can play knight c3. He can, at least try a little.
Yeah, sure.
Because that would be a bit depressing for the last round game where maybe he needs to win.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about even some expectations of spectators, but even from the mathematical point of view, it would be quite
strange decision.
Strange decision from Amidyarov. Yeah, I mean exactly. That's what
and
I mean.
the interview he's given yesterday, he said he was asked by Anna Burtasova if he will calculate the tie breaks, if he will check the potential, what's going to happen if, say, he makes a draw, Grishuk wins, or other way around.
Right.
And he said, no, I want to concentrate on the game. But you do not concentrate on such game if you play knight d2, knight b1.
Sure.
So that's a bit puzzling what's going to happen. We shall see this one later. Moving further, Ryazantsev against Adams, well-known Queen's Gambit. Bishop c5, c6. That's interesting, because I always thought, I mean, if you happen to have something in cards, but it's got to be knight e2.
Yeah.
Ryazantsev plays knight
Also,
f3.
even there, it's
it's fine
not
for
that
black,
much.
but fine for black. It's just that some people at least find it unpleasant to play against knight g2 line.
all right. But this position is actually also quite. Not that it's tricky, but at least it's very, very popular, because it usually arises via Cambridge Spring move order, where, for instance, you go d5 here,
White
knight f3, c6, bishop g5,
knight bd7.
knight bd7, and here white
instead of
captures
e3,
d5,
first
e5.
captures d5, then plays e3.
Yeah, and after bishop e7, bishop d3, we have exactly the same position. Yeah.
And then black has this simplification with knight e4, which was played in our game. Bishop e7, queen to e7.
Bishop takes e7 is a bit surprising, as I know, the most unpleasant move here is bishop f4.
To keep this one on the board.
Yeah, that was my feeling. It is also the most popular move here. Black usually replies with knight df6, and then somehow the game continues. White tries to play knight e5 and then f3
Yeah,
at some
somehow.
point.
Yeah, if white puts this f3, then
He will probably
has
have some
chance.
chances, yeah, but
yeah, the way it turns queen c2, it's just the way to simplify things. What black has to do here? Takes, or actually, I always thought something like knight d6 shouldn't be such a bad idea. I mean, knight is nicely placed on d6.
well,
maybe
as I understand, it's always a nice setup when white castles short, but maybe here, after knight d6, white would play a long castle, I believe.
yeah,
So this probably is the only
too
chance.
early. Yeah.
This is probably the only chance for white to create, some ideas.
So maybe he will go. He will try the same way. Queen c2, if knight df6, then knight e5, and he will try to play for f3.
Yeah, although here, I mean, it's less. For instance, after knight df6, knight e5, let's try to continue with bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
So what's
so
wrong?
that if f3
So you simply take c3, I believe.
takes c3, if bishop f5,
Then you
knight
go
b5,
knight
and
b5, knight d6,
getting my
and-
favorite knight on d6.
Yeah.
Yes. If this pawn takes, then takes the position is too
Almost-
simplified.
Yeah, it's kind
and
of dry,
maybe
I would say.
maybe even knight d7, knight on
Yeah.
f6 doesn't have much to do. So maybe knight d7,
Yeah.
swapping the last pair of minor pieces, and
Yeah.
then it's very hard to play for win for white.
Another interesting question is what's wrong with knight takes c3.
Yeah, that's another question, of course. Knight
So as I
c3,
understand, white is going to play bishop b takes c3. As queen takes c3 is a dead dry
I mean,
position.
it's a
I would
very
say.
dry position.
Yeah.
The usual cards, but and this minority attack never works. It seems.
Yeah.
So knight c3, pawn takes, and then even
Could be a bit unpleasant, although still hard to believe.
so. What happens if I play c5?
I don't know.
This kind of positions. I mean, I'm not.
I believe it's castling short.
So castle short, and if this bishop to f5, or maybe bishop e2, knight d2, trying to get e4.
Yeah, also, I mean, in Rogozin, it's usually not that, not that dangerous for black.
Yeah, the other thing is that I can take and maybe play this position simply without pushing c5.
Yeah.
Even though then it's a little bit tricky for me, because knight f6 you probably will play. No, actually knight e5, and let's say I go knight g4.
No,
trying
but
to imitate.
here it's a bit unpleasant, I believe. If I'm in time to take on g4 and play c4 at some point, maybe castles first and then c4. Then I would say white has some pressure. So you
still have problems castling.
Yeah, you will have to spend some time for preparing castling, and then I will play e4,
For instance,
c4.
bishop h5. Already you can play e4.
Or even c4, actually. I don't see what's wrong. No, here it's a bit tricky, I would say. The structure is
so white at least has
pleasant
something.
for white, yeah.
More pawns in the center, so maybe can hope for something. Knight df6 was played by Michael Adams. He's
which is extremely logical,
very experienced player, of course, in this type of positions.
Yeah.
We'll move further. Hari Krishna against Yakovenko. Yet another Gioco Piano. d3 a6 this time. After castles, d6. Yet another version of the same, right?
Yeah.
And then a4. This plan was quick queenside expansion. Rook to e1, castles, h3. Yakovenko transfers the knight to g6, d4. I've never understood if black has or hasn't if he has to spend a tempo on h6 or not, because sometimes they do, sometimes they deal without h6. Here it seems like it's perfectly fine without h6, right? So c6 and b4. Something very similar.
Yeah, b4 is kind of unusual move, because I believe this is one of the most topical positions.
So the thing was knight f1 and they were playing d5.
Or maybe taking e4. Which is even more.
Here I can take e4 and play
d5, or you can start with e takes d4 first and then you take e4. That's why Kramnik came with bishop d3 here, I believe.
Yeah, bishop d. That's the game Kramnik Carson.
I believe it is actually, yeah.
Bishop d3 here.
So I believe it was here, and another line is bishop f1,
which was played. I think was played here by Adams.
Which is also not that stupid, actually.
Bishop f1, yeah, to get this bishop away from knight takes e4 idea.
Yeah.
b4. But what's wrong with b4? Maybe it's just an absolutely fine move.
Well, first of all...
Who can tell me what happens here?
Yes.
Yeah. Takes and d5, right?
Yes, he takes d4.
And knight takes doesn't make all that much of a sense, right? Because then it's d5.
Then it's any move, I believe. Even c takes d5 here, actually. After e takes d5, even c takes d5.
c d5 is fine. Oh, knight takes is fine because c3 starts hanging.
Yeah.
Actually, black might be already somewhat better. So e takes should be answered with c takes, and then it's d5.
Yeah, this is some old zero, I believe. And that was considered to be a bit unpleasant after, I believe, e takes d5, knight takes d5.
So those positions are always somewhat more pleasant for white.
Yeah, although I could never, understand this, but as they say they are, yeah. I don't know, yeah.
Actually, e4, cd4 was played, so now we might have this position on the board.
Yeah, and d5 was just played.
Yeah. So ed5, we assume knight takes.
Yeah, and as I remember, b5 at some point is unpleasant. So maybe queen b3 followed by b5.
Queen b3, and somewhere, yeah. White wants to play b5. If white keeps the d4 protected, then maybe this bishop is not doing all that much on a7.
Yeah.
Okay, white played it another way. He went for bishop d3 and played it very quickly. So that's apparently a preparation from Hari Krishna. Not clear what he...
Or maybe that was the line. I mean, in terms of ideas, I just remember that the problem for black was connected to a somewhat shaky position of the bishop on a7. As white comes with b5 at some point, you are kind of forced to play ab5, yeah, and then suddenly white starts doubling his rooks, or maybe rook and queen on the a file, yeah, which is hard to imagine so far, but somehow that would really happen.
Alright, so Yakovenko is thinking after bishop d3, and we can switch to other games. Wow, in Arkeyev versus Gelfand, it was Moscow variation of Slav, bishop g5 all of a sudden. So Arkeyev basically changed his first move. He was playing e4, if I remember correctly, in this tournament. h6, takes. And bishop e2. This one is a bit tricky, right? Bishop g7, e4. So now, wait a sec. Over here, after bishop e2. That was once again. Was it your idea to take and to play knight e5 after d takes?
Yeah,
right?
but it was not here.
It was not precisely this position. Bishop e2, bishop g7, or knight d7. Yeah, bishop g7 castles, right?
No, that one was after third knight d7, I believe. So that was my game against correction. After e3 he played knight d7.
e3, knight d7.
Bishop e2, d takes c4,
dc4, castles.
And then it's kind of zugzwang. So he played g6 trying to transpose, but here suddenly knight e4, queen e7, knight e5, followed by f4. Gives white a nice edge, which I didn't manage to convert into a full point.
Looks like a nice initiative. Alright, so Kelvin simply plays g6, deals with the position without putting the knight on d7, bishop e2, bishop g7, e4, and then simply castles.
Yeah.
This is also known. Right?
This is one of the main lines, actually kind of main line, I would say.
So if white takes all the time, then it's queen d6 or queen d8?
No, it's very interesting.
Or you're not taking?
If white plays e takes d5, e takes d5, c takes d5,
it's rook d8.
for instance, then c5 actually.
c5
is the point.
So you're playing once again some sort of Grunfeld.
Yeah.
So this and knight d7.
And the position after castling knight takes c5 was played many times, and black proved his compensation is enough.
So black is not going to win this pawn quickly, but he doesn't need to. The bishop is quite strong on g7, right? And the pawn is blocked.
Yeah, basically what he needs to do is to exchange the c3 knight suddenly. So he basically plays bishop f5 followed by knight e4.
Knight e4.
And then if you exchange the knights, then you're very close to a draw actually.
Okay, so e5, queen d8 castles, and then d takes, bishop takes c5 immediately.
And this is also very well known line.
Knight d7, queen to e2, and knight takes c5. And on knight c5, by the way, Boris spent some 13 minutes.
This is a bit surprising. First of all, I have a feeling after d takes c5, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that bishop d7 is one of the main moves here.
To first put the bishop on c6.
Yeah, probably I'm mixing up the lines, but as I remember, bishop d7 was considered to be the main problem for white here. Although it's not that something is wrong with knight d7.
Knight d7, knight c5.
Yeah.
So what can be potentially dangerous for black if white somehow launches an attack here? Well, it's not easy to imagine so far.
Yeah, basically I've spent quite a lot of time in these positions, and I've finally decided that somehow it's more dangerous for white actually. As
you can lose this e5 pawn, yeah? That's
yeah, I mean basically if black manages to finish the development, then he's better, and not just better, but it's very nice edge. So white needs to be very quick, and it's not sure what he's attacking. So usually his ideas are connected to some knight b5, knight d6 stuff. But the main thing about those positions is that white needs to be very quick with his ideas.
For instance, can we illustrate? Knight b5, probably bishop d7, right?
Yeah.
Knight
for instance,
d6.
Yeah, bishop c6, and then feels
bishop
like
c6, and then this pawn already, starts to be hanging.
And bishop takes f3. Yeah, bishop is already coming. So I mean, probably here black is just better already.
Knight d4. Do we have a move after knight d4?
I believe we do actually.
Actually, not clear.
I will not be surprised if it's bishop takes g2 suddenly.
That's funny. So if the king takes...
Yeah, queen g5.
Queen g5.
Yeah, and maybe even queen takes, actually.
Queen takes. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, and then followed by a6.
A6 after a knight to b5, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny, so... White probably already has to switch to making a draw if he can.
No, he probably can.
Knight f7.
But
King f7, knight e6, and rook. No, I've blundered king f6 actually, or not.
I
did,
but not dramatically, I believe. So you'll take
king
a 6 and play
bishop e6, f4.
Okay, but the variation...
in the end, I will be pawned down.
Yeah, variation didn't look forced, so...
Yeah, that's far from reality.
But it kind of illustrates that it's never easy for white.
Okay, potentially an interesting game. So despite the structure being symmetrical, right? But this far advanced e5 pawn is what it's all about. It can be a strong pawn supporting the knight on d6, and as well it can be a potential target for black pieces. Moving further, moving to Peter Swidler and Ho Yifan, and guess what's the position is? I think I've seen this one.
Yeah, I've definitely seen this one actually.
European Championship in Minsk.
It's a game
in May.
Between Matlakov, Kovalenko.
Matlakov.
Matlakov, Shimanov, yeah.
Maxim Matlakov, a new European champion, has played this one with white. So it's semi-Tarrasch, and this kind of wrong moves order. Semi-Tarrasch, which allows white this line with rook b1.
Yeah, so yesterday we explained that rook b1 is kind of smart here, and
after knight f3 we could have Rajabov's game.
Yeah. So
rook b1, played by Peter Swidler, not for the first time. He has played it against Rajabov in Moscow as well.
Yeah.
Bishop e7. So this way white keeps one more pair of minor pieces on the board after d6.
d5, a very, very smart idea from Maxim Matlakov.
d5, knight to a5.
Which he was actually proud of, I remember.
Bishop d3.
c4.
Bishop c2 takes. Bishop b7.
Rook e1.
And rook to e1.
Yeah, and the funny thing about this position is, as I remember, the first computer line here is rook a8, bishop a4, rook f8. And
rook e8,
0-0-0 obviously.
Yeah, that's great.
Or maybe that was before bishop b7, but at some point it's definitely...
So, bishop d5 is not possible because of rook e7, right? Maybe we can show this one.
Yeah.
Bishop f3, and then you take on d8.
And take f3.
Doesn't matter which rook takes, you take f3.
Yeah, so this doesn't work. Another logical move here is bishop f6.
Bishop f6, after which white can maybe play c3 is hanging. Actually, what's after this?
No, white has many options. First of all, you could try to start with bishop a3.
Bishop a3.
So rook if it's e8. Rook e8, at the very least, you can take and play bishop b4, maybe.
That's like keeping everything protected, but I kind of don't like this. To exchange the rook.
Yeah,
but I'm attacking the horse. Rook d8.
Yeah, but here you're not in time, as I take and play queen e1, and you will get mated along the back rank.
Rook takes, and there is queen e1 for white.
Yeah.
Nice little tactic. After queen takes, rook takes, the back rank mate is coming.
Actually, it could be quite important line, by the way. As bishop f6 is very, very natural move.
So once again, and otherwise after bishop a3, bishop c3 costs black an exchange maybe after this.
It's the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is another idea with queen c2, queen c3.
Yeah, but rook
e3 wins material,
enough,
so we can stop. Yeah. So bishop f6, bishop a3, rook e8, takes,
and bishop b4.
And bishop b4, and then it's one unpleasant position for black. When if you will have to protect the bishop or move it, then it means
something went wrong.
Something went wrong.
Also, maybe some queen d7 has a chance, but still, another thing you really want to do, actually.
Yeah. Okay, what's remarkable, Peter Swidler played all this on an increment, 145 he has.
Well, I mean, actually, it's not a secret that Maxim Matlakov used to be Peter's second at many tournaments.
So, they share ideas and...
Yeah, probably.
So if Matlakov played it, you can expect this from Peter Swedler.
Yeah.
So what are another two games we have? Elyanov against Rapport. This is once again something very original.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is a funny thing actually. C4, C6, D4, B5.
D4 and B5.
Yeah, I've been analyzing this myself, and it's not,
not completely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not completely stupid. Yeah, I mean, probably doesn't equalize, but it's a, decent idea, I thought.
Okay, knight bd2 takes d5, e6, e3,
bishop d6. So now it looks like some kind of Shibanenko, right? With c5.
Later on, yeah, he'll play c6, c5, and
yeah.
Okay.
Also, as we know, c5 doesn't necessarily mean black is out of danger. For instance, after some bishop d3.
Okay, let's play few moves. For
castles, c5.
Castles, c5. One of the things to do
some
is
random move for white, yeah,
right?
b3, and if you take, it's not that easy. Actually,
takes, yeah, and this majority is kind of nice for.
Yeah, actually, Boris Genfeld managed to win a very nice game in the World Championship against Anand.
Yeah,
exactly in this structure.
Yeah, I think though in their game the other knight was somewhere here, so knight was coming to a4, c5, maybe.
Yeah, but black's pieces were probably better developed
than in our.
Yeah,
case,
I would say they were somehow developed. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So something very original, but not necessarily good for black.
Yeah, feels like Rapport will have to face some problems still. Also, probably after b5, this position is not the worst thing that might happen to you.
Yeah, in fact, you probably agree to have this type of structure. I mean, if white plays E3, more or less any other move, right? E3, you probably take go d5 anyway.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and on the last board, Aronian against Salem Saleh. And it was...
Yeah, once again, kudos to Salem. I mean, he's very brave guy. So he's known to be a very aggressive player. He likes some risky openings such as Binoni defense and King's Indian.
So he
still plays it, yeah.
He plays it against Aronian, and then this move, bishop d2.
Yeah, which is quite popular, although,
Knight d7, rook to c1,
h6.
h6.
So preparing f5 just to avoid knight g5, yeah?
Yeah, here this c5 is
probably
not
too early. Also.
Not that clever. Yeah, there is this idea, for those who doesn't know, there is this idea c5, so if pawn takes, then white somehow tries to prove the compensation, maybe has the compensation.
Well, I mean, basically it's usually connected to some breakthrough, like even b4 here, maybe c takes before knight b5.
Yeah, something like that.
So basically white's idea is to attack black's queen side as soon as possible.
Yeah, and the other point behind c5, that if knight takes, it's b4,
and then
knight goes here,
and then you try to use your c file.
Yeah, somehow knight b5,
somehow,
maybe, and so on.
Never easy.
Yeah, and the point is that knight cannot go back because after knight b5, c7 pawn cannot be protected.
Yeah, there is no way to protect the pawn.
But okay, white plays knight e1, f5, knight to d3, and f takes e4 was played. Because after you played h6, you cannot really go for this line, probably. Right, I mean, you cannot go for this usual idea because you will be templed down. Yes, it's c5.
As you will have to play h5 later on.
Let's say you play g5. In order to achieve g4, you will have to play h5 sooner or later.
Yeah, but here I believe it's in general very bad version for black. As for instance, if c takes, and knight b5.
Knight e8 they used to play.
Yeah, but then
exactly because of this h6 I'm not in time.
Yeah, but then somehow bishop b4
takes, this. Knight e8. If I would have my knight on g6, then bishop b4, rook f7, bishop f8. This is something what they do. But
yeah, actually, I
spend the tempo.
I almost blundered as a knight, but
no, this queen b6,
quite.
knight f2 is
known. Yeah,
exists. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, knight d3, fe4, and knight f5. All those positions somehow are better for white.
Yeah, but actually.
But it's not easy to prove.
I could never understand this, because they say, okay, if white recaptures on f5 with some piece, usually
on e4, yeah, fe4, knight e4, usually
or you take e5 and white
and black takes,
and black recaptures, yeah, with some minor piece. They say it's it should be better for white, but I could never understand this. Black has a very, very simple plan. He plays a5 and b6. And
whenever white plays before he takes,
when you start coming at the queen side, black will simply exchange everything on b4, then exchange everything on c5, and then you will most probably have the same structure without a, b, and c pawns for both sides, which should
be possible to hold. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously better for white, as there will be a weakness on d6, but still, I'm not sure it's enough.
No, so Aronian is thinking right now. How about an immediate c5?
Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe knight f6. Then.
Knight f6, and then I'm probably not keeping the blockade.
Yeah.
Actually, my knight on d3 is not ideal for this situation.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely.
So I should maybe spend some time.
Yeah, and actually some small positive thing for black here is a d4 square for the knight.
Yeah.
Still, most probably black will find it hard to create some counterplay here, as some g5, g4, h5 almost never works. Yeah, but still playable for black.
Obviously, yeah, playable for black, and we shall see what's going to happen. Aronian, has to be said, is out of form in this tournament, out of shape. Back to board 1, board 2.
Yeah,
I suggest these are the most interesting games. Yeah, well, we have the same position as in some other game, I don't remember, as in board
Hare
4.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna's game.
Yeah,
against...
but in Hare Krishna's game the pawn is on c6.
The pawn was on c6 and pawn was not on h6. So Rajabov played it with, after h3 he played h6. Bishop to a7, knight e7, knight to g6, bishop f1 here. Yeah, in Yakovenko's game against Hare Krishna, the pawn is on c6 instead of pawn being on h6. Rook e8 and queen to c2.
Yeah, queen c2 is a bit a mysterious move to me, but
something like that. Trying to, I don't know.
Could be, but I'm not sure.
Trying to equalize immediately if it works.
Actually, here you would probably prefer your pawn to be on h7. For instance, after e takes d5, you cannot recapture with the queen, as there is bishop c4 followed by queen takes g6. Yeah.
No, the plan was to take here.
Yeah, so I probably take it first.
You take on e8, queen e8, and then you might actually
try c4. Also, I'm not sure I'm not worse then.
The bishop is.
If I'm not worse, I'm better.
Yeah,
but I'm not
that's
sure.
the trick. Yeah, that's the
but
trick.
I'm not sure I'm not worse.
c4. You might actually play c5 and ask. Right, if you want to take, then I will have a good pawn on.
No, but after c5, white is happy. I believe some bishop d3.
Knight f4. I don't know. I mean, this bishop will go back to b8. Who knows what's that?
Yeah, even b4 could be an idea actually here at some point. Maybe even here. I don't know. Hard to say, but anyway, d5 is a very important line, of course. It's basically, as I understand, if white manages to finish the development without allowing d6, d5, then he's slightly better in these positions.
Okay, what will be the move for white if black makes a, I don't know, pass, c6? Or it's not the kind of pass you want?
I believe it should be b3.
b3 and bishop a3?
Or b4 and bishop b2, a more classical approach.
because I also thought after queen c2 this one is protected, maybe knight somewhere, but it will run into d5 once again.
Yeah, plus anyway, why? It's not clear, for instance, if you play knight c4 and
I mean, I take, and if pawn takes knight c4, something like this.
And then a4 followed by bishop h3, and you try to
a4, a5,
use some edge.
I don't know if it's anything, but at least this is what some people play. A5 before bishop e3, and then try to get to those dark squares. Or really, c6, maybe before. Keeping this idea as well, but also putting the bishop on b2 and later c3, c4. At least,
so d5 looks like extremely important line. Yeah.
Knight h7 played by Rajabov, so wants to go to g5, wants to...
So whatever Rajabov plays, he plays King's Indian, yeah?
You can put it, you can put it this way.
Some kind of, yeah?
So all the maneuvers directed towards the king side.
Yeah, actually, I remember him playing the same plan as black against Kramnik in Joko Piano, and he lost this game as Kramnik. Also played King's Indian, actually, so white managed to play c4, c5 at some point,
and lock this bishop.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, what will be the follow-up after knight g5, which he's apparently planning to do?
Well, first of all, I believe in general, like changing a pair of knights is a good idea for black. So, for instance, if you play two random moves, I don't know, let's say whatever you want actually.
G3 is okay. G3.
Okay, G3, knight G5.
Knight G5. I'm not sure if I take.
Yeah, even queen takes, for instance.
Queen takes and knight F3.
And then I go queen F6.
Queen F6.
So not blunder your knight first.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of claim that this one is not great, but not sure what I have to do here.
Yeah, it's not that easy to protect d4. After bishop g2, I would have bishop takes h3.
Admitting the mistake, going back to d1.
Yeah, but what is your next then, actually?
Bishop e3, maybe.
Yeah, but...
And then ed4, and this is hanging, yeah. I agree.
Also, that could be quite playable for white. I could never understand this, actually. So it's quite hard to realize when it's playable and a nice edge for white, and when it's dead dry and white has nothing.
Yeah, that's strange, because really, I mean, I was at some point I thought that I'm getting somewhere, like someone would play, with this bishop on c4, and black would play h6, rook e8, and eventually bishop e6, and I'm thinking, okay, now I'm getting, when I take, he will take with the rook, and they still take with the pawn, for instance.
Yeah.
After preparing this bishop e6, yeah, that's totally mysterious, those things. What I wanted to admit, that at least they got some sort of a game. It's not that dry, something is going on, so possibly Nepomniachtchi will have a chance, and maybe Rajabov will have a chance, who knows.
Definitely.
On board 2, Chris Schuck against Giri. Well, so after queen b6, d3, knight b to d7, played after 23 minutes, by the way. C, d5, e d5, queen went to c2, and Grishuk plays queen c5. After queen a4, he plays queen b4. After queen d1, he is thinking again.
Well, actually, I didn't get all
over here. If white takes, plays d3, and black plays knight d7, it would have been the same position with white to move. Now black has the queen on b4, and he is to move in this position.
Yeah.
So that's a bit puzzling. White has to be that good for white.
Also, I'm not sure. Actually, it's hard to estimate.
I mean, the queen is not great on b4. I agree.
Yeah.
But is it better than? Is it worse than on d8? Also, it's hard to say.
Hard to say. Well, I mean, basically, I believe evaluation usually depends on on some e2, e4 breaks.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's white.
Knight c3 and then e4.
If black is on time to to castle comfortably, and then nothing really happens, and black has great position. So
Okay, let's make it.
Let's try, for instance, bishop e7, knight c3, some direct stuff, castle c4.
Actually, sometimes this is. And I mean, if I'm not losing this pawn immediately, then this might be an idea.
Yeah, but you could also lose it slowly. Well, I would say d4 always gives white some, ideas. For instance, a3.
Then I'm not sure where the queen is going.
Yeah, but I mean, whatever. I move my knight away, then I play b4, bishop b2, and I try to, to attack this pawn.
Okay, so we are not playing this. Bishop e7, knight c3, we just ignore with castle.
Yeah, so my first question is if e4 works here. Probably it does, but I'm not sure. So let me try e4. Takes. Yeah, the point is that you probably can't take here. I'm not sure actually, probably you can, but it's very, very dangerous.
I mean, there is this line, for instance, which probably is very annoying.
So knight takes c3,
b takes,
queen a5 or c5. So I mean, it is annoying, but it could be just bad for white actually, if he doesn't get everything back. So some queen h5 might be an idea here, but there's g6 so far. Alright.
Somehow the queen is already taking part. I don't want to move this queen.
Yeah.
It already kind of takes part in the.
Yeah, but actually I was surprised with your knight d4, as you could simply knight c3.
Knight, bishop e7 is played. Knight c3 was not played, so we will not have this position. a3 was played. Ah, you mean over here? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, you could take.
You mean
e4?
I could take, then queen takes.
Yeah, and then here, for instance, you have rook e1, which forces queen b4.
Q1 which forces queen b4 and maybe then knight d4 actually.
Yeah, for instance, I don't know.
And actually the rook on e1 is still hanging.
So you mean some bishop g4 would be working then, yeah?
G4.
Yeah, but there's a3, I don't know.
And there is a3 and
yeah, but anyway, let's say it looks really dangerous for black. Also, probably that was working. Anyway, Anish played a2, a3.
Well, the thing is, on the side note, the thing is that I'm not forced, of course, to capture on e4. Right?
Yeah, definitely. You could play some.
Even this is not. I mean, it's not easy. Well, in this case, actually, maybe bishop g4 I have to do.
Yeah, but then I would play h3 and.
And once again, it depends if, let's
yeah,
say,
probably,
if you control or not, right? I mean, knight e5, rook d8 sometimes. So white really has to regroup fast.
Yeah, it's kind of typical for Reti actually. I mean, so white has two bishops and black is trying to play on the dark squares.
Giri starts it with a3,
which is also possible. I believe his idea is to, put the pawn on b4 sooner or later, and then he will think. Plus, it's not that easy to make a move here.
Queen b6?
Yeah, queen b6, but maybe then knight c3 is even better, followed by e4.
Knight c3 castles, then e4 works.
Yeah, at least I'm not sure it's worse, I would say. Takes, so you definitely cannot take as knight on d7
is hanging in the end, yeah.
So you will probably have to do the same. You'll play
something like this
and g4 and probably h3. And I don't know, I actually like white here.
Takes and queen takes, yeah.
Even bishop takes might be quite smart, as bishop is doing nothing with this big diagonal. So queen b6, knight c3 has been played.
a3, queen b6, knight c3. So far I can see that Kiri is still playing. I mean, okay, he didn't spend any time basically. It's 1:41 for him. Grishuk has spent 40 minutes. He's
also we should take into account that if Grishuk spent 40 minutes, probably Giri also used this time. So I'm not sure it's his home preparation or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that you can prepare something out of this world.
Yeah, because all his moves are extremely natural, and he had some times
to think of what to do. It's not like I'm trying to claim that Giri has prepared some cool novelty or something, but still 40 minutes of difference, and this position has the potential to become quite complex.
Yeah.
It already is, in fact. And closer to a time trouble, this 40 minutes might start.
Yeah, actually I started wondering if bishop g4 could be smart here.
For black.
Yeah, I actually like bishop g4 somehow.
The point being that if e4 is played, then
you'll probably
we take, and
then you probably have something smarter than castling, like rook d8 or knight e5.
rook d8 or knight e5.
Yeah, probably
right?
knight e5.
Knight e5, and even h3 is not possible.
Yeah.
Knight f3, bishop h3, right. Yeah, actually this one is not very comfortable for white all of a sudden.
You mean black could be better here, yeah?
Yeah, easy.
Well, maybe. Anyway, it's not that important. So probably after bishop g4 you should do something else. Like h3.
We shall see what Grishuk is going to play. Yeah, castle is a trafferet move. It's like if you don't think at all in this position, you played bishop e7, then you want to castle. Yeah. But maybe some prophylactics is needed.
Yeah.
Or I don't know.
Rook d8. Yeah, I mean anyway we can analyze this forever, so we should probably switch for some.
Yeah, we should move. We should move to see.
Else.
Ah, wow. So something has happened in Mamedyarov's game against Li Chao. After knight b1, knight e4, he did play knight c3, by the way. Went for another line which has a reputation of being completely sterilized. Bishop a3, queen a6, takes, rook f to b1, rook f to b8, symmetrical so far. Bishop e7, bishop e2. Still kept symmetrical.
d6.
After bishop d6 you cannot play bishop d3. That's so
a psychological loss.
Yeah, rook takes and bishop b5.
All right. So after bishop takes d5 there is rook d8 for black. Yeah, probably that's the point.
Yeah,
I can actually tell you a funny story connected to this line. The European Championship in Kosovo in round 9, I believe, of 11, I played white against David Navarre, and we were both on +4, which is usually enough for qualification for the World Cup. And I thought, okay, I was quite ambitious. I started with first c4, but okay, I was not going, to burn the bridge. Yeah, and after c4 he played g6. I didn't force myself to go for the most direct and aggressive move e4, which I didn't prepare for the game, so I played g3 and we transposed to this symmetrical Grunfeld. And actually I was kind of disappointed about that, and in this position after castles I castled as white and I offered to draw. And David quickly played knight c6 and said that he wants to play, offering this symmetrical position with white to move. And I was actually very, very depressed. I didn't remember what to do here as white, and I started wondering if I'm not worse. Because after queen e4, which is the best move here and which I finally played, I was worrying about c5.
So it's like symmetrical position. So you made it.
And I couldn't.
Felt like a zugzwang.
Yeah, I couldn't find a useful move because after queen e4, I didn't like bishop d7, for instance, followed by c5 or e5.
Bishop a3.
Bishop a3 is and bishop a5, and it's not symmetrical anymore, and probably.
Yeah, he controls b1.
Yeah, you cannot play rook b1. Black will probably control the b file. Then I started wondering. I thought, okay, then I can play h3. If it was that bad, but then I realized at some point
he can play h6.
No. But then I realized this pawn would be hanging after some c5. I will take d5. He will take h3 at some lines. And I was thinking for like 20 minutes, and finally I convinced myself to play queen a4. As I realized that after bishop b7, there is bishop f4, c5, queen a6, and white is out of danger. But that was really hard, and I was very, very relieved to see queen b6, bishop a3, queen a6, and I realized it's still a symmetrical position and I'm still to move.
Okay, interestingly enough, Mamedyarov has spent like 20 minutes over here. Does it mean that there is some chance he has spotted, or when it's very hard to imagine.
Probably it means there is no chance he had spotted, which is more likely to happen.
But why why to reach this position quickly and then to think here?
Well, probably all those moves for black were, kind of precise. Probably he knew that it's not
bishop takes.
Probably he knew that it's not that line.
Wait, sorry, bishop takes.
Yeah, rook d8 then.
This allows bishop
c6
and rook b8 in the end. With rook d8, I thought maybe this cannot work.
Yeah, but you take d5 and take c5 then.
Yes. I mean, guessing, is there a square?
No, any move actually. Bishop f4 maybe is possible here.
Bishop f4, so that if black takes, it's this. And then I take d4. Yeah, so,
well, you are never worse here as black, of course, I mean.
Let's...
but you could...
No, I think maybe we could just show this line, what's the point of what we are doing. c4, and if the bishop takes on c4, then it's a check, and bishop h6. That's basically the tactical justification of what white is all about for white. Yeah. But of course, after bishop d5, rook d8, bishop f4, black can take, and after c4,
play almost any move.
Simply not to run into this. Rook d8, takes, rook takes, bishop takes.
d4,
and just offer
or rook takes d4 immediately.
Rook takes d4 immediately was possible.
Actually, whatever. But the idea was nice.
To take the file.
Yeah, but why?
Probably nothing special.
Even bishop,
if anything.
Even bishop f8 is possible. I mean.
Bishop f8. You're not getting anywhere.
Yeah. Actually, I would probably try bishop f1. Here is white instead of rook e1.
Bishop f1.
That would probably be my last try. But I'm not sure.
Even if he plays a6, this is so annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if he plays a6, I mean, to exchange on f1 to give white the file would be a bit careless. Maybe black is not in a real danger, but maybe he is. Who knows? I say bishop f1. If you take, then at least this is what white wants. So two open files. One is controlled by white. On the other one, white controls the penetration square. So rook e2, rook e8, rook e2 will never happen.
Yeah, but
and then you will have to suffer.
Rook b7 will definitely happen, and then
you will have to suffer. Maybe you are holding this one with black, but that's kind of a risk-free try, which is always nice.
Yeah, but the problem is that there is a7 a6 for black.
There is a6. And can I insist on this one? It's like this. No, but then after a4 I will have a5.
Yeah, but then probably a takes b5 would be working. But anyway, I don't get this. Even if black plays rook d8 here.
Rook d8. So okay, bishop
c5.
Yes, once again.
So maybe bishop f8 first to exchange the bishops and at once, and then after a4 I will have to say a5.
Bishop takes, yes, and after a4 there is a5.
Also here maybe rook b2 you could try for some time. Bishop takes a4, rook e2.
Now bishop b5 takes.
Yeah, takes f1 and king b7 b6. Yeah. Somehow.
Well, what's interesting, he has spent 24 minutes here, which is, I don't know.
No, but it's kind of logical, yes? I mean, he's about to choose either just to agree, draw, and pray for the good results in Grishuk's game and other games, or to try to push somehow, which is hard to imagine, actually.
Okay, so going to the break after first hour of play, what do we have starting from board 1? Quite a complicated position. Anything can happen more or less in Nepomniachtchi Radjabov. Here Grishuk,
very interesting moment, and extra 50 minutes for Nishgiri against Grishuk.
Yeah, so that can once again be anything.
Yeah.
Here most likely a draw very quickly, but still in progress. Over here a bit dried position.
Where is
Adams should have no problem
for Adams,
over there actually something's
yeah,
going on.
Yeah, actually, this one is here I mentioned. And now I start to realize is here after queen takes d5.
But look at the time. Look, I mean, Hare Krishna is still on the increment.
Yeah, I mean...
He has prepared and Yakovenko maybe doesn't know the line.
Yeah, but it's not even something
Queen
smart.
takes.
It has been played already. As here the problem is you take c6, and then suddenly b takes, and then it looks dead dry, but after some queen a6, rook e6, I believe, it's extremely unpleasant.
Rook a6. And then...
Then it's very...
No bishop d4, no nothing, and then some queen a4.
Then it's very difficult to do something, and after queen b5, I believe the precise move is queen e2 suddenly.
Queen e2, so that
and then it's very, very difficult.
Takes,
then it's
and, yeah, this
very,
bishop
very
is,
difficult to unpin, yeah.
Bishop is stuck. Yeah, it might be just... I mean, this particular position might be just lost.
Yeah, maybe. So I remember this line was considered to be, problematic for black long time ago. It was... I believe some games in this position were existed even before the Carlsen and Karakin match. So probably
so maybe this.
Probably Dmitry somehow mixed up the lines. Yeah, but this I also don't like. Because you are kind of stalemated. For instance, after queen b3, you will find it hard to make a move.
Queen b3, so that bishop b6 is not.
Yeah.
There is also...
Bishop
There is also this, I mean, this forcing line, which I like for white in the end. I mean, takes, bishop c5, bishop takes, I take a8, and maybe I have something with those two guys.
Yeah, could it be that some ugly looking b6 was working instead of bishop takes c5 for black?
Yeah, like in this line.
Yeah, hard to believe, of course, but...
This, yeah,
could
here.
Be.
Exchange.
So you take and after
right,
bishop
and
c5.
And b6.
Also, I'm not sure it's not just lost.
Queen a4.
Wow.
Some fun. Queen a4 and then b6.
Yeah, this is...
I mean, I'm not sure if it works. Once again, you take probably and you play some c4, and I will have to make sure that I'm promoting the pawn.
But you do, I believe. Okay, that
all right.
Matter. Anyway, so
Yakovenko might be in trouble here, right? So 50 minutes less, and especially, the position which we consider being better for white.
Yeah, especially taking into account the fact that Hare Krishna hasn't spent any time yet. So
Boris Gelfand against Inarkiev, playing. Both are playing at over the board. I mean, it's the.
Yeah, this is a very, very bad sign for Nesta, actually. That's what I wanted to say. That actually, if you start...
Queen e7, Queen e3, b6.
If you start to play this position as white, just, making some useful moves, then it usually means...
Without preparation,
Then it usually means that potentially you could be in trouble, for instance. As it's much easier to play with black, and black has two bishops, I mean, all...
Yeah, so he's nowhere near to create some threats. Here he will not be in time, let's say, to play h4 here, because after bishop b7 already those pawns are hanging.
Yeah, I mean, in general it's pretty obvious that in long term white's position is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, that's precisely what I wanted to say. So black doesn't have to do anything special. He puts the bishop on b7, puts rooks in the center. With every single exchange, the pawn on e5 becomes weaker.
Yeah, definitely.
So maybe Gelfand will manage to win his first game. Well, it's too early to say, but
definitely. But
Inarkiev has to be careful.
Yeah.
Here, after bishop f6, interestingly enough, bishop f6 was played, and Swidler spent 5 minutes. He did not play bishop a3. I don't know if it was the move or not.
Yeah.
But he played d6. He played d6. This I don't remember if it's...
Well, it also looks decent.
Yeah, it looks a good move, right?
Yeah.
But I don't remember what was happening in Shimanov's game against Matlakov, if it was this position or not. And no, I think...
No, Shimanov
played this maybe, and then bishop g5, something like that, or knight g5.
Yeah.
Something like that was going on.
Well, let's say we're completely sure that his opponent didn't go to d6 at that game, so it was captured on d5, I believe.
So d6, that's a fresh position here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back to Richard Rapport.
That's Elyanov against Rapport. E3, bishop d6. Yeah, something similar to what we were discussing happens. Bishop d3, castles, and queen to b6.
Yeah.
And here Elyanov is thinking for already 16 minutes. What he's possibly thinking about?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that queen b6 is quite smart. So he's preparing bishop a6 to exchange the light squared bishops. And probably this task is more important than
immediate c5.
Yeah, than playing c5, eliminating his only weakness.
So the difference with Chabanenko, in fact, where white would have the knight on c3, that black, usually in Chabanenko, sometimes you even suffer to play c5. It's not that easy.
Yeah.
So whenever you can, you do.
Yeah.
Here, white is unlikely to prevent c5 any time. So you can achieve different goals. You can first exchange the bishop, so there will be no.
But another, another important difference here is that his opponent is still on a7. So in Chabanenko, you can never play bishop a6 as the pawn is.
Okay, I mean you could push a5, a6, a5 once again, spending a tempo.
Yeah, and on a5, the pawn is much weaker than on a7.
Yeah, actually, let's say if white plays a couple of normal moves, bishop a6.
Say bishop d2.
Maybe even knight to d7. This I'm not sure because I never want to take.
Yeah, but you want to play rook c8 and c5.
Yeah, like knight d7.
You're just developing a piece, yeah, so why not? No, I mean it looks just very, very good Chabanenko for black.
Okay.
But probably some b4 is the move here.
b4?
Well, I mean probably, I don't know.
So
trying to use the fact that is rook on 8 and knight on b8 and bishop on c8
and if I
are not taking part in the game yet. Yeah, but then I maybe take on e5 suddenly.
I mean some bishop d2 and try to run with the a pawn.
Yeah, maybe. It could be interesting also, yeah. You never know.
Okay, let's check quickly what's on the last board. Aronian really confirming on our words. He has transferred this knight from d3, so he played f3 after knight f6, knight d to f2, knight d4, he takes f6, plays bishop to d3. This is what they do usually. Somehow bishop e3 then, and somewhere he will try to take d4.
Yeah.
So that's
still
yet not equal.
Yeah. Yeah, suddenly some knight g4 could be an idea.
Knight g4 might be the idea. Yeah, nice looking knight on d4, which maybe doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, but also it's hard to imagine where that knight would do more actually. I mean, we're on f4, but still it would be taken then.
So still somewhat more pleasant position for Aronian.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's a time. That's the time for a break, for a first break today. Everything is still in progress, so stay tuned. We will be back after some 10 minutes.
Round 8 of FIDE World Chess Grand Prix in Geneva could decide the destiny of one qualifying place to the candidates. Two overall leaders of Grand Prix, Shahryar Mamediyarov and Alexander Grishuk, faced each other at board 2. If one of them won, he would overcome the other and practically guarantee himself a place at the candidates tournament. So all eyes were set at this encounter. For both Mamediyarov and Grishuk, this tournament is the last one of the series. They won't participate in Palma and cannot change their situation anymore. Grishuk got a good position out of the opening and was pressing his opponent. Mamediyarov went for a saving exchange sacrifice. and perhaps could pose even more problems after. But it didn't happen, and the game ended in a draw. Now, the destiny of both qualifying places will be definitely decided in the last tournament of the series in Palma de Mallorca. Tournament situation favors Timur Rajabov, and he offered Alexander Ryzantsev a draw as early as at move 12. There is no special rule that would prevent players from draw offers. Ryzantsev decided that there is no point to keep on playing with black against the leader and agreed. By the way, before round 8, Rajabov was showing 29-25 performance and was adding 19 elo points to his 27-24 rating. On board 3, Lichao won against Pentala Harikrishna and kicked him off the shared second place. The position looked very simple, but Lichao was optimistic about the outcome, because white didn't risk anything, and it was not easy for black to defend in the endgame. Birthday boy Jan Nepomniachtchi won a very interesting game against Levon Aronian.
Levon clearly had to play on for a win with black to keep some chances, let's say, in overall Grand Prix situation. And that's why he chose very interesting and ambitious line.
Aronian created an interesting attack, and the position looked really dangerous for white.
And from a human point of view, at least, yeah, the black's initiative was very dangerous, especially after queen c2 bishop e3. So I'm not sure if I missed something critical. Like I was losing, but I felt like I should, with some precise moves, I should hold.
However, in a later game, Aronian misplayed it, and in a sharp position, the value of one mistake is too high. Nepomniachtchi got an extra material and converted it without problems. Among the other results of round 8 were Giri winning against Ho Yifan and Adams taking an upper hand against Rapport. Before the last round, Timur Rajabov is leading the field with 5.5 points. Alexander Grishuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi are closely following him with 5 points. In the ultimate round of FIDE World Chess Grand Prix in Geneva, Jan Nepomniachtchi will play white against Timur Rajabov, and this won't be an easy task for the leader.
Welcome back, dear friends. Welcome back to live coverage of round 9. And first thing to say, we have a couple of results, and which explains what we thought was a long thought by Mamedjarov.
Yeah.
When he was thinking for 20 minutes. In fact, it was a problem with our connection, because Mamedjarov's game has already finished by that time. A draw was agreed, which is not surprise in this position. And we have one more draw between Inarkiev and Adams, right?
Ryazantsev
and Adams, yeah. Inarkiev, of course, is still playing. 7 games are still in progress. The most interesting ones, the most important ones are in progress. Nepomniachtchi versus Rajabov, Grishuk versus Giri. It's very interesting what's going to happen if Grishuk and Giri make a draw now, because Mamedjarov's game is already finished, so I'm really curious to know who has...
but I mean, okay, we discussed this, the Mamedjarov's approach, that he didn't calculate anything, but I know Grishuk a bit, and I'm sure he calculated everything carefully.
So he knows.
He knows everything.
What to do, what to...
He knows everything about all the situations.
Right, so let's start once again from board 1. After knight h7, Rajabov's move, Nepomniachtchi has taken on e5, played knight c4. Queen f6 was answered with knight e3. So he wants his knight on d5 or f5, knight e7.
Yeah, but then he moved it to g4, which is also...
He plays knight g4,
logical.
Black takes, and returns back with the knight to g6. White has played bishop c4. Okay, what's that? Can't he just play knight g5? That would be my question.
Yeah, but
knight g5.
Then white probably takes
with the knight,
with
right?
The knight, yeah.
Logically, takes
then
with the knight.
If white is in time to play g3, then he's way better, I would say.
But an immediate g3 seems queen f3 is a bit.
Yeah, also even
unpleasant.
that is not obvious to me. So say queen f3, I'm almost forced to play bishop
e3 probably
not to blunder queen takes g3.
Yeah, queen g3 is a threat, just to mention. Bishop e3, and then after, say, takes, rook takes, queen takes g4, and you have queen b3.
Yeah, also you have some knight jumps at some point, like
queen b3 attacking this.
So you could try some rook e7.
Rook e7, queen takes.
Yeah, some rook d8, and then you
rook d8, and maybe knight f4 with some rook d1 ideas.
Yeah,
who knows? This has to be calculated.
Yeah, then you hope for all the stuff to be working. But I would actually start with knight h4.
So to exchange the other knight.
Yeah, just to attack g4 also. So I would say the perfect setup here for black is queen h4 and knight f6.
Right, so I probably shouldn't be taking this one, because I don't really see some knight h2 hoping to get, I don't know, to get control over f3, which is probably not realistic. I mean, if you play couple of careless moves, let's say, so that I'm in time to play queen e2 and the g3, but it's never going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Knight g5.
Yeah, feels like black should be okay.
Yes,
so with knight on h2, white shouldn't be hoping for some real edge. So I don't know.
That's like we'll probably have to take. We'll probably have to take, and this will be...
Yeah, but then queen takes.
Queen takes, g3, knight goes back.
Yeah, but it probably runs into rook d2, no?
That was rook d2, of course.
Yeah.
That was rook d2. Yeah, actually, it's not that comfortable. Knight h4, what should I do?
Yeah, I mean, let's put it like this. In long terms, white has a very good position. So if he will manage to stabilize by playing g3 and king g2, he will be much better.
Rook a d8. Now, for instance, g3, and for some reason you do not take, right? I play king g2 and I control everything. Knights are quite stupid.
Yeah, and even some attack where the h file could potentially come after g5.
But of course, g3 is just blunders the knight. Rook a d8, I sort of like this move, to be honest, because Now knight h2 looks completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And other than that, what do you do? I mean, you can play bishop e3.
Yeah, but without that bishop's, white
takes. White doesn't have a pair of bishops anymore.
Yeah, hard to say what white's hopes are connected to. Actually, I mean,
yeah. If you really hope for an advantage, it's really, it doesn't look so. Knight f4 maybe.
Yeah, but then you provoke g3.
G3. Yeah, and even if I put one knight on e6, the other one to g5, I don't think it's...
Yeah, it's also not obvious. Yeah, not obvious
let's say, what white's hopes are. So, looks like Rajabov is very, very solid, to say the least.
All right.
Grishuk's game develops slowly.
So let's go back. We left it after knight c3,
a3, yes, and knight c3. He did play bishop g4.
Which we mentioned, all right.
And then b4 was played, yeah. So that's yet another plan, which is known. Bishop e3, and to put the knight on d4.
Yeah.
Rook to e8, h3, bishop to h5.
So white has a very flexible pawn structure here, so he could also either try prepare some b5, for instance, by playing knight b3 and rook c1 maybe.
Yeah, there is also the motive with this expansion, which has to be done very carefully because...
Exactly, yeah.
But
the second plan is playing f4 at some point,
f4,
followed
g4,
by g4, yeah.
So it feels like some preparation move is needed, like either queen d2 or knight b3. Knight b3 is interesting, yeah, knight b3. Another thing what they do sometimes, knight b3 and then put in the bishop to d4, queen to d2, e3, and then start rolling with f4, g4.
Yeah. One more thing to say about this position is that suddenly, if white manages to put the knight on a5, then it's pretty annoying because it's not that easy to defend b7.
Yeah, queen c7, some rook c1, and b6 is always problematic.
Yeah, exactly, and you can never play rook b8 due to bishop takes e7. And some queen c8 and queen b8 looks a bit, shaky.
Yeah, so black's position is yet not ideal. Let's say black's counterplay is not obvious, first of all.
Yeah, definitely.
Not clear what you have to do, especially if knight b3 is played, so there will be no a5.
a5, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Kiri has reasonable chances, maybe somewhat better chances against Grishuk. Hari Krishna and Yakovenko. So after,
actually they did
all the thing that you mentioned, the line you've mentioned is on the board. So ed4 knight, so everything getting exchanged. Bishop e6, b5. Yakovenko has spent 20 minutes here. ab5, bishop d5, he's exchanging on d5, on c6, went rook a6, after which another, no, it wasn't such a long thing, queen b5, queen e2, rook f2, b8. So what's now? Queen a2 is answered with queen b7, right?
Yeah, most probably.
What he wants to play, he wants to take and to play bishop b6. I mean, if I pass, make a bishop move.
Yeah, so
probably queen a2. After which you kind of forced to go queen b7, and then maybe something here. I don't know how to make it work for white. I'm not sure.
Well, the first thing you could try is something simple, like playing bishop e3. Black probably goes bishop b6, and you simply go rook e1. And I'm not sure it's that dry, actually.
So then when I swap everything, play... Yeah, 97 runs into some 95.
Yeah, and otherwise I will play some 92, 94. And I have a hope to win the c6 pawn eventually.
F6, for instance, 92, 97. Have to be careful with this one. Some
Yeah,
bishop F4.
for instance, here maybe bishop f4 wins, no?
Rook b7.
Yeah, but say knight c4 then?
Knight c4 threatening.
But
check for
bishop c7
bishop
probably
c7.
works.
Yes, that was the
Plan, yeah.
This was the plan. You could give a check and go knight c4 and steal bishop c7.
Yeah, but even here I'm probably pawn up in the variant. As after bishop c7 I give a check, then I take c7 and go knight d6.
King g6.
You mean this, but this is
king g6.
Yeah, so it's
who knows?
just,
d4 is quite weak as well. I mean, that's
you're right.
d7 and anyway,
right.
that's the first time Hare Krishna is thinking. So that's clear that he remembers the line up to this point.
Yeah.
Wait, can't I just take and play bishop e3 and after bishop b6 or bishop d2? This way I'm probably simply winning the pawn. Bishop b6.
You simply take
and go take and go rook b1. I might have difficulties winning this one, but it's a pawn up.
Yeah, especially against Kovenko, yeah, but
it's a pawn up, right? Rook d8.
Yeah, unless rook d8 works.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but it doesn't. There is,
we can show this one.
Bishop b4, yeah, and the variant.
Bishop is nicely placed here because it's a check, and bishop b4 winning an exchange.
And eventually
Black
the
will
game,
have to take b4. So queen b5. One more time. Queen b5
probably.
And followed by bishop d2.
Yeah.
You don't want this spin to happen because then even if I don't win immediately, it's something that is bad.
Yeah, but I'm not sure black has any choice unless
it looks like
unless b4 works.
b4.
But hard to believe. Yeah, I mean at the very least you have rook b1.
Rook b1, b3, and I attack it all the time.
Yeah, I mean at the very least you win this pawn again. So
there is bishop d4.
Whoa.
There is bishop d4, so still not over.
Yeah, but you could play bishop c3 instead.
Yes, and not playing. Yeah, well, the feeling is like white should be winning this pawn, and also the fact that Hare Krishna went all moves before that one he played on increment, so that kind of means that he was sure
that white is better. Yeah.
That is the line.
So here we expect some endgame with a
pawn up for...
Yeah, with the extra pawn for Hare Krishna.
And actually Bamidyarov is rooting potentially for Hare... no, not clear. I mean, that's a tricky situation for both for Bamidyarov and Grishuk. I still assume Grishuk will make a draw. And all those games might have an impact on their final result. All the games of people on +1 and around 50% who potentially can get on +1.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, because if Hare Krishna wins, then
takes some points
then Grishuk's tie is kind of longer, but also he takes away some points from
Bamidyarov as well. Yes,
as Bamidyarov goes down. Yeah, thanks to that game. Yeah, this is funny.
Okay, in Arkiev against Gelfand. A couple of moves more. b6, b4 was played, and Arkiev has spent half an hour here. For b4, knight goes to a6, somewhat surprisingly, as I would think knight belongs to d7, a3, and bishop b7. Now this knight is somewhat strangely placed. I mean, he will probably play rook a8, and then knight will go to b8, and then either c6 or d7 anyway. Yeah,
basically the feeling is like with a knight on a6, nothing dramatically bad for white can happen, right? So you probably have some time to play knight a4, knight d6, or
maybe knight on b5, but it's not that different, right? I can still play rook c8.
I'm not sure it's going anywhere, even after knight c7, for instance. I mean, what's wrong?
Knight c7. Knight d6 you will take.
Probably, yeah, forcing you to take with the pawn. But even some bishop d5.
Even this.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on d6 looks nice, but is it really strong? After rook d8, some bishop takes c5 will be threat. So.
Yeah, so for this knight to be really strong, I have to remaneuver, let's say, to get other knight on e4 and f4 to protect e5. Then it would be a bit different story.
Yeah, so basically you need black to skip like
5 moves.
5 moves.
5 moves, preferably.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. So it should be absolutely fine for Gelfand. And once again, maybe it's even in Kiev who has to be
careful,
a bit careful.
All right.
Swidler against Ho Yifang. After bishop f6, yeah, d6 was played. That's the last position we've seen. Rook e8. Swidler has taken on e8, played bishop f4. So he offers this one.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's, very good offer.
Oops. This one I will have to update in order to be able to analyze. So if the bishop takes on c3...
Yeah, but rook d8 was just played.
Yeah, rook was here. If bishop takes on c3, what would be the move?
Well, some version of knight g5, maybe even bishop takes h7, which doesn't work so far.
Bishop h7,
I'm afraid.
I'm not sure. Knight g5?
Yeah, king g8.
King g8, I mean, I can do this.
Yeah, definitely.
Can do this, queen c2.
Which is probably enough, actually.
Because, yeah,
I'm forced to play g6, queen takes c3, and queen h3 comes, and all black's pieces are bad, so somehow it feels wrong for black, yeah? Rook e1 is coming, queen h3 is coming.
Somehow white has very nice concentration.
Be bad,
rook to d8, and then Swidler has to come up with something.
Yeah, actually, what I like about this system for black is that even when your position is bad, your moves are quite easy to find. Yeah, I mean, the play is quite simple. You try to attack this d pawn, you try not to get mated, and if you succeed, then you are not worse, basically.
Knight g5, it's not clear where it goes even after g6, right?
Yeah, I would probably try to prepare rook e1 somehow. Maybe,
yeah, that's the question. I mean, if I can play queen d2.
Yeah, you probably can, I believe.
Takes.
So g takes.
And
probably
maybe
it's
time.
b7, yeah.
Yeah, knight b7 to get it to c5.
But the question is if you're in time, for instance, after rook e1.
It's like rook e1, queen to d7.
Yeah, if you go queen d7, then queen d5 probably.
Yeah, somehow white is centralized. White is centralized, and yeah, bishop f5 is a threat.
Yeah, and bishop a4 at some point.
Bishop a4, maybe. Actually, you want to take the pawn.
Yeah, looks extremely dangerous for black. Yeah,
this looks
if
quite
not
dangerous.
lost. Yeah.
Unless I can do this.
But
you take with the queen.
Takes,
you take with the queen. Yeah, I mean, I was having some hopes like after bishop dc, probably also.
Yeah, that would also.
Yeah, queen e4, the rest.
Secures, yeah, my extra piece. All right.
Yeah, so something like queen d2 seems an interesting idea to bring the rook to e1.
Yeah, but you probably had to do something else. Also, I don't know why. So let's put it like this: if you wanna take f3, then queen d2 is smart. Then I just bring my rook, and probably I'm not winning yet, but then queen d2 is a good move. So obviously taking on f3 is critical.
So takes, but what can happen with, let's say...
I don't know, you could probably attack d6 somehow smarter, but I don't know how exactly.
To start, let's say, with queen f6 in order to put it on h3. It's not doing much on h3.
Yeah, but then d7 would almost mate, yeah. Hard to say.
Bishop f5 played by Swidler, so he wants d7 as soon as possible, it seems. And maybe queen c2, rook e1 is also his idea.
Or maybe rook b2, rook e2.
Yeah. Bring it the rook
Another
to e
version.
file.
Yeah, another version.
Bring it the rook to e file like that. Rook b2 and then rook e2.
Yeah, but the first question is how to prevent d7 followed by bishop c7, actually.
If you do prevent it at all.
If you do prevent it at all, yeah, exactly.
Bishop c6, but then even queen d2 is better than it was.
Yeah.
It looks like it's better than it was. Then rook on e1 is coming. Maybe finally Swidler has got some chance.
All right.
Over there, Elyanov against Rapport. So both sides have got
No, but Elyanov
some ideas.
managed to, yeah, Elyanov managed to put some pressure.
Queen c2 he plays
On
after bishop
Rapport's queen
a6,
side.
bishop d2 takes, and knight takes on d3.
Yeah, the idea is obviously to play b2 b4, which he managed to do later on.
Knight bd7, rook fc1, rook a to c8, b4. After knight e4 he puts the bishop on e1. After queen b8 he goes rook a b1. Still will be very hard
Yes.
to, let's say, to get to c6, which is the only weakness for black. But yeah, but if white manages this, if white doesn't really give black a chance to play
a5,
a5,
yeah.
doesn't get into some nasty counterplay, then white is better, white is in control.
Yeah, the real question is if black has some counterplay here. Because white has some plans. For instance, it would be quite smart to transfer as knight to a5 from f3. Let's say at some point, playing like, I don't know, h3 or g3 is a knight d2, maybe knight b3.
Knight b3, knight f5, yeah.
Yeah.
If let's say, yeah, we move the pawn to h3 and simply somehow put this knight on a5 manually, then of course it's a huge improvement.
It's almost
yeah.
over, yeah.
c6 will be hanging, and even if you protect it, you're left absolutely without a counter.
Yeah, but my feeling is that black has to try something like g5 here, maybe. Followed by f5.
To expand over
Well, I mean,
here.
basically, you need to do something here as black. As otherwise, you could be just
Actually,
squeezed.
how about knight c5 as an idea? Because sometimes those positions are not that simple. Especially if you play f5, let's say, I go knight c5. So then black
I'm forced
most
to play
likely
here.
has to take, pawn takes.
Then queen a4 followed by bishop a5.
Something like this, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah, here I cannot move the knight. Ideally, if this knight is somewhere else, it's f3 and bishop comes from g3.
Yeah.
This is... Sometimes those are also not pleasant positions for black.
Yeah.
And... Yeah, not
Yeah, but okay, I mean, what to do after g5 still?
g5.
Black needs to be very concrete here. Is
Okay, if I do
strategically
the same,
his work. Yeah, a certain idea is to play knight df6 actually.
knight df6. Then, yeah, if h3, it's g4 or what? No, not yet.
No, it's just h5 maybe, for instance.
Queen a8 played by Rapport, which is not a kind of move you would think about, I believe, unless he goes for a5. Maybe a5 c5. Maybe that's what he wants, which will be a position pawn down anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to understand why the queen 8 was played. He probably has some idea, but
So far, not clear which
actually
one.
probably he is just preventing knight c5.
So now knight c5,
Knight
you
takes
take
and-
with the knight,
Yeah,
and bishop c.
c7, and at least b takes c5 came not a tempo. Also, even here, I'm not sure.
Even this
Black
one
is-
doesn't look pleasant, yeah?
Black is in full control.
Queen a4 followed by bishop a5. Once again, it's clear that
Yeah, or
white
some-
who is trying.
Yeah, or some queen a6 could stalemate black for quite long, actually. So.
Right.
Yeah, feels like Elyanov is making progress in this game.
By the way, can't this knight be in danger after knight e5? So he... Or not really. No, he
This is
Actually,
probably
this is a tricky move.
this is probably how you manage c5 as black. So you take with the bishop and you go.
You take with the bishop, yeah, because
Although even here I'm not sure. For instance, knight takes c5 and suddenly you go b5. Even here I'm not sure.
then f3.
Yeah,
No,
but
okay, c4 and he will get the knight to d3. Maybe that's the
maybe,
that's
but
what he's going to do.
yeah, but even this is not obvious after some bishop b4. Yeah, hard to say, but anyway, I mean, white doesn't need that.
It's a pleasant position for Ulyanov,
Yeah, definitely.
who is, by the way, can still impact on this Mamedyarov Grishuk duel.
Yeah.
Because if he wins, he will be on +1 Ulyanov, and that will take some points from Mamedyarov, interestingly. And Aronian against Salem, a clash on the last board. So far, all the usual moves. And finally, Aronian decides to, that was the position. Queen d2, rook f7.
Yeah, actually, it's quite funny, to to realize that Aronian is playing on the last board in the Swiss tournament.
Yeah, that's.
If you
It's a specific Swiss tournament, but still.
Yeah, but still, it's.
Bishop takes
Quite
d4,
funny,
he takes d4.
Yeah, and probably his idea is to play knight g3. Yeah.
Knight g3, right. So that if black takes, white seems to be very comfortable.
Yeah, actually, all the bad things for black are happening, I would say. So basically,
g6 is hanging.
g6 is hanging, and in general, trading the slides where bishops is a very, very bad sign for black, I believe. In general, in King's Indian, and particularly in this line. So.
Yeah, in all those positions, d4 will be weak, and it's blocked nearly forever, and white will slowly somehow improve the situation of the king side.
Yeah, and another problem is that the endgame without all the heavy pieces is probably lost. His king will simply come to d3.
This, and then how to illustrate this? For instance, something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe I even take with the pawn. Maybe I even take with the pawn.
Let's try this,
Like takes. Now we are not playing the best moves, but just to illustrate what can happen here. And then the king is marching to d3. I mean, it might be tricky because there are some d3s, bishop e5s.
Here, but in general...
In general, if something like this happens, if the king is on d3, you simply lose this pawn, and that would be it.
So that's why all those endgames are very tricky for black.
So you will have to be very careful exchanging pieces here. Can it be, strangely enough, that he doesn't have to move this bishop? So that if you take, black takes with the pawn, it's still worse. Yeah, it's still worse.
Yeah, and another thing I started to wonder if white's idea could be to play bishop e4, followed by queen d3 and doubling the rook.
Yeah, so covering the e-file for a bit.
Yeah. And then so at some point
maybe black will be forced to take anyway.
Forced to take e4. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
So this is something you don't want to be. To have as the King's Indian player, the position which hardly gives you any chance to get to opponent's king. And
basically what could improve Salem's position is getting his bishop from g7 to e3 somehow. Playing h5 maybe at some point, but I don't see how it works. For instance, after h5 now there is bishop takes f5, followed by knight takes h5. And bishop f6 and bishop g5 never works as well.
Yeah, basically you're not in time, I'm guessing, right? Because I mean, let's say I take here, I can actually take f5, but anyway, if it's black to move bishop g5, I always answer with queen d4. So it has to be too many things have to happen all together for black so that he will have a good position. Yeah,
so feels like a very, very nice edge here for Aronian.
Maybe black has to play c5, just asking a question. I mean, taking so far is maybe not that attractive, and otherwise, at least my pawn is protected. I'm not, let's say, claiming anything. I believe it's still worse for black, but at least the pawn on d4...
Probably this is smart, like this.
At least the pawn on d4 is protected, so maybe...
Yeah, also after bishop e4, I mean, still you will have to face all those problems we mentioned earlier.
There is... after c5, I have an idea to play rook e3, so therefore bishop e4. And yes, and once again, it's
queen d3.
Quite problematic position. After bishop e5, I probably have... Do I have a 4? That's the question. Because if you take g3, it's all of a sudden it's nothing.
Well, I can play bishop takes f5, followed by f4.
Now you play f4.
I believe
the bishop
this
moves.
Is smart, and then I go something calm like maybe rook takes
actually
e8,
you can take
rook e1 and queen d3.
e1. Yeah.
Yeah, here you have to play rook e7 and pray, but
rook e7
probably it gives you a chance.
Takes. Gives me a chance if you take.
Yeah, but I can start with king f2.
King f2, yeah. I mean, this is the very annoying thing.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Queen d3, you're left with this stupid bishop on g7.
Yeah.
Suffering and basically no chance.
Yeah. So the position looks extremely unpleasant for Salem.
Okay, back to board 1. Is there anything going on?
Well, it's pretty funny that after rook d8 we thought
like white has to react immediately.
Yeah, kind of black is coming, and then
Jan has played a5.
5 after 2 minutes of thinking.
Knight f4. And then Nepomniachtchi is thinking for already 15 minutes. Because maybe it's not an easy position.
Yeah, which was probably a better idea.
To do on the previous move.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
He probably found something against knight h4. That's how I can explain this situation. After a5, he probably had some plan after knight h4. Yeah. I don't know what it could be. But
well, actually, what could probably happen is that he could blunder that after knight f4, knight h3 check his idea. Because otherwise it's not clear what's black next move, and he could play one more random move like b4, for instance, or something. But the problem is that knight h3 check comes here.
But this is also not very pleasant.
I'm not sure, but then you take.
Queen takes. And how do you protect this guy? Again, it's got to be some very awkward move.
Yeah, sure.
It actually has to be some very awkward move.
Sure. Yeah, but anyway, knight h3 is even
knight h3 is even more annoying. Yeah. I mean, if you pass, then knight h3 and it basically wins.
Yeah.
Wins the game for black. Bishop e3 maybe is needed. Bishop e3. But so I will have after.
So you will have an extra piece probably. Yeah.
After knight h3, I will have an extra piece. Yes.
No, but knight g5 comes there, but it doesn't work most probably.
Takes,
so
takes. You mean still knight? No. The thing is that after knight h3, in the worst case, I can go king f1.
Yeah. Okay, but you can actually take, and after knight g5, you should
knight g5,
have some.
Knight h3. It's kind of one check. So.
Yeah, but potentially it's
bishop f1.
Yeah, and I thought maybe queen f4 followed by rook d2. Yeah, but it shouldn't be working. Yeah, I mean, okay, it doesn't matter. I mean,
this and
the variation itself is not that important.
This and bishop e3.
Yeah, and
give e1 and win the game. Yeah, but of course black doesn't have to do this. After bishop e3,
he will
there should be something normal. Takes now, pawn takes.
Yeah, I think it's always a bad idea, as black will simply play knight e6.
Knight e6 and put the knight on g5 protecting this.
And then he has all the time in the world to regroup.
Damaged forever.
Yeah.
Yes, so rook takes has to be played. Actually here...
Well, first of all, black has queen g6 here, just to check if you're in time to protect everything.
Which might be sad news.
Well, you still have knight h2, but it's not the thing you want to do actually, right?
Knight f6.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, if I can really protect this one, the bishop e2. And actually bishop e2 might still lose a pawn like this. Knight d5 and then using this pin, and
but
then
actually,
e4 might fall.
Actually, even h5 was good enough. So
h5 was annoying.
A big number of options. So once again,
that would be impressive. That would be impressive. Look, Rajabov making a draw in 10 minutes yesterday, and today he would win with black in order to win the tournament alone with fantastic result.
Yeah. So once again, knight h3 check is a threat. We could also try some prophylactical moves like king f1 or king h1, but somehow it's not what you really want to consider.
How about your queen g6 here? Then it's a capture on e5.
Well, at the very least you can take knight
e5.
At the very least you can take f4 always.
But then
forcing e takes, and then your bishop will probably be strong after some queen b3, e5. You can even sacrifice the g4 pawn. Yeah, but obviously your knight takes e5 is much better here. Yeah.
So king f1. The question is, what do I do next? Let's say black plays a move, rook d6 or rook d7, so that e7 is protected. I mean, what's my next move? g3 now still looks very shaky. Probably knight d3, queen f3. Something I don't want to see on the board.
Yeah.
It's not easy to say what should be my next move.
Right. Yeah, so somehow my feeling is like black still has to play bishop e3.
So white has to play bishop e3, right?
Approximately takes, queen g6, and then white has to find something smart.
Has to find a move, if it exists. Wait. How about some tactics?
So what a black takes
queen
g4
threatens mate on. No, this was my plan. I was planning to take on d8 and then to take on f7. Yeah, or other way around. But there is a little problem that queen g2 is mate in 1.
Yeah.
So
you could probably try queen b3 after queen g6.
Takes.
So takes queen g6 and now queen b3.
Queen b3.
So basically g4 is only one pawn, and probably...
So you mean after this takes, it's...
Even g3, I'm not sure. Let me try just g3 just to realize how...
and then take on b7.
How much of a danger it is for white. Because b7 is hanging, f7 is hanging, and it's not obvious how you can create some,
feels like bishop e3 is still a move, so otherwise not clear what white has to do.
Jan is thinking for
knight h2.
Knight h2, I was going to say that Jan is thinking for more than 20 minutes, and it's a bad sign for him.
Yeah, he's known, when position is good, he's known to play very fast.
Yeah, and I'm afraid I was right.
So what's now for black? We actually didn't look at this one at all.
The question is what's now for white, actually.
No, bishop e3 I'm guessing he's planning to do.
Yeah, but if he wanted, he could start with bishop e3, takes, and after queen g6,
knight h2. That was the line we were looking at, knight f6.
Yeah. I mean, here after...
you mean we can kind of try to transpose to this?
Well, probably, but my question was actually what's wrong with some rook d6, which you suggested
starting
in pretty similar position, because I'm not sure you're in time with bishop e3 anymore. Because black takes and play rook e8.
For instance, rook d6, bishop e3.
Takes and rook e8.
Unless you take with the... No, takes with the pawn once again. Knight e6, terrible structure, right? If you take with the rook, it's rook d8, rook f2, knight g5, everything is coming.
Yeah, somehow feels wrong for white, Actually, I don't like this knight h2. Well, it's obviously more ambitious in terms of playing for a win.
For a win,
Bishop E3,
So he still has, we keep forgetting that he still has this idea in mind. If he wins, he is probably clear first.
Yeah.
But of course, a move like Knight H2 doesn't really look like you're playing for a win.
Yeah.
That's a very common mistake, let's say, less strong players are committing. So you play a Swiss tournament, you know that the win is very good for you in the last round, and you start avoiding drawish lines.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens actually quite often.
So you start avoiding. Okay, it's not that Bishop E3 would be a drawing line, but I mean, you look for one line.
More solid.
More solid, you think, this is impossible to win, so I will go for something else. And sometimes this something else is really terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I realized two funny things about the position. The first one is that after knight g5, suddenly bishop takes f2 is a threat, probably, which is quite surprising, but probably it is. So, for instance, if you go some random move, like, I don't know, b4 or something, bishop takes f2 works.
F2. Yeah, of course, queen f2, knight h3, if king f2.
Whatever, but the simplest one is probably knight d3.
And knight d3.
Knight f3 and queen f2 is just mate, I believe, which is also decent.
No, queen is on c2.
You go to g3, and queen f4 is not mate. Yeah, it would
I was hoping for this. Yeah, I was hoping for that, but I can't make it work.
Yeah, but that's why I usually prefer to to take some material, if possible. So knight d3 was good enough. So knight g5.
Now he probably will play bishop e3 in this case.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm not sure that knight g5 is that bad. That he made some huge progress provoking it with knight h2.
Right, so once again,
he kind of could have this position with knight on f3 and knight on h7, right?
Yeah, could play bishop e3 immediately.
Yeah,
double check, this wins on the spot, right?
Yeah.
Mate on f2 or knight e1.
Yeah. Yeah, and the second funny thing was that if Rajabov wants to be extremely solid, he could probably play knight d3 here.
Knight d3.
Trading one of the bishops. And
actually,
rook takes
I like this one. Rook d3, rook cannot be taken, and then I'm planning to double. Wait, and maybe bishop e3 here.
Yeah, but bishop takes, I thought of that actually.
And bishop f2, bishop e1 if you take d3.
Yeah.
Right, and if it's not bishop, then knight d3 is apparently a very good move.
Well, I'm not sure it's good.
Takes.
As it probably makes it easier for white to to equalize.
How do you equalize? I mean, I don't see a move, to be honest. I mean, how do you equalize?
I don't know.
It's pretty tricky. With bishop e3 doesn't look like you're equalizing.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I will double. Next move, I will double. And once again, it's...
Yeah, and definitely no risk for black, yeah?
Well, Rajabov played rook d7, which is another very decent move. Not to d6, but to d7, planning to double, and also...
Overprotecting f7 and some lines.
F7 is protected so that in some lines there won't be any tactic.
Yeah, and another good thing is that at some point after queen b3 he will have simple c6 to protect b7.
Yeah, so that's another simple and seemingly very strong move.
Yeah.
And Nepomniachtchi has to come up with something, because the position, it's not very pleasant position indeed.
All right.
Well, Krysiuk and Giri played a couple of moves more. g4 was played, bishop went to g6, queen d2, and Krysiuk...
Yeah, it looks actually very strange to me, as he could have started with queen d2.
Yeah, that's a bit strange. Bishop is already on h5.
So it's hard to believe you will face bishop takes g4 or knight takes g4 whenever in this game. So
yeah, the logic is like this. For instance, if you start with queen d2 in this position, then I can justify why, let's say, why you want something, because here knight f8 and maybe bishop will run away, so there will be not
bishop
in danger.
Gets some additional squares, right?
But after h3, bishop h5, bishop is already locked, right?
Yeah.
And you could really start with queen d2, not defining the situation here just yet. That's a bit mysterious, really. So g4 first, and then queen d2, after which Krysiuk replied with a5. Rook a went to b1, a takes, still...
Yeah, and actually I start to like black, somehow. Basically, I don't see where white goes with all this b4, because
No, maybe f4, f5. Maybe
instance-
this is what he wants. Because b5
Yeah, but-
every time runs into c5.
yeah, but somehow with this, b4 pawn, which is kind of weak, hard to believe it's gonna ever work. So let me try. For instance, I go knight f8 so far, just ignoring everything.
And yeah,
So
let's
yeah.
cooperate. I want to play f4 and f5. I don't know what for.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's.
So I mean h6 and then keep the bishop, or
No, I actually wanted to think here just to. My original idea was to take on b4 and follow it up with queen e7, but knight c2 wins then, yeah.
there is knight c2.
Yeah, but another
Look,
thing.
I also had one idea. I mean, I don't know if it works, but if it does, it might be interesting. Takes. I'm not sure what I want in this position.
No, I mean,
but
this one looks just lost for white, no? I mean, bishop f6 next, I mean, it looks just lost.
yeah, I mean, the feeling is like too many things on dark squares are hanging.
Yeah.
Bishop f6 or bishop d6, queen h4.
Yeah.
So idea. Knight
Or it's a very, very
f3.
least bishop takes b4 at some point, could be also
Yeah, bishop b4 for.
an alternative,
So this looks not bad either.
Yeah, but of course, white would never play f4.
White shouldn't play f4, but then maybe it's not a bad move per se, because later on maybe some knight c4s will become possible.
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
the question is what you do after g5. I mean, otherwise you have
G5.
a perfect position, but
Kicking this knight away, and then f4 will trap a piece.
yeah, that was my idea. Also, I'm not sure it's
This
that
f4,
easy. You probably have some brilliant move here, like I don't know, like bishop d6 or
Can this be? I mean, at least it has to be tried.
checked. Yeah, so
Knight
d
c4,
takes.
taking the rook, let's say.
All right, but here I don't see what you really want after rook takes
Rook
and some
takes.
calm move like bishop f2 followed by e3.
So this nothing will fall, you mean? I was hoping for something, I mean, like dc4, but
Or even
yeah,
knight c2 maybe. Somehow this construction
yeah,
looks
you control everything.
looks solid enough.
Okay, ab4,
Yeah, and he played
h6.
h6. Yeah, that I also wanted to mention, that actually h6 and once could be a very, very smart move. As now f4 is connected to weakening the king side and there is no direct threat. So black would probably play bishop d6 here, for
Yeah,
instance.
that's what I thought as well. Indeed, you get the pawn on f5, the bishop is out of play for a moment. But other than that, you have a lot of weaknesses, and black still has the way to bring this bishop. The knight moves, f6, it's a
Yeah.
long way, but it's
Yeah.
not like the bishop is locked forever.
Yeah,
It's not Winter Capablanca.
yeah, sure. Plus you should always check h5, right? Just to weaken f5. So maybe first you go knight e5 and then
Actually, knight e5, knight g4, this idea is
Yeah, it's
still over there.
always in there, right?
So maybe Krysiuk will have, I don't know, if it happens this way, so that white
Yeah.
will play f4 and f5.
Yeah, basically feels like Krysiuk managed to complicate the position and he definitely has some chances
The
to
worrisome
win.
thing is that he's left with 26 minutes in this complicated position, and he turns to spend time on every single move. So sooner or later he will have to speed up.
Sure. So yeah, we managed to predict
Yakovenko against Hare Krishna.
what's gonna happen
Queen
here.
b5 was played, bishop d2, bishop to b6, rook a8, rook a8, rook b1, bishop c7. So the line is still not over. Rook b5, check on a1.
Also, I don't get white's not over.
Bishop e1, knight h4 maybe. Maybe that's the point. I mean, at least to get this knight exchanged, also it's kind of damages white structure, right? I have to play king f1.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. It's kind of an improvement for black.
Knight e1 actually was played.
Yeah, which is also
No,
perfectly playable.
This I thought was maybe fine for black. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but I thought that probably here my pawn is gonna be faster than you expect it to be.
It's like
After some rook b7 followed by king e2, probably you're just not in time.
no. This one you don't want to play. It's bishop a5.
Yeah, all right.
So king e2 first, and maybe I drop back with the rook, like rook a7. Okay.
Yeah, it should be much closer to a draw actually.
Anyway,
Right.
it will not happen because knight e1 was played, so he keeps everything under control, it seems.
Unless
Now probably there is no tactic anymore
unless rook a2.
to attack this guy.
Yeah. Well, at the very least he can go back. I mean, so he didn't do anything.
Bishop e3, rook comes back. Rook c5. Ah no, then he can take d2 and
Take d4.
take d4.
Yeah.
Okay, we will see what's going to happen.
No, probably his idea is to play bishop c3 actually, which
Or here, bishop c3.
which somehow cuts the rook. And after knight f4, another precise move, king f1, will probably finish all the jumps from black.
Yeah, so yeah, it feels like
It feels like most probably white is going to be a healthy pawn up.
which might be still not
In
enough to
few
win,
moves,
but
definitely, but it should be enough for torturing for really long, right?
should be a long fight for a draw for black. Inarkiev and Gelfand. Well, this is something
Inarkiev
really surprising.
Inarkiev is on his way to,
Rook d6, rook a to c8, and
complicate
this
things.
move. This is something.
So yeah, a few moves ago we saw this knight on the 6 is rather bad.
Yeah, so we said
then-
like black
yeah.
will have to spend some time to regroup
Yeah.
with this knight from a6, and then
Yeah,
bishop
and then-
takes a6 comes. This is a bit unexpected.
Yeah.
Maybe this way he makes an e5 pawn more stable.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I mean, bishop a6 is a very good piece, but it will never attack e5 pawn, right? So
Yeah.
probably it makes some sense. Also, after rook a1, rook f8, I like Boris' position more. Still bishop b7 will come.
A d1, rook f d8. So what's now? I don't see how black can get into trouble, honestly.
No, definitely. I mean, obviously it's black who is trying, but the question is how much of a chance his tries
He has,
could
yeah.
rely on, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but still bishop b7.
Bishop b7, let's say I take once.
Yeah, you're always welcome to exchange
And what do I
something
do?
here.
Probably take all the rooks and put the knight. And maybe I don't do anything. No, then queen d5 comes. Yeah, it's still annoying.
Yeah,
Knight d6 and you might not even take.
I'm not even forced to do something.
I
I can play
want,
bishop d5,
bishop
but taking
d5.
is also perfectly good.
Bishop d5. Yeah, but after bishop d5 you have a plan. Queen d7, bishop f8, and you will surround this guy on d6.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but after taking you would probably take with the pawn, which is also a bad sign, I believe.
I could take with the queen. I
But
thought.
queen c7 then a third wins the pawn, so
Yeah.
as I'm threatening mate.
Okay, so not an easy life for Kiev just yet.
All
21 move is made, and
So they're
both of them on 40 minutes.
So yeah, they're equal in time, more or less. All right. So what else do we
Here,
have?
Peter Swidler has got his pawn to d7. Bishop f5 was met with g6, d7, queen f8, bishop goes to h3, bishop goes to e4. So she wants to put the bishop on d3, maybe. Is it a time for...
Which could still be insufficient, actually.
is it a time for Salem maneuver? Rook b5
Rook b5. Yeah.
and rook e5.
I don't know. I would actually, first of all, I would check gear maneuver rook c1.
To protect everything.
Yeah, to protect everything, and then you go bishop c7. Actually.
Wait, and don't I? Okay, rook
Yeah,
c1. Yeah,
I managed to guess it. Yeah.
rook c1.
Yeah, actually,
So to be very very solid, queen d2 and then bring the rook.
You know, all the people from St. Petersburg actually play more or less the same chess. Also, they try to, prove the opposite, but they do all the same.
Too many attractive moves for white, so you can.
Yeah, but actually, after queen c5, I'm not sure any of them works. It's probably bishop d6 as it works.
Bishop d6. Yeah, and then you have to choose.
But you could try bishop takes f3 here, forcing g takes, which is probably still good for white, but at least it's less obvious.
Takes here. Yeah, I will have to take with
the pawn, and then
with the pawn.
It's less obvious. Also, probably it's just lost for black. I will not be surprised actually.
It's like not clear where the queen goes. Queen c6, planning for knight b6. Yeah, actually, if you do not make progress immediately, potentially I have some ideas, like moving the bishop, playing f5.
No, your first idea is knight
b7, knight
c5.
c5. This is, of course, what I want.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe here black is okay. Yeah.
In some cases, even sacrificing, let's say, losing an exchange for d7 pawn might not be completely lost.
Yeah.
Black might get some counterplay because other pawns are rather weak.
Definitely, it wouldn't be.
Yeah. So white
the finish of the game.
White really wants to win it. Let's say without exchanging this pawn.
Yeah. So let's go back. What's wrong with queen c5?
So queen to c5. Do you attack anything?
No, I actually.
Queen e2. Wait, queen e2.
I actually wanted to prevent knight g5 and.
How about queen e2 here? So that if you take, I'll take with the queen. I'm very happy.
Well, the first thing you will need to explain me is what's wrong with bishop f5, trying to win the pawn.
I thought a check.
Yeah, but a check. Yeah, I know it's quite ambitious to say here that a check is only a check, but I'm not sure actually it's.
So, look, okay, I take here.
Okay, queen takes.
Queen takes. And then I will really have difficulties protecting it.
Well, I mean, unless you win immediately, your pick would be worse, actually.
So a check goes here and some...
Yeah, but d7 is hanging, so you could try some bishop d6.
Knight
which doesn't work.
I don't know what is that.
Queen takes f4 simply attacks everything.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
So queen c5 with the idea to play bishop f5. And could I start by doing this?
Yeah, definitely. My idea was to go king g7 anyway.
King g7 anyway. Maybe now I
also
have
here,
some tricks.
There is a
knight e5 here, maybe. Knight e5 here. Is it different? So now bishop h3, I take f6. And in general, I'm threatening f7.
Right, so I'm forced to...
But wait, and what? No,
queen takes f7. Yeah, that was my idea actually, to play bishop takes d7 at some point. So I'm kind of forced to play some...
This. Actually, after this check, if I... What happens if I get queen f8? Because this might be lost then.
Lost for...
Or no. Now, the pawn might be lost. I mean, I will have to take... Is it right? Yeah.
You could probably start by playing rook e1, I believe.
With queen on f8, rook e1, and this one is still alive.
Yeah.
That's funny.
As rook takes d7, runs into bishop takes f5.
Yeah, well, very easy to lose the track. Queen c5 is played.
Just played, yeah.
Queen c5 is played.
So we thought...
You see, that's why I wanted to play rook b5. I don't know if it was a good move, but it would, strangely enough, cover this c5 square. Queen c5 played. Now, but if there is a solution in this position, I have a feeling like Peter Swidler is the right guy to demonstrate the solution. I mean, usually he's very good in this type of positions.
Yeah, when he has initiative, yeah, and some good pieces, right?
Yeah, really. So this a check. Queen e2 played, yeah. Check.
So
we might see this forcing line now. Check, so queen f8. doesn't seem to work, and this, it's knight e5, right? I'm not sure if it's the end of the line.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I wanted to say, actually, that I didn't realize why you forced me to resign here.
No, I didn't.
So my original idea was to go queen d5.
Queen d5, even like that.
Then I realized I wondered all the versions of bishop h6 check, but I'm not sure it's the end of the world suddenly.
Takes.
And bishop h6.
Bishop h6.
Takes, knight takes f7 and takes
Knight f7 and
d8.
takes
And
d8.
I was hoping for some counterplay, yeah, which doesn't exist simply. Yeah. So this wins?
Yeah, this wins. Maybe there is something, but so far... Yeah, it's not the only move, bishop f5, yeah, but that was the most tempting one. Otherwise,
but
you can feel that white is getting somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise the pawn on d7 is
if the pawn,
protected, and then
if the pawn survives,
white will definitely come somehow.
It's like
right?
bishop c6, knight e5, for instance. Yeah, it already feels.
Yeah, I
very
mean,
bad.
even rook d1. I mean, basically, if you're in time to protect his pawn on d7, then most probably you're just winning.
I'm switching to the other game. Pavel Ulyanov and Richard Rapport. After queen a8, rook b3 was played, f6, knight went to c5. After knight takes c5, dc5, surprisingly. Or maybe not surprisingly, because after black played the queen on a8, maybe white all of a sudden will switch to operations in the center.
Yeah.
I think his idea is to go knight d4 and f3. I mean, this is what I can imagine. Let's say. Especially after bishop c7.
Right.
Knight d4, e5. I mean, there is something to...
Yeah, I mean, actually, if we are to talk about some, strategical plans, then after bishop c7, even knight d2 could be an option. So
takes and to play
and to play e4, yeah, exactly. So you try to exchange the knight, and then you go e4. And black has a very, very weak light squares around the king, and some rook h3 could come at some point.
and the queen is still weirdly placed.
Yeah. So Pavel Ulyanov is most probably pressing, although I mean many things are still to happen in this game.
Yeah, this is not yet defined.
Yeah.
Well, and Aronian's game against Salem, a lot of pieces got exchanged basically after knight g3, rook takes. And bishop d3 and rook e7, so black simply exchanges all the stuff.
And he didn't play rook e4, which is...
Aronian didn't play rook e4, which is interesting, because he still could. Rook e4 and...
Yeah.
Okay, so he has taken, went knight e2.
Yeah, actually I don't like this,
c6. Yeah, he can't take d4. Takes, b3. But now it will be very tough to... Right, I mean, even if somehow you take this pawn,
yeah, that's what I wanted to say. For instance,
king h7, or I mean, or queen, queen e6. First of all, it's a
you
how do you
take? Yeah.
How do you take? And even so, then bishop takes, queen takes. Black activates the queen, let's say, and some queen's ending.
Yeah.
I mean,
huge chances for a draw. Yeah, definitely.
For instance, how do you manage your king? Because
you probably just go g3 followed by king g2.
Maybe he can run all the way to somewhere here on the cover of this knight.
Yeah, but then you will attack this h and
queen h4. Yeah. So it's not easy. And maybe black can actually expand over here, expand with g5.
Yeah, but then some light squares will remind of themselves, some knight
so
g3,
you mean knight to
or maybe king of 1 first and then knight g3. Yeah, but
so still it's Aronian, of course, who is trying, but
it feels like
the transformation which happened to the position we don't quite like for white.
Yeah.
So maybe Salem will get the chance to escape.
All right.
So I think another proper moment to make a break. After 2.5 hours of play, 7 games are still in progress. Rajabov has got a better position against Nepomniachtchi. Grishuk might be getting some chances against Giri, so all games of the leaders are very tense. Stay tuned, we will be back after 10 minutes.
Round 8 of FIDE World Chess Grand Prix in Geneva could decide the destiny of one qualifying place to the candidates. Two overall leaders of Grand Prix, Shahryar Mamediyarov and Alexander Grishuk, faced each other at board 2. If one of them won, he would overcome the other and practically guarantee himself a place at the candidates tournament. So all eyes were set at this encounter. For both Mamediyarov and Grishuk, this tournament is the last one of the series. They won't participate in Palma and cannot change their situation anymore. Grishuk got a good position out of the opening and was pressing his opponent. Mamediyarov went for a saving exchange sacrifice and perhaps could pose even more problems after, but it didn't happen and the game ended in a draw. Now the destiny of both qualifying places will be definitely decided in the last tournament of the series in Palma de Mallorca. Tournament situation favors Timur Rajabov, and he offered Alexander Ryzantsev a draw as early as at move 12. There is no special rule that would prevent players from draw offers. Ryzantsev decided that there is no point to keep on playing with black against the leader and agreed. By the way, before round 8, Rajabov was showing 29-25 performance and was adding 19 elo points to his 27-24 rating. On board 3, Lichao won against Pentala Harikrishna and kicked him off the shared second place. The position looked very simple, but Lichao was optimistic about the outcome, because white didn't risk anything, and it was not easy for black to defend in the endgame. Birthday boy Jan Nepomniachtchi won a very interesting game against Levon Aronian.
Levon clearly had to play on for a win with black to keep some chances, let's say, in overall Grand Prix situation. And that's why he chose very interesting and ambitious line.
Aronian created an interesting attack, and the position looked really dangerous for white.
And from a human point of view, at least, yeah, the black's initiative was very dangerous, especially after queen c2 bishop e3. So I'm not sure if I missed something critical. Like I was losing, but I felt like I should, with some precise moves, I should hold.
However, in a later game, Aronian misplayed it, and in a sharp position, the value of one mistake is too high. Nepomniachtchi got an extra material and converted it without problems. Among the other results of round 8 were Giri winning against Ho Yifan and Adams taking an upper hand against Rapport. Before the last round, Timur Rajabov is leading the field with 5.5 points. Alexander Grishuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi are closely following him with 5 points. In the ultimate round of FIDE World Chess Grand Prix in Geneva, Jan Nepomniachtchi will play white against Timur Rajabov, and this won't be an easy task for the leader.
And we are back again to cover round 9 of Geneva Grand Prix. Things are heating up in this last round. 7 games are still in progress. To remind you, there were a couple of draws. Ryazantsev made a quick draw against Adams, and Mamediyarov secured his +1 by making a quick draw with white against... Who was his opponent? Li Chao.
Yeah, and that draw was far more surprising, although...
Yeah, it looked like Mamediyarov had to the tournament situation, let's say, would advise him to try a bit.
Yeah,
but he decided otherwise. Jan Nepomniachtchi might be in danger against the leader, Teimur Rajabov. So that was the position we've seen last time. After rook d7, indeed, bishop e3 was played by Jan. Bishop takes, and he has taken with the pawn. A sad decision, but...
but that probably means...
Knight e6.
Black is going to enjoy a very, very nice edge for the rest of the game.
Rook f1, queen to e7, before knight went to g5. Knight f3, knight takes f3, gf3, and queen g5 was played. After rook a1, the critical move seems to be
h5, right?
h5.
Also, rook e8 also could be making sense.
Yeah, rook e8. But then I have a question. Bishop e6, is it rook d2?
Yeah, but rook d2 just has sort of wins, actually, to be honest.
Rook d2 wins.
So what do you do then? I mean, just a queenish rook comes. So I
thought like to take here.
Yeah, but I just ignore. No, I go. I mean, king h7, for instance.
Yeah, king h7. Then maybe this is completely lost, right? Like to take play rook f2 is completely lost.
Yeah, should be.
Takes.
Pawns are weak. Win
rook f2 and then rook d3, keeping the rook and then winning a pawn.
Actually, queen h4 finishes.
Queen h4 was winning
immediately. Yeah. All right.
So maybe then this is because bishop e6. If f e6, rook f2 or rook e2, then he might be holding.
Actually, maybe still lost. Rook d3 followed by h5.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So black has the only open file. The king is weak. The pawns are weak.
Black is coming everywhere. Actually, yeah. So no,
So
but the question
rook e2
here,
has
the
to
question is that here probably you're in time to play queen g2, queen g3, just
Queen g2.
just
and
to get
after this queen g3.
just to get your queen closer to your king, and then probably, if some very very good things would happen, you would probably play f4.
Even that. If I start doubling on the second rank, I don't know.
Well, I mean, obviously it's dangerous for white anyway. Obviously it's black who's trying, and obviously black is better. And the question is how much better he is.
Rook e d8 was played, by the way. So this is bad, right? Rook e2, then h5, and...
No, I mean, it's just a better version of h5. I'm not sure it's that bad. Also, probably it is, actually, as I don't see how to protect the pawn.
Maybe
yeah.
it was needed to play rook f2, at least to have rook g2. No, not because now
yeah.
the 3 pawn is
yeah,
hanging
maybe
as
let's
well.
try this, yeah. So rook
So
f2.
this, for instance, h5, and I don't know if I have to take this. Probably it does not run away just now, so rook g2.
But probably it does after queen h4.
Queen h4, knight g5, queen h4 with a tempo.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that after queen f2, still knight g5 is the move.
That's the line we have to show. Queen h4, queen goes here, and knight g5, and then black's concentration becomes overwhelming, it seems. Queen h2
was played by
Jan.
Probably with the same idea to put it on g3.
Here.
Also, could it be that queen h5 is his idea? Yeah, hard to imagine. Black simply takes and goes
takes.
Knight g5 maybe, yeah?
Knight goes to g5, and rook c2 is a potential threat. No, this is something looking very, very sad.
Alright.
This looks very, very sad for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and in general his position is a bit depressing, I would say. So rook d2. Actually, over here I thought, no, this probably cannot work, even though sometimes, you know.
Yeah, actually I thought of this.
But queen h3 and queen h5.
Yeah, actually I thought of this, that it's almost the only line where before turns out to be useful move.
If not for
otherwise
before, queen c5 would win on a spot.
Yeah.
And I was even looking at some slower attempts, but it's probably not realistic. Queen e5, queen h5 is here.
Yeah.
Rook d2 played. Can he play rook f2, by the way?
I said then rook d1.
b1, rook e2.
Yeah, but then queen f6 maybe. I mean, in general, I'm not sure that exchanges are making white's life easier. First of all, there is a rook d2 here, which is probably stupid, but at least it's a nice move to play.
I don't know why it's stupid. I mean, I will probably
Me too,
have to
actually,
take.
yeah.
We'll probably have to take king f2. This is something I don't enjoy all that much.
Yeah, then maybe some queen d8 could be smart. I don't know.
So not pleasant whatsoever for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Right.
Radjabov is clearly in a driver's seat, and even with the draw, it seems like he secures the first place. But
yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And actually, I mean, seemingly no risk for Timur so far. So it's just a free pressure.
Let's see if Grishuk is having a good position. Well, he's got 16 minutes still, which is already not such a time trouble.
Yeah, but
they reached move 28.
And he also improved, I believe. As in general, well, I'm not sure, but in general, I believe it's good for black to exchange some pawns in the queen side just to.
So f4.
Just to have less,
less potential weaknesses.
Yeah, less things to worry about in general.
Bishop h7, bishop f4, knight went to e5.
Yeah, king h1.
King h1, queen e7. The bishop is still not playing though on h7. b5, rook a to d8. B takes. So he will still have to spend some time to get this guy into play.
Well, I'm not sure he's not going to play g5 actually, which is a bit faster way to activate.
I mean g5 one day.
And no, maybe next move actually, not one day, but next move.
But if I take...
Then just bishop takes.
Bishop takes, giving away this pawn because knight g4 is
exactly.
the old motive.
And taking in account the fact that Grishuk also needs to win.
Then, this we more or less established that in case of a draw, it's most likely that Mamedyarov will overtake Grishuk.
Yeah.
By the Grand Prix points count. And we still don't know. Actually, I'm starting to wonder. Rajabov, what was his result in Moscow? Was it 50% or +1? Maybe it was +1 in the end. Because if he takes the clear first here, then he might be a candidate. I mean, he still has
one more
tournament to play. Who knows? Okay, Bishop BC6, BC6. And
I don't know. In Moscow, I remember him having many bad positions, but I don't remember him losing. He was almost lost against Swidler, for instance, but he managed to hold.
He has won against Vallejo. That's the only thing I remember. That
as black, I mean, it's Sicilian. Yeah.
And maybe he didn't lose a single one.
Or maybe he did, actually, but okay, I mean, hard to say.
Okay, so here Giri is thinking there is definitely something to think about. I still don't think that White's possession is bad or anything, but potentially it can become problematic.
Well, I mean, the problem is that now White has nothing to attack actually, because it's only Black's weakness left is c6 pawn and the c5 is...
Okay, let's say I put the knight back to...
Yeah, but still no threats actually, so I mean, if Black has some plan, he can actually do it. For instance, rook a8 maybe.
Not clear what this rook is. He just played rook d8.
Yeah, alright, then...
One move earlier.
Okay, let me try c5, which is more ambitious. After knight d4.
So once again, it's knight d4, c5. I actually had some idea, but I don't know which one. Knight f3, then d4 and
I take f3.
Yeah, this I thought I'm holding, no problem.
No, but d4 first, I thought, no?
Yeah, d4, so that knight goes to b5, yeah?
Yeah, and then I take, but I thought it could be actually problematic for White.
This, d4, knight b5, knight f3. Let's say I'm taking here.
Takes.
And
then I only need to get my bishop back now. Also, probably I will not. Yeah, knight c7 comes.
Knight c7, rook b7.
Yeah, so I will be in time to play some knight d7, f6, and bishop g8.
Knight d5.
But then you
doesn't work.
Then you take and knight c7.
Knight c7.
Yeah.
Right, Giri will be thinking here, looking for the best option.
All right.
I think in next 5 moves everything will be clear.
Yeah.
Not the game will finish, but I mean everything will be clear. If White
is... character, the character of the game, right.
Here the character of the game is already clear long time ago. Pawn up for White indeed. After this check on a1, knight e1 was played, rook d1, rook b2. So White pieces were driven a bit back, but then slowly but surely White starts to improve. g3, so that knight h3 is answered with king g2, knight d5, rook a1. Even though when he managed to put this knight on d5, somehow might not be that easy. King d3, but still knight goes to d3.
Well,
I mean, he wants some king e4.
Yeah, important thing to know about that position is that the rook ending is objectively draw, as I know.
So if we remove all the minor pieces...
Yes, exactly, then it's
but
draw.
But nobody knows how to make this draw. Or
no, but actually it's pretty difficult not to make this draw, you know.
I remember Swidler winning this one against Giri once. It was precisely this endgame with d pawn and 3 versus 3, so I don't know.
All right. And as I know, I mean, the bishop ending is also a draw.
which is somewhat easier to believe. Even if you get the pawn on d5, it's like king d7,
king d7
you put g6
and you just wait. Yeah, g6 f5 and you just wait. Yeah, exactly.
So potentially a lot of various transformations in which black should be able to hold.
So yeah, I mean, the worst scenario for black is knight ending, obviously.
But how do you trade the bishops?
Which is completely lost. Yeah.
How do you trade the bishops?
I believe most probably Hare Krishna will trade the knights at some point, but he will not.
Somehow knight e3.
Yeah, but he will not trade rooks or bishops. So he will try with rooks and bishops, but without knights.
Potentially can be a long game. They will.
Well, it's already not that, you know.
Not that short. Already,
not that short. Yeah.
Already 3 hours.
Yeah.
Right. And no, I mean they reached move 36, and no. No doubt it will pass first time control, and it
also second,
will
I believe,
probably pass the second time control as well.
Okay, but what to do? Sometimes we have to work.
Yeah, this one in Kiev against Gelfand. That's contrary. Everything will be decided, I think, before move 40. Rook d6 and then knight d6. Rook d8, rook to d2, bishop b7. So now black once again wants to take.
Yeah, it's never completely equal. Yeah, I mean it's almost equal after knight takes b7, but still it's never...
Knight b7 you have to take.
It's never that equal, yeah, so you take...
Take with the knight maybe.
Yeah, and maybe 4, but still some g5 will come one day.
I'm wondering if it's f4 or I have to... Can I do this? Then you go queen c7. That's annoying. No, I will have to play f4. Yeah, maybe the best I can do with white, if I'm in time, to get this knight to f6. Let's say queen d4 and then to get this knight to f6.
Yeah, but I'm not sure you're in time.
I should not be in time.
For instance, after queen d5.
Should not be in time like this.
94 g5. I mean, most probably.
94 g5.
Most probably you will not be in time.
So that if I take...
I simply take back, I believe.
Knight g5, bishop d4, right? Or
bishop takes e5 first, but...
sorry, bishop e5, yeah.
But it's coming.
Knight f3.
Yeah, but then you're just worse.
No?
I mean, it's just pleasant for black. So your h3 pawn could be weak, you know, one day. Actually, maybe even bishop b2 is stronger here.
Okay, so black is definitely the side who is trying.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, it's far away from the position we had in the game, but very...
Knight b7 is played,
yeah,
so now this is forced.
Takes.
This is forced.
I actually didn't understand why you didn't like your queen d4. And the second thing I wanted to ask, why you're not recapturing with the queen here.
Queen takes.
Yeah. No. And then probably you put your queen to d4.
You mean like this and do not and not move.
And yeah, somehow you hope that nothing will happen, but I'm not sure it's the case. Still, black has ideas. He will play b5, bishop f8, bishop f7. Then he will somehow.
So ideally, what I have to do, I have to play a4 and b5. Then I'm more or less secure.
Equalized. Also, still some c5 square for the bishop. I mean, even that would be. And actually, Boris is not, kind of the guy who would you prefer to defend this position against? I mean.
Queen takes, queen here.
Actually, maybe white needs to, to find some counterplay. Maybe it could be connected with h4, h5, for instance.
Yeah, h4 is not a bad move, actually. So this maybe I play.
Yeah, just to avoid some queen e4, right?
Yeah, and then maybe h4 next is... So it's either I will be threatening h5 in the right moment, or if black plays h5, then he loses flexibility of the king side. So still feels like it has to be possible to keep.
Yeah, definitely, but
if black wants, he can try.
Yeah, the question is how much unpleasant it is. I mean, so far it's definitely not something dramatically bad for Kiev.
Next. Well, something has happened already. After well, Peter Swidler has won. This is what has happened. He has won, and pretty quickly. After Queen E2, Bishop F5 turns to be there is a simple solution. Rook F1, Rook D1, protected D7. Bishop H3, G takes H3. King here, Rook to D6, and white pieces just keep coming. Bishop C3, Knight G5. Queen to F5, Queen E7, H6, a check on E6.
Yeah.
King H7 takes here, and Knight takes F7. So,
very good game finally from Peter.
Yeah, finally Peter Swidler wins, which gives him +1 as the final result, the same he had in Moscow.
Yeah, so, and there's some losing streak for Hui Fan. Yeah, continues.
Yeah, Hui Fan lost a lot of. Yeah, actually.
2 games in a row.
Two games in a row, and she lost quite a lot in this tournament altogether. Now, I'm wondering if Swidler has a theoretical chance if he wins the last.
He finished Moscow maybe. +1, I believe.
And this one on +1 as well. So maybe if he wins the tournament alone.
Still hard to believe.
Still, even in this case, it's hard to believe. It will have to be a lot of things to happen in one tournament. Right, Rapport and Elianov. Finally, it gets quite interesting. So after DC5, Bishop B8. It's only Rapport who could put the pieces this way, and then you need the knight on B7. I mean, to make it.
Or maybe to D8 just to put all your pieces
on the last rank. Yeah. So knight D4, but if we are serious, it's probably he probably found some, let's say, some logic in having the bishop on B8, not on C7. E5,
no, but it's pretty obvious. He needs a 7th rank to
bring the queen back.
Yeah, to get his queen back. Yeah,
okay, exactly. So it's queen B7.
Yeah.
First benefit is already seen. Yes.
Yeah.
F3, knight goes to G5.
And E4. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
This bishop is quite passive.
Yeah, feeling a bit stupid. Yeah, there.
So A6,
and A6,
A4.
And A6 probably means that black failed to find any active idea, which is a very, very bad sign for him.
G6, knight to E3, D E4.
Alright. Yeah, at least now he has some squares.
F4 now.
Also,
this square, you mean? So some.
Yeah.
Well, might be not easy for Elianov though to get the full control, because there is always gonna be something going to D4. Rook D8 now. Yeah, now he wants Rook D4. If you play H4, then you just simply help this knight to get to E6 and D4 later.
Yeah, but the bad thing for black is that after bishop c3, for instance, which looks a bit ugly, but okay.
Oops.
And let's put it on the board.
Bishop c3.
I actually don't see how black could improve his position. As black, white has some plan connected to pressing over the f-file. So he
bishop c3. The rook is a bit stuck. Yeah, maybe to give it no check. You probably don't want to. This. Can I go mad and play rook d4 here? Probably not.
Not sure. Yeah.
If I do this, then okay, at least knight c4, so that to have it on d6.
Yeah. Actually, white could also try bishop h4.
Bishop h4 here. Yeah, that would be not bad.
Unless I'm blundering knight takes c4, but I have a feeling I'm not blundering. I don't know why actually, but I have a feeling.
Knight e4. And yeah, that's a funny line. Maybe it works. Maybe it works. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, and by the way, after this, if I go knight e6 and then put it on d4, what white is going to do? Yeah, maybe this is what I have to do actually.
No, so white needs to ignore it somehow. So the main idea for white here is suddenly to double the rook on the file, but I don't know how to get this. So maybe to start with some queen a2, then.
But then rook d3 comes, or it's not that.
But then
clear.
bishop takes e5, maybe.
Okay,
So
let's show this line. Queen a2.
So you
the
will
point
start-
is that after knight d4, it's rook b2 with a check, and then rooks are coming to f file. Yeah.
Yeah, but you will probably start with queen f7, which is much.
This queen a2.
And queen f7 is much smarter, I'm afraid.
F7, then opting for rook d3. So it's still not easy.
Yeah.
It feels like Elyanov is
Definitely.
better, but it's not easy.
And Elyanov is down to 15 minutes on move 27 only, so.
So it's getting a bit of a time trouble. I mean,
Yeah.
it can be potentially quite tricky. Yeah, over here, Aronian will win the pawn now, it seems.
Yeah, after knight c2, I mean, it's gonna be very difficult to prevent that. So let's check how they.
It's very
Reach.
quickly. King f7, g3, queen e3 check. What's the
Queen 3 check is extremely strange move here.
takes, knight f4. He wasn't even in a time trouble. And
Yeah, but
bishop
it's
h6,
extremely
knight
strange move.
d3.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's more or less clear that this pawn is going to be lost.
No, but queen e3 check is something, you know,
Knight
it's.
b4, king e2. Yeah, he's got to win this one and probably the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
And
like.
Salem is down to 1 minute, so it's a bit of a time trouble.
Yeah,
and-
but still, I mean, I don't like claiming such things, but queen e3 check is one of the worst moves of the tournament here. Because even if you pass, I mean, after knight xd4, you will have, you know.
You will have chances with
Quite
queens
some
on the board.
chances,
Yeah.
yeah.
With queens on the board, you will always have chances, and you are not forced to pass. I mean, you can play this, for instance.
Yeah,
right?
plus he could probably play d5, which was probably making sense.
So if takes, simply to take back.
Takes, yeah, and then queen a3 at some point could be an idea.
Yes, queen e3 is really strange. It feels like
Yeah,
black is sort of panicked, and by that time he still had 20 minutes.
yeah.
So that's strange transformation. Now Aronian is winning the pawn, and as we said, most likely the
It's a
game.
game, yeah.
Most likely the game as well. Seconds left for Salem Saleh. So
And only 3 moves left, yeah, to the time control. All right.
we can wait. I mean, for this move to pop up, because I think king d6. This will not really make white think for a long time, it seems.
Actually, maybe it's quite smart to play knight d4. I start wondering, you can try to be very, very smart with knight d4.
Knight d4, king goes back, and then f4, and to take.
Or even king d3 first, just to improve first. Yeah, and knight d4 was played, and I like this actually.
f4 is possible.
f4 is, yeah, good enough.
f4 and then to take. Okay, so
Yeah,
we think.
probably it was important actually to prevent black king from activating, right?
You mean it could have been that knight e3, king e5, king would
Yeah,
get somewhere.
you-
King d3 still.
Yeah,
followed
still,
by f4.
yeah, still hard to believe. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, f4, bishop g7. Now white is going to take on e3. Black will surely make it to a time control, but
Yeah, but it should be completely lost, I believe.
should be completely lost indeed.
Yeah. All right.
King e3, and
So now some move from Salem, and we will switch for another game. As the time
but
trouble
it
will be
feels
finished.
like he did all the common mistakes in a time trouble, like those exchanges and this
Yeah.
and that. Usually, someone who is more experienced would probably try to keep the structure. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe d5 is good, but generally, if you have a lack of time to make a decision, you try to keep the
do
position.
nothing, actually,
Yeah,
yeah,
to
I
keep
mean,
the position during the time
Yeah,
control,
like
to play
queen
moves like
E5,
queen
yeah.
e5,
Yeah.
if f4, maybe queen c5,
Or even queen
hoping- or
A5,
queen
yeah.
a5,
Yeah.
trying to get to g1, something like that. Because
Right.
yeah, it's not advisable to change the character of the game this way.
Yeah.
King e3.
All right.
So one more move is left. So I'm wondering if he will make another change to a structure by playing d5. That's maybe.
Yeah, but this one will affect less actually.
So it will. lead from lost position to a lost position.
Yeah.
I mean, so it will not change the evaluation. D5
he
was
played
D5 played. Okay, now the question is what to probably you. And actually, I'm not sure. What do we do with white? Maybe it's not such a silly move. Because if you take.
No, but it's completely lost anyway. I mean, whatever. First of all, you can attack the g6 pawn at some point. For instance, if you take d5, even if you take d5, although it's not that I like it very much, but let's imagine c takes d5, knight f3.
Takes, knight f3. I will have to run quickly.
Yeah, and probably even knight e5 wins here.
Knight e5 is interesting because it's an attempt to win on a spot. Yeah, maybe. Levon has 1 hour 14 minutes to calculate this.
Yeah.
Knight e5, no, this should be winning. Takes, and then this
h3. Yeah.
h3.
Yeah, I thought it should be winning. Yeah.
Usual thing with side passed pawn.
Yeah, most probably it's lost. Yeah.
So what should I do? Give a check.
No idea actually. Should be just lost.
I'm losing the a-pawn anyway. No, I thought the chance could be that after this I play this. Of course, if I take it, it's absolutely lost position.
Yeah, but still I will play h4 first maybe.
Yeah, here I'm getting in a Zugzwang, then this, and once again it's completely winning.
Yeah.
So Aronian will win, but it will only bring him back to 50%.
Yeah.
A disappointing tournament. So once again, I want to remind that Peter Swidler played the first decisive game today, overtaking Ho Yifan. So this we can close, and let's go back. Well, actually, something has changed in the Lyanov's game against Rapport. By accident, I've opened this one, and it's quite interesting. After cd8, rook d3 was played, rook d4, which is a pawn sacrifice. Takes, queen c4 check.
Yeah, but at least his bishop on b8 now starts to make some sense, yeah.
He's now will get all the pieces in this way or another. Bishop e5, yeah.
Plus, so actually, I'm not sure it's a sacrifice. As for instance, after queen f7, queen takes d4, there is some rook e8 or queen e6, I don't know.
So he might get this pawn back, you mean?
Yeah, but rook e8 probably runs into knight g4. Unless I'm blundering something, which I'm capable of. Yeah,
maybe queen e6 was like to cover the g4 square as well.
Yeah, but then queen c4 or rook c4. I thought maybe queen c4.
Okay, rook e8, knight g4. I will have to play this. This is already.
Yeah, but then diagonal
something unpleasant.
looks good for white. Maybe bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Knight takes c4 and maybe somehow simply bishop b2.
Wait, does rook e1 win all of a sudden? Maybe rook e1 works. I mean, at least this line works. Rook e8, followed by queen f6, followed by knight h6 mate.
Yeah, this one is nice. Yeah.
Okay, so still not easy for Rapport. And as I said, we go.
Yeah, but at least we can claim that. Lyanov
it gets entertaining, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Lyanov managed to convert his some positional advantage to an extra pawn. So now it's completely obvious that he's the one who is trying.
As we said, we go to top boards. We go to board 1.
So, what happened here?
After rook e to d8, queen h2, rook d2. Rook e2 was played indeed by Jan. Rook d1, bishop to d5. Black takes on f1, plays c6. White takes on e6, and rook d1 intermediate.
Yeah, I mean, it's very logical. Because otherwise, after f takes e6, white would be in time to play rook d2, and probably he's even slightly better.
Rook d2 to intercept the file.
Thanks to his. Funny to say that in this game, but better pawn structure for white.
Still to win this, I mean, with queen being active.
Yeah, but king g2. No. I mean, if somebody could win here, it's white.
Yeah, it's white, right. Okay. Anyway, rook d1, very important intermediate check. Yeah. Rook e1 is not possible. because takes,
And queen is 3
queen
check.
e3. And I was even thinking of this pawn ending, but there is
Queen
queen
takes
c3,
C3,
another
yeah.
check. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's too many.
Alright.
King f2, f takes e6, and queen h5. So he goes for rook ending. I mean, that's what he wants to get. Is it? Well, actually, it's a brave decision. I would say, because I'm not sure if it's...
Well, to start with, black is not forced to enter it, right?
Queen is. But what do you play?
Queen d8, I said. You can never take e5 as queen h4.
Queen h4 is coming.
Queen g3 and rook f1.
But still, I'm curious to look at this one. Takes. If rook goes here, then it's rook d2 apparently, right? But what happens if I start with this move?
Yeah, this one should also be very, very unpleasant. I agree.
Because now you can have funny pawns here. This king e7, and then, I mean, this moment it's equal number of pawns, but all of a sudden black has two connected passers.
Yeah, but
I mean, no, this is completely bad. Queen h5 played, actually. Queen h5 played by Timur.
Yeah, it's quite logical from the job of his...
Because, yeah, still he keeps the winning chances and he can never lose this.
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
Queen h5, maybe queen d8 exists and was also possible and maybe strong, but yeah, knowing the tournament situation, he decided to be absolutely safe, like rock solid.
Plus, as the more I look at the position after king f7, the more I worry about Jan. Because the problem is that even c5 at some point after king e7 could be an idea. And then king d7 c6, yeah?
Potentially too many weak pawns.
Yeah.
This, I mean, first of all, the usual reaction is rook d3, right? But also, this as well might be...
No, this is probably a draw, but...
I will not make progress here, yeah?
Maybe, but king f6 wins for sure.
Ah, king f6, king f5, yeah. Why do I play g6 here?
Yeah, because after f4 you will.
Actually,
yeah.
Yeah, so really problematic for Jan, and very nice tournament for Rajabov, I have to say.
Yeah.
Even though this draw yesterday is still somewhat disappointing. Draw after 10 minutes and 10 moves. Well, in the game of Krishuk against Anish Giri, well, something has happened. Actually, a lot of things has happened. B takes, queen e1 was played.
Yeah, and
to which Grishuk replied with d4.
Yeah, d4 is basically a draw, friend, right?
Knight takes, so now every single move is the capture.
Yeah.
E d3, queen to e1. Everything swapped on e1, bishop f4, knight c6, rook d3.
Hard to imagine somebody trying to win this by any side, yeah. Yeah.
This.
Yeah, it's kind of a pity actually to.
This.
You know, to.
This.
To miss some good fights in this game.
Check.
Actually, this one is probably a way to lose with white, as after rook takes g8 I will play king h7, and you will still have to prove you're not worse.
No, I don't think so.
No, but rook d3, you know, here it's not easy.
I'll take play f6. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah,
even this.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, it should be a draw. Yeah.
What I wanted to show that the line with captures on every move continues. After g8, king g8, knight e7, and we are left in knight c2. Will Giri once again snatch some pawn like yesterday? That would be funny. Knight c2, or it's... What is this knight c2 actually? And he wants to take with the bishop on c6 and claim... Yeah, that would be extremely interesting. I mean, if really white wins the pawn like that...
Oh, first of all, I don't believe that could be dangerous for black, for instance.
Yeah, that's right.
If black simply goes bishop c7, for instance.
Bishop c7,
not
bishop
you know,
c6.
Yeah, and then probably some...
g6.
Yeah, or maybe h5 first, I think.
H5, yeah, that's absolutely right. But anyway, if let's say if it wins the pawn, then it is a best move in the position.
Yeah, plus Holy-Fan also thought it's not.
It's a draw, it's never gonna happen anything. Wait, but why not this? Actually?
Yeah, but then knight takes, followed by knight e5.
Knight takes, rook takes, and knight e5.
Yeah, and you could try to win the knight then, but I'm not sure.
You mean this?
Yeah.
So the bishop
but
f2
I'm not
is the idea.
I'm not sure it works. So you can probably take f7 and go back actually. And then you will
goes back.
Then
Bishop f2, exchange of tactical ideas, and then finally rook moves.
Yeah, but then you probably take f5 and still get mated, right?
Well, that's another funny, very, very long tactical line. Let's say rook b1, I'm not sure
for instance.
where the rook goes. Bishop f5, g f5, rook e2,
check.
It's a check, followed by
but rook
knight
e8,
g6, and then there is rook e8.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't
Unfortunately
work.
for white, it's just a draw.
Yeah.
So it will be a draw then, which will ensure Rajabov, even though his game is in progress, he is already a winner.
Yeah.
He cannot lose. He can only win this one. Hari Krishna did get an extra pawn and did get this position with bishops and rooks.
Yeah, that we somehow predicted. Yeah, but...
Yeah, actually with rooks it's unpleasant, because white will expand slowly. I mean, if white's to move, he wants probably to go g5 and king to e4, and if it gets all g4 and king to e4, if it gets all red. So if rooks are not on the board, then you would probably play f5 with black, right?
Yeah, then it would.
Then it's rook b7.
Then it would be almost the draw, yeah.
Rook b7, and white starts to disturb those pawns.
And another problem for black is that, okay, this king on e6 is kind of effective, but after g4, the pawn on h7 could become weak one day. After g4, for instance, if white manages some rook c8, rook h8, then you will find it hard to protect the pawn. So, yeah.
No, but basically, look, I mean, if g4, king e4, and I will be already threatening rook b7 with some mating ideas, even that.
No, but still you will never mate after rook a4, I mean...
so the d pawn is not moved.
Don't get overexcited.
F pawn will start maybe this is what I want. Look, g4, king e4.
All right.
And then moving the f pawn to f5.
So let's try.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah.
Black has to actually to pass, which is not easy.
So I don't know.
H5. By the way, maybe h5.
Rook e4, maybe.
H5 is something that you want.
H5 is probably smart, yeah.
Maybe h5 is something that you want. So the g4. Anyway, let's say I'm even ready.
No, but you shouldn't play g4.
I shouldn't play g4, right? Most likely, and then you wait.
No, but then I probably wait on g1 actually to have some counterplay. So I go rook a1 instead.
The problem is that once I make a move, I cannot go back. Takes, rook a1.
Yeah.
After this, rook
g1. Yeah.
Rook g1.
Yeah, this one should be closer to a draw than, say, the position we had like 10 moves ago.
And even so, then rook e1, yeah?
Yeah, this one is much closer, yeah. At least I feel this way, but I don't know. No, but the thing is that
h5
after h5 you should probably play king e4, then you try 4 f5. Trying to ensure the h5 pawn will be weak after f4,
that's
f5.
I thought, but then h3, g3 are also weak.
Right, but I'm not sure black isn't tired.
Now I'm waiting on...
Yeah.
Now, second rank, you might once again play d5. Actually, d5, rook b7. And what do I do? Go to 8th rank? This is also something that I don't like.
Plus, another question is what you do after rook b6 instead of d5, which is even more unpleasant, I believe.
Rook b6, I'll probably drop back.
Yeah, but then I go rook b7 and I force you to back rank with the pawn on d4. Then I go king d5, king c6, which is even more depressing.
Yeah, what I wanted to say that if king is cut over the 7th rank, then even bishop f4 in the right moment transferring to a rook ending could be very, very bad.
Yeah, definitely.
So Yakovenko's defensive task is actually quite tough. So just quickly, what happens here? Well, look, Boris managed to fix this pawn on a3. Will it be enough? We don't know.
Well, I mean, the tendency definitely roots for Boris, right? I mean,
now it's white to move. Do we have a move? Once again, I'll quickly reload this one. Yeah, do we have a move like queen e4? No, it's a check from c1. Yeah, because if black drops back bishop f8, he's already like almost winning.
Yeah. I mean, in general, it's much easier to improve black's position, right? I mean,
those are three moves I want to play. Bishop
white
f8. For instance, if white skips, it's bishop f8, not yet threatening anything, but after this I think maybe this is already beginning of the end, because when you take, it's bishop c5.
Queen d8.
You have queen d2 still.
Yeah.
You still have queen d2.
Yeah, but you could play queen b7 just not to give up the pawn.
So you mean over here?
So it was like g3.
Bishop f8,
king
g2, queen b7.
I don't know, for instance, I don't know. Maybe something else.
Queen b7 in order to play bishop c5. Yeah. The feeling is like it's got to be rather bad.
Yeah. And once again, it's much easier to improve for Gelfand. I mean, basically, I would say if white is still holding, then he needs to find some study-like draw now. I would probably try h5 already.
g5?
Yeah, but after g5, I have some hope to give a perpetual on 8 and d4 at some point.
So that the diagonal is open.
At least, although I don't know how that's gonna work, to be honest.
Wait, with so many weaknesses, sometimes
I
can take and say that this is my extra pawn.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's also not clear.
Yeah, this could also be unpleasant.
Knight. I mean, you need this moment. You need kind of put the knight on f6 already, which is very, very far from that.
Yeah.
Narkiev has spent 3.5 minutes here, which suggests that there isn't an easy move for him.
Yeah. So he's down to 7 minutes and more than 10 moves left for him. Yeah.
Not easy at all.
No, he's probably. Could we go back for a second? He's probably calculating some direct stuff like queen d4 actually.
Queen d4.
And probably that's what he has to do. Then he goes king h2, and at least he takes b6.
Takes b6.
And if he's not completely lost, then it's a draw.
There.
Yeah. And then some study-like stuff, like, I don't know, queen to h6 maybe.
Queen a6, and this pawn is moving and this pawn is moving, right?
Yeah, then at some point you will take e5 and a few more arrows with 4 against 3, which is actually extremely dangerous with queens, right?
This. Then I take.
Then you take, then you promote.
g3, promote, yeah. So once again, it's...
Yeah, but as I know, it's considered to be extremely dangerous, almost lost, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I thought there was a draw, but there are obviously chances.
Yeah.
Queen d4. Any other way for black?
Maybe bishop f8 simply. Makes sense.
Yeah, not that you will enjoy this position with white.
Yeah,
right?
so queen c1
and some bishop c5.
Or maybe bishop takes h3
maybe
first.
Maybe to take and then to put on c5. And once again,
still it's no rush for black.
All the problems stay. b5 will be weak. Yeah, imagine this pawn has disappeared. b5 will be weak, f2 will be weak, e5 will be weak. So all the weaknesses and no direct counterplay. Queen d4 was played.
All
So
right.
now Boris has to decide which way to go. Pavel Elianov and Richard Rapport have... Well, they've changed the position one more
So
time.
let's check briefly, yeah, how this position
Takes,
arises.
check, King G7, very simple. After this capture, Queen E7 and Rook D1 played by Elianov. Apparently,
Yeah, actually
Rook
this-
C4, Rook D8.
Was dangerous at least, yeah.
Here, Knight takes E4, Knight C4, Bishop C7.
Yeah, but now I would probably prefer black. I mean, it's either we overestimated Ilyanov's position or he did something wrong. Actually, maybe both.
Could be both,
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you keep queens, then it's every now and again proven that your queen side majority is not that important as the king safety factor.
Yeah.
And
So you should probably...
actually, can I play Queen D7 just to get rid of
Yeah,
those? But even takes Rook F7. How white can be better?
nothing special, yeah.
Knight on E4. King is coming fast.
Well, you shouldn't trade rooks then, but still you will never
So
be...
takes Rook F7. So drop back somewhere.
I don't know, maybe to d4, but...
Oh, then I don't mind playing F5 maybe.
Or maybe rook e7, why not? I mean, yeah, anything.
Yeah, black should not be worse. Simply.
Yeah, definitely.
Black simply should not be worse. On the last board, actually they keep playing fast even though they both reached time control. C takes, H3 followed by G4, and you know, too many pawns are coming off. Too many pawns are coming off. I mean, it's got to be winning still, but somehow... What do you do here, for instance? I mean, probably you play F5, right? I mean, by an instinct, I would probably play F5 to keep the pawn on the board, but... Because if you take, once again, I mean, not so many of them left.
Yeah, hard to break through.
Not so many of them left. If you play F5, then what he's...
Yeah,
going
but
to
then
do?
I don't see
King
how to win as well, actually, but...
King D6?
Yeah.
You have to put this knight somewhere in a very, very good square, actually. Which is, I don't know what.
Yeah, plus black is not forced to skip moves. He'll probably play king e5 at some point.
Or king C... well, the other... Let's say the other...
Well, I mean, it
potential
depends,
idea,
but I
king
mean...
C5, if you play A3, then I go back, the pawn is on A3.
Yeah, definitely. No, actually, I don't like f5.
No, but starting from here, was he in rush to do all
Yeah,
that?
it was
This H3, that's a bit strange.
very strange, yeah.
Actually, yeah, the thing that you've recommended.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's
King E6,
smart,
knight
actually.
E5. Actually, G5 was possible. We kind of...
No, G5 I saw certain S6 wins, but the problem is that king f5 is also good enough. And is probably even...
No, wait.
Even more smart.
No, I'll go king D4.
Yeah, but then somehow you will create some counterplay with G5 maybe.
A G5 here.
Yeah, I mean at least...
Takes everything,
I mean
yes.
at least it's not obvious.
This is...
yeah.
No, this is not over at all.
Yeah.
This is not over at all. G5, so what to do? Ideally you want this pawn to be on D4 and blocked on D3. And
Yeah, actually what's wrong with knight f3?
takes...
Yeah.
Okay, something. King E6.
No, I mean it should be king e6, as otherwise with the king on f5 it should be much closer actually.
Even this...
Can I play knight g5 check here? And
Yes.
king f5.
Okay, move this dude somewhere.
Yeah, but this one should be lost actually. Okay, you go somewhere? Doesn't matter. I go knight f3 back.
So you mean this gets here and knight e5 threat will be... Yeah, that's why my somewhere might be... Maybe I had to play a bit different way. So my hope is of course to run here quickly and try to eliminate some pawns, but...
Yeah, but you should never be in time, I'm afraid.
In our line I'm probably not in time, because knight e5 will be your next move on
Yeah.
king b4. If I drop back like this... Maybe still alive. Maybe still not a trivial win, I would say.
Hard to believe, yeah, but maybe. But anyway, you probably this one is probably lost, but you probably had to check the pawn ending. Because it was almost forced. You take f4, king e6,
king
and
e6 after knight g5.
yeah, and then you take and go king e5. I'm not sure.
Takes king e5.
Because my idea was to go king h4 here, but I'm not sure it really works.
King f4.
All right, g5. Because then I'm
Queen,
first. I'm first to come. Ah, but you go king e5 first. Yeah, this one is nice. And after king h5, you go.
I actually.
Yeah, this one is nice. Yeah.
Actually, here, all of a sudden, yeah.
Yeah.
White is lucky not to lose.
Yeah.
So this is the line we are talking about. G7 here, and after G8, queen promotes with a check.
Yeah.
F5 was played,
yeah.
and king d6.
All right. And knight e6 was played.
Knight e6. Maybe he just seen something that we don't see.
Probably, I don't know. Wow,
b7.
Bishop e7 is a bit surprising move, actually.
And maybe he will just move here and back, and maybe this is what he's...
Yeah, but then he will lose. No, I actually expected him to go king e5, to be honest. But probably something was wrong with it, although I don't see what exactly.
Okay, anyway,
let's
those
switch,
guys have a lot of times, a lot of time, and there are possibly some time troubles. Nepomniachtchi against Rajabov. Rajabov is a pawn up. So after this, king f7 indeed was played. Rook b2, and then rook to c1,
preventing white from playing
here,
c4 and b5.
and rook d3.
Right.
Rook h1, king to g2 takes, and c4. Rook got stuck. This is a bit... Maybe he's not going to win because of this rook being stuck.
No, but not for long. He can play rook g5, then rook g6, f6, and so on.
This, king f2. Actually, after king f2...
h5 is also interesting, but first let's check some rook g6.
Check this.
It should be b5, I believe, as otherwise I don't see what
b5.
What black could do.
And probably black is not in time.
Actually, still I'm not sure, so I take twice. You probably go rook b3.
Yeah, of course.
I go king d6. Or d7, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Take e5.
Ah, you take e5,
e5 is hanging.
Yeah, then I'm probably worse, yeah. Okay.
c4 can...
So this why I probably had to play h5.
It's like check here and h5. After b5, let's assume it's h4.
Yeah, but this one is
still hard to understand what's going on. Ah no, this is easy to understand.
Yeah, it should be just lost,
okay,
no?
Just let's show takes. Now probably you have to already drop back.
Yeah, and then
h3, and here I thought maybe one of the ways is actually to play this.
Yeah.
I mean, you can put the rook behind. Wait, if we put the rook behind, then this might be not completely, because you cannot cannot come from the other side. A black could take on b5 once.
Yeah.
Takes this, so those pawns won't be on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, still feels like black is closer to a victory than white.
Sure.
To a draw, they made it.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
They made
it. Will sing for quite a long time, I believe.
Made the time control. Krishuk is on seconds with 2 last moves to play, but it's very hard to believe he's in any danger. I mean, a bit uncomfortable with this bishop on g8, king on h7.
Yeah, but actually c4 eliminates all the stuff from the board, right?
It's white to move still.
Yeah, but he could play c4 if he...
over here.
Yeah, but I mean...
c4.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that 97 is bad or something. He's probably kind of trying to play for a win after f6 and bishop.
95 and,
Yeah,
and
f6
f6
and then
hoping to
somehow
get the bishop out, but once again
that
it's
draw, yeah.
not realistic. So it is a draw already,
Yeah.
which makes Rajabov already a winner with his game in progress, already a winner of Geneva Grand Prix, the third leg of FIDE Grand Prix. Here,
so
the time control.
Dmitry Yakovenko decided to put his pawn on h5.
And rook on a4, yes.
Which
here
is...
we thought this, right, was
but not here.
possible.
Actually, here black could face it with f5.
For f5.
Which I don't really like.
Yeah, you're right. It's better not to...
And maybe even h4 later on.
How to make progress, by the way?
Well, as I understand, you should start by playing rook b6 always.
Let's give Hare Krishna a chance to do this, to make a progress. They've reached the time control, and when all the games will reach the time control, we will go for a break, I promise.
Yeah, and this
Ernesto against Boris, Ernesto
this one Boris we managed to,
this one we've guessed correctly.
Yeah.
Bishop f8, check on c1, and bishop a3.
Yeah.
And this is terribly unpleasant. I mean, maybe it's a wrong evaluation how pleasant. It's just simply bad. The knight got stuck.
Yeah, I believe those 8 moves to make the time control will be extremely important.
Queen d4 back. So that he wants check and check on f6. Actually, this might force black to drop a bit back, right? Because bishop c5 doesn't seem to work, it's a check.
Yeah.
King h7, queen f6, and
but bishop,
just a repetition.
But bishop c5 is a bit of cooperative.
No, but how did then b6 is hanging? So
no, you simply play queen c7 maybe.
Yeah, but
also it's a bit,
kind of an improvement for white.
Yeah.
And actually queen e3 might force you also to play bishop f8. After which it's...
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's a big achievement for white. But anyway, it's much closer to a draw than everything we've seen before,
Yes, a nice play by Darkio, finding this queen d4. Unless there is some smart way. I'm always worried about losing f2, yes. So I thought, for instance, if I do this... And my point is that if queen d8 trying to repeat, then I will have a check from f4 followed by bishop c5. I don't know if it solves all the issues, but...
There is queen takes b6.
Yeah, there is queen b6.
Yeah, but king g7 first.
Yeah. King g7, queen b6, and then... but it's the same repetition over there, right?
Yeah.
Queen d8, if I take f2, it's same thing.
Unless white is better already.
Unless white is better because of this pawn. Okay.
Yeah, so probably...
So this is is it the only time trouble we have, or... No, over here it's still a few more moves. The position is seemingly...
Yeah, but the queens are off the board.
Less entertaining, so queens were exchanged on d7, rook f7, rook d3, played by Alyanov. And then Rapport actually did both. He played rook e7 and he played f5 after king f1. g3. Feels like it's got to be roughly equal, in fact. I don't think white is really risking much.
Yeah. So once again, what are we left with? Nepomniachtchi is trying to hold an unpleasant an unpleasant hand game against Rajabov, who has already...
Rajabov actually played a check on g5. And this we didn't look at, king h2, not to allow h5. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't see why it's not allowing. I thought then rook g3 would be an idea after h5, h4.
h5, h4 and rook h...
Yeah,
maybe. Okay, we will see later.
Yeah, but it requires some calculation, obviously.
This is reached the time control and looks like just a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really believe anything can happen here. This Hare Krishna has played g4, so a bit of an achievement for Yakovenko, getting rid of one of the pawns. Even though I'm guessing. If f4 and f5 will be on the board, might be 2 versus 1 still enough, because black will be forced to nearly to the last rank.
To retreat somehow, yeah.
This one is very tense. Gelfand is thinking that's move number 33, so for this game we will certainly stay till the end of the time trouble. Here also something can happen, but
nothing really fascinating.
Nothing dramatic will happen within next 3-4 moves. And over there we are still wondering how Aronian breaks through. He probably does, but otherwise he would not play f5. Over here he spent 8 minutes, so I mean he probably and this line was really looking promising, this knight f3, so okay, f5, king to d6, knight e6, bishop e7, knight d4 back, bishop f6, a3. Not that I can see how he's breaking through.
Well, first of all, that's what I wanted to say, that black probably had to put his king to e5.
He can... no,
I mean...
Can he do this still? Probably yes. King e5.
Yeah, but now it's probably too late.
King e3.
Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe king e3, yeah.
Maybe this is what he can do.
So if you take and go king e4, are you in time with your b5?
I thought so. This and b6.
Bishop e5, yeah.
I mean bishop e5.
You go...
Maybe knight c6 wins. Yeah, knight c6 actually.
No, but bishop d6. No, but this one is lost, yeah, I mean it's...
this is good enough probably.
Yeah, king h5.
King h5 and
then you go knight c6 maybe.
Knight c6, but still it's
yeah,
you know. Okay, a3. Well, in terms of ideas, I thought the winning plan is to play b4 to get a second passed pawn, then to transfer the knight to e3.
All right.
And then just to push the b pawn. And when the king gets deflected, then to take on d5. In theory, sounds not stupid. I don't know.
Yeah.
in theory,
yeah, but I'm not sure this 2 against 1 is going to be lost actually. So you mean you will have your king very, very close, yeah? Which would help you to win.
Anyway, this is once again the game which passed the time control, so we will we can look at this instructive lines
anytime,
later on. Yeah. So let's see. Well, Boris just played bishop c5, allowing queen d8. It's either a draw or we miss something.
Yeah, but hard to believe his idea is to play bishop f8 here, right?
No, not at all. It's most likely will be just a draw.
Yeah.
Queen d8. So it will be 9 draws for Boris in this tournament, so not a single decisive game. King h7 though, is it? No, I mean, I thought maybe we are kind of missing something. No, it's not possible. Queen f6.
Yeah.
So it will be...
I don't see also, yeah.
A draw.
No, this one is a dead draw, okay, I mean, what to do?
Let's wait, I don't
it's 1
think...
U8, I mean, maybe chess is a draw, right? So, yeah.
1 U, yeah.
Yeah.
King h7.
Alright, so this one is about to finish. Giri and Grishuk are about
Queen
to
f6
finish.
is played, King g8, yes, it will be a draw, it seems. Norkiv actually is thinking, and I'm a bit surprised.
Could it be that he's looking for some chance too?
But what chance?
I actually started wondering, for instance, after Queen d8, King g7, maybe knight d2 makes some sense.
Check, King g7, knight d2.
Especially if I'm allowed to take it back if something goes wrong.
Well, you probably will.
I
probably
hope so.
will take it back, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know why. Keeping in mind that you still have perpetual anytime you
No, but not any time, as at some point bishop f8 would be...
So this, for instance...
Yeah, probably.
So that d5 is...
Probably that's why I should take it back.
Yeah, maybe you just take it back and then come up with perpetual. Yeah. Queen d8 played. And... Yeah, they are repeating the... And I think I've seen the handshakes there. So it is a draw for Inarkiev and Gelfand, which means Gelfand finishes on 50%.
With all the draws. Yeah.
With all draws. Not that he can be blamed for not fighting. There were few very interesting games played by Boris Gelfand, but he could not really win any of them. Which makes it one game less, and Elyanov and Rapport are the only two to not to reach the time control.
It's time control, right?
Couple of moves, well, one move for each side.
And hard to believe it's gonna affect.
Black expands a little bit, while
no, I mean definitely if somebody is trying to win this, then it's black.
Bishop d2 and bishop c1 is somewhat mysterious. King e6. So where he's trying, where he wants this bishop to be? On a3 to protect c5, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, but actually if white will play some random moves, then h5, h4 could be a problem one day,
h5, h4 is sort of a plan. Knight has to be there, it seems, because if you move it, then a5 you might find unpleasant. I mean, you can stabilize the structure here, but then you're playing a position pawn down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can play a5, so there will be never a5 for black.
Yeah, but this is just,
This is, I mean, maybe you're surviving somehow, but this is...
Yeah, but this is definitely not what you want to do.
Not the move which crosses a sane person's mind.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, somehow nothing special for black yet, but somehow it's quite difficult for white to find the moves.
On every single move you have to be very careful.
Yeah. Maybe knight d2 works actually.
To get the knights swapped.
Yeah, because if knight d2 works, then it's almost a dead draw. Also, I don't know what is my next actually.
Yeah, that's precisely what I saw. Do you want to take it?
Well, I probably do, but after some h6, it's gonna be harder. I actually realized I need to bring my knight to d4. From d4 it's gonna
attack a lot of stuff, yeah.
So therefore, I could probably even start with some random moves like knight a3.
To c2, to d4.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Or even knight e3.
Well, the thing is, knight a3 is a little bit... I mean, it's only one idea, let's say. It's clear you want to go to d4, so maybe I play bishop e5, somehow prepare for this and say... Over here I might have a 5 or rook b7.
Yeah, but actually after b5 I wanted to demonstrate you the second idea. I wanted to go back. So knight e3, bishop e5,
bishop e5, knight
c4.
Goes back. Yeah. Also possible.
Yeah.
Right, so a little bit below 2 minutes Pavel Ulyanov is. Rajabov is thinking. Grishuk surprisingly is thinking. So is he really trying to find a chance in this game, which looked like a dead draw? Just for a bit, I will switch to Grishuk. That's the position. To seriously believe that that there is any risk for him, no. So he's not in danger, right? So that means he wants to try to play this one, which is once again...
Well, probably he just calculated everything and he is sure that a draw means missing the candidates tournaments for him, and he's just, desperately trying to find some chance. At least
some idea, let's say, idea to confuse
some small try, whatever.
Wait, who's not on plus? Actually, what's interesting, Grishuk might be rooting for Rajabov, because if Rajabov wins,
No,
so then
Grishuk is. I mean, mathematically speaking, Grishuk is obviously rooting for Rajabov. Yeah, I mean, it's quite obvious.
no, I mean if Grishuk wins himself, then he wants to take a share of first place. So he wants a draw in this game. If
Yeah.
Grishuk makes a draw, he wants Rajabov to win.
Yes, definitely, of course, yeah.
In order to, let's say,
Yeah.
take more points for a clear second place. That's a very tricky situation. I mean, that's all speculations we are talking about, because normally, of course, players, they are concentrated on their own games. But, yeah, it might have also very... What Rajabov is doing, I mean, it's check so far. This is what he came up with. I hope it won't be. I mean, it's a tempting way for him, in fact, I mean, to stop it and just to, to start receiving congratulations.
Actually, it would be pretty funny, to play Rook h5, Rook g5 with the idea to eliminate Grishuk from candidates tournament. Yes,
because,
he is dangerous. Yeah. And that would be funny,
That's a bit too much of speculations. Interestingly, 5 games we have in progress after almost 4 hours of play. Over here in Hare Krishna against Yakovenko, in fact, we probably will have this above-mentioned position with... I mean, White already can go for this. White can play f5.
Sure.
And Elyanov did play knight d2. Which is maybe the same, with the same idea to put it on d4. Knight b3, knight to d4.
Sure.
And if...
No, but knight d2 probably creates something else. First of all, it's smarter to transfer the knight to d4 via f3 as you will attack g5.
No, I assume h6 will still be played, and still you can play knight f3, right? Because it's sort of like knight b3, if you go to e5, I will have knight a5.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's good.
But why not, actually?
Rook d7, king e2.
King e2, yeah.
Check.
But takes and king d5, yeah. This one could be unpleasant,
Rook
actually.
d7. That might be that no, actually takes already some bishop c3. It's a risky business.
Yeah, and the opponent h2 is also
risky business. Yeah. Knight d2, h6. Taking this, we never considered
alright,
taking
but there is
this.
knight f3 actually, which is
knight f3.
Yeah, perfectly playable.
Because bishop e5, we of course will take. And
maybe still black is trying a bit, but hard to believe actually. It could be dangerous.
So it's last move for Richard Rappert before the time control.
Actually maybe g4 makes sense.
G4 I was thinking about, but then I didn't like something, I don't know what. So that if it's...
Yeah, actually just to make clear, let's imagine white takes c4. Actually this is not obvious as well. Then I go rook d1, king e2, bishop e3. Why am worse?
Bishop e5.
Okay, king e2. You can play rook d7. Okay, bishop d2 for instance.
Bishop d2. Why? Yeah, why white is worse remains to be answered.
Because after a5 I will take immediately, and I'm not sure you are not worse actually. And otherwise, hard.
So pushing the h pawn, but already king e3 is...
Yeah, plus too many of them in play, so hard to believe. It's really dangerous.
So maybe, in fact, what white wants is to take e4.
Yeah, but Rappert meanwhile is down to 10 seconds.
At least this is what...
Or we missed our connection again?
No. Well, it comes up with a bit of a delay, but really, I can see from a camera view... Yeah, he has taken on d2. Knight takes.
Which probably... means then...
Okay, bishop takes, and then I would actually... I wish rooks would disappear, and then I would play g4 and hope for something, like active king.
I mean, you wish it's black, yeah.
Yeah, with black. But I can't really achieve this, because g5 is hanging.
No, but you could start with g4 if you want.
G4. Yeah, but this I'm...
But then I will probably arrange this past c pawn after king e2, rook d7. I will probably... Yeah, let's check this. Probably it's kind of interesting.
King e2, rook d7. I'm probably not forced to exchange, actually. I can give a check.
Yeah, but then your rook is a bit awkward, no? King f7?
Check, king f7, rook b3, opting for b5.
Yeah, but then I go h5. I have
you
some
mean
chance,
this
actually.
can be dangerous?
Yeah, I have some chances.
Sure.
No, I mean not dangerous, but
okay, let's do this way, not to come back all the way.
Yeah.
But I'd say white has taken on d7. And then the king is getting here.
Yeah, but then you go h5.
h5.
Or you probably start with king e6, I don't know.
King is getting here, h4. This is annoying.
Yeah, but you could play bishop g5, maybe.
After this.
Yeah. Although, still, it's not...
Yeah, but this pawn
it's not dead
always,
dry.
yeah,
I mean, yeah,
always some ideas.
Yeah.
With pawn being fixed on h2. Yeah, so this game will go on.
Sure.
As long as... No, okay, Aronian's game will not go on anymore. It seems he is just completely winning. G5. Black is not in time, it seems. So he has everything calculated. A3, king c5 was played by Salem. Knight e6, king b5, and then knight... Aha, so this is the route he wants this his knight to come.
Yeah, but I thought of this, but what will happen after king d6? I mean, king c5, king b5 is obviously one of the worst things you can do with black.
Here...
Yeah, because I thought maybe knight f8 here, I thought of this, but then I didn't like king e7, I believe. No, not king e7, maybe king e5.
Here...
Yes, and then you go to d8 maybe.
You go to d8 and then...
And after f6 you play king e6. And okay...
Yeah, okay, if I start like this... So that after f4, maybe this is winning then.
Yeah, but I'm not sure why actually. I mean, takes, I don't know, king d6 for instance.
This...
Alright, king e5.
So you mean f6, you always play...
King e6, yeah. No, I mean, it should be lost, but it's much more...
f6, king e6...
Much more...
This you still have a check.
Yeah, it's much more of a work for white, obviously.
Yeah, that's tough.
Probably you shouldn't play f6. Maybe
I should come back with the knight with pawn on b6.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but it would have been harder for white. Yeah, let's
exactly.
agree on this. It would have been harder for white. This way, white simply gets the knight here. So he went for a desperate counterplay. f6, a4, g5, bishop f8, g6, a3, knight d4, and knight c2 and g7.
Yeah,
is unavoidable. So Leron Aronian wins to come back to 50%.
Yeah, not the best win for him.
And Salem will take the last spot, it seems, because they were sharing with
Rapport will lose.
Yeah,
which
Rapport is unlikely to lose. Yeah, so Levon wins. 4 games in progress. Once again, Rapport is, we think, slightly better. Okay, nothing serious, but somewhat better against Elianov. Over here, decent chance for Hare Krishna to upset Dmitry Yakovenko. Over here must be a draw, but for some reason they still play, but maybe because of Krishuk. Only in this case having hope to qualify. And on board 1, Rajabov eventually decided himself on h5. Stay tuned, people. We go for a break, and out of those 4 games we still have a game of the leaders. It is interesting. During the break we will have interview with Peter Swidler.
Peter Swidler concluded the Geneva Grand Prix with a fine victory against Hui Fan. Peter, how did the game go for you?
Well, I spoke to Maxim yesterday on Skype, and he said, "Can I help with anything?" I asked him, "Can you play instead of me?" And he said, "No, that's not going to work." And I said, "Then you can't help me." And then he said, I saw how Ifan played this Starosh, and you should pay attention to the game I played in Minsk. And this is basically his game against Shimanov in Minsk, which he didn't win, but it's a very interesting idea. And he told me some details. I obviously couldn't remember anything, but the fact that I kind of knew the basic ideas and could play fast in the opening when she already had to start thinking up to d5 was obviously a huge advantage for me. And what she played after bishop b7 rook e1 I think maybe is not the best. And also it was quite easy for me to play because it looks like a Grunfeld at this point, and I lost so many games to Kramnik, for instance, with white just queening this d-pawn, you know. So for me, like, understanding how white should proceed in this position was quite easy because I've had so many bad experiences on the other side of these things. And yeah, I mean, coupled with the time disadvantage, it all went reasonably smoothly. But yeah. I don't know what I would have done without that Skype conversation, frankly.
Okay, overall, how was this tournament for you?
I think in general I haven't played this badly in a while. Despite finishing in +1, I got extremely lucky in a number of games. I mean, I was completely lost yesterday. Was Worse close to lost against Shah, Worse close to lost against Li Chao. So normally after the tournament finishes, I feel like, yeah, I missed a lot of opportunities. Here I have a feeling if people actually punished what I was doing, I would finish in a serious minus. Yeah, probably playing as much as I'm playing this year at my age is not such a great idea, but who knows.
You said you're receiving more invitations than in previous years. Well, what is the difference?
Well, there's more of them. That's the major difference. But I don't know why. It's quite unexpected. For instance, last year in the Singfield Cup, I scored -2. I barely won a game. Played like a zombie. Well, it was a little bit to do with the fact that the invitation came so late that I basically had to travel immediately from Biel and was jet-lagged out of my skull for the entire tournament. But I still played like a zombie. And somehow got a return invitation this year, which I'm very grateful to the Singfield organizers. I'm not complaining, I'm just surprised. So, yeah.
Okay, it was a nice surprise. I wanted to ask you about time management, since you mentioned it now, and Timur Rajabov, who is the leader of the tournament, was also speaking extensively about this. What do you think, how important it is to be able to play this fast in the opening as you did today and to gain some time?
I almost never manage, but when you do manage, it gives you a huge boost for the rest of the game, because the way I've been approaching openings these days, I mean, I normally spend like half an hour on my first 10 moves. Even if I know my first 10 moves, somehow I still find things to think about. And then this time is sorely lacking in the time trouble. And of course, time management is a huge part of the modern game with the amount of information you have to process. You have to somehow, create some kind of a system where you're not in time trouble every single game.
Okay, thank you, Peter, and hope to see you in future tournaments.
So let us continue with this ninth round of Geneva Grand Prix, the final round. 2 more games are finished. It's a draw on board 1 and it's a draw on board 2, which means Teimur Rajabov wins the tournament. Alexander Grishuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi are tied for the second. So far it's... and nobody can catch them, in fact, right? Nobody can catch them. So it's 5.5 for Nepomniachtchi and Grishuk. So basically there is no intrigue anymore.
Sure.
The only possible intrigue, it would be interesting to know who has more Grand Prix points, Grishuk or Mamedyarov. Those two finished the participation in the Grand Prix series. They finished.
No, but actually, sorry for interrupting, but couldn't Hare Krishna catch them if he wins?
No, if Hare Krishna...
Doesn't he get to +2?
Hare Krishna, you mean... Yeah, he will be on +2. Right, so it's not over yet.
Yeah.
I just mixed up. I've seen the current standings, but I've forgotten that Hare Krishna is still playing.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, Hare Krishna is still playing, so that is what has happened in Nepomniachtchi's game. After h4, he played King h3, Rook g3, King h4, takes, c5, and after Rook f1.
So Rook endings once again proved to be drawn, yeah?
Yeah, King to g5. And Black decided simply to repeat the position.
Yeah, so anyway, congratulations to Teimur Rajabov.
Yeah, nicely played tournament, nice result altogether, and yeah, his tactical draw in round 8 actually wasn't a big...
Didn't cost him much.
Yeah, wasn't a big mistake, so he takes the clear gold.
Therefore we close this game.
Yeah, we close this one, and Grishuk against Anish Giri. After they reached the time control, Grishuk played a couple of more moves and eventually played c4 and simply opted a draw. So, what are the games in progress?
Yeah, we're left with Hare Krishna's technique.
Hare Krishna against Yakovenko.
And the game between Lyanov and Rapport.
And Lyanov versus Rapport is this position where... Actually, this can be a very long day in the office for us, because 40 minutes for each player here. Rapport seemingly... I don't know, actually, maybe he kind of makes some sort of a progress. I mean, he probably wants...
Yeah, but I mean, this progress is kind of limited. For instance, if Black has to move, I don't know, for instance, I go, I don't know, Rook d4, let's say.
Rook d4,
so most probably
g4,
the idea is to play g4, you can simply take.
Takes, maybe this takes, right?
Whatever, King f2 back.
King f2. Yeah, and actually, somewhere I might even play Bishop f4.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I wanted to say. Plus, I'm not sure if b5 is not possible at some point.
Yeah, b5 takes Rook
b4, yeah.
Yeah, to remind, let's say that if the queen side gets vanished and bishops are exchanged, it's of course just a draw
as well, yeah.
Just a draw, so this is most likely drawish. About the other one, it's a bit harder to say. Well, after the time control, a couple of important decisions taken by Pentala Hare Krishna. After h5, yeah, king went to e4. He decided to play g4, takes, bishop c7, f4, and after rook a1, bishop d2, rook a2, yeah, well, couple of moves repeated, he decided himself on g5, not f5, surprisingly. I thought it's got to be f5.
But probably this one also makes some sense, so he wants his rook to land on f5 after the exchange.
Ah, so you mean he will probably play f5 anyway?
I think so, actually, but I don't know. Probably I didn't. Probably I got his idea wrong. I don't know. Because another thing that he could probably hope for is d5 followed by bishop d4 and bishop e5. But this one is also interesting. I don't see why it's
this, and say keep the king here.
Yeah. Then
once again, the question is how do you make progress?
Coming somehow like d5.
d5 and bishop d6, let's say, and I'm claiming this one like to be sort of a fortress.
Yeah, it should be much easier to draw actually than it was, yeah?
Maybe this is sort of a fortress. Actually, now you want the rook back to b file.
Yeah, plus I should also be careful about some f6 at some point. If I will try to activate my rook where, let's say, b files, and at some point f6 will exchange.
So exchange the one more pawn.
Yeah.
Rook b7, which is doesn't lead anywhere. I think king c6 is a possibility, and then just to go back.
But the rook was on b5,
where
right?
the rook was, yeah, on b5.
Yeah, because probably his idea is to play, for instance, king c6, rook b2, then you probably go back, and then maybe rook h2.
Yeah, I also thought about this. Let's say to get rook maybe on the last rank, or
yeah,
still hard to see how he's making progress just yet, right? I mean, okay, rook a4, a5 somewhere.
Moreover, I have a feeling black has some ways to to speed up.
A draw.
Yeah, some f5 at some point. Maybe even here f5 actually, if you have a computer with you, then probably f5.
No. I think I'm just taking in king e. I don't know what was the idea, but if king e6, I have a check from d5.
Yeah, but still I'm not sure it's lost, no? So how do you win king e6?
Bishop d4, d5, and you cannot take. I mean, this is the problem.
Yes, but why?
Bishop d4 check.
King d7?
Take the rook.
Ah, the rook is
yeah,
here.
the rook was
yeah,
hanging,
wow.
Yeah.
This one is cool, yeah.
Okay, he went.
I was
king
looking
c6.
for some.
You mean some mating?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's not that black is forced, of course, to play. Okay, rook b2 is not yet played. King will go back, maybe. Hang on. There is also this thing.
No, but after
I
d5,
do not prevent d5
still.
anyway. No, I thought it's like a. For instance, if this, to claim that this is sort of a fortress.
Which is also hard to believe actually, because your rook will be cut off on f5. Yeah.
White would really, as you said, White would really enjoy having the bishop somewhere on e5. Preferably here, even without moving the pawn, but this is of course not possible.
Yeah. But I don't see how this can happen actually.
Rook b2. Yeah, one thing is to cut to pin the bishop. It's also possible. Then you can have d5. But what
do you do then?
Yeah, it's just like I put the bishop on d6, and even if the king is okay, let's allow really a lot. I mean, rook gets to 7th rank. I keep the king on e8. What's next?
This one,
yeah, it's still not easy to say.
Sure.
It's still not easy
Plus,
to say.
you could also try a plan when your bishop was on c7. You could play bishop d8 followed by f6.
Yeah,
at any
this
point.
is always an idea to get rid of one more pair of pawns.
Actually, even now, I don't understand. I mean, rook e1 is definitely a useful move.
Let's just play rook e1.
Just to be sure you will not be mated in like 2 or 3 moves. King d7, and then you simply prepare bishop d8.
So that. Yeah, we were making some move, and actually some move might run into bishop b6, yeah. This, and then you play bishop d8, and you want to play f6.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's gonna improve my position a lot, but at least
it's
I exchange one more.
Feels like it's closer to a draw than.
No, much closer, yeah. Yeah, actually, what helps us is that Ikavenko is down to 13 minutes.
Helps us in a way that this game will not last forever.
Yeah.
Over here, in fact, after h3, h5, king f2 was played. So if black plays g4, we might still have this position, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe. Actually, he can play b5 immediately in this case, it seems.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's a good idea actually, right here. As some, I don't know, takes rook b3, and here black will start looking for some tactics, like maybe rook d7.
Bishop e3.
Yeah, and then maybe assert, for instance, rook h7. You go king g2, right, and then
bishop f2.
then I'm in time to play rook h3, followed by f4. And at least probably, yeah, f4, and at least probably you will regret you lost this, although still it should be a draw.
We'll take g3 though.
No, my idea is to play...
No, I mean you'll play... if you play f3, for a moment being, I'm taking on f3.
You mean you can start with some c6, yeah?
c6, yes.
Yeah.
And then after one more move...
But I'm not sure f3 doesn't win, actually.
f3...
Yeah, I mean you just take and play some king f5, b5 and...
King f5... This... Bishop g3...
So probably I have to start with b4. Yeah, now we'll have to do this again and again. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, this is too much.
Yeah, no, before I was in time for... I wasn't in time, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
It's far from reality anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
This is far from reality anyway.
Yeah, sure.
So these guys are potentially more dangerous for us than than Yakovenko and... Because those two, they have more than half an hour each. So this can be even longer game.
Yeah, but still, I don't think we should overestimate their potential, you know.
King f2. So once again, no, but apart from g4, is there any idea? It's like, now rook e4, there is rook d7, right? Can this be an idea, like putting it here?
Actually, don't see what is your next move. You are kind of trying to play h4,
Wanted to
but
play
I'm not sure it's
but
not
even
a bluff.
if you take,
yeah.
So that's... I probably have to play this in order at least to have one weakness in your position. Takes, and then the big plan is to go to h7 and h3.
Also, what's the plan if the rook would be protected on third rank?
That's another question.
So for instance, you pass here as white. I don't know how.
It's not easy to do that.
Yeah. Not that easy.
G4
was played, yeah, alright.
Actually, what happens if I play this move and put the bishop on f4? Even after rook h7.
No, but first bishop e5 comes.
Bishop e5, okay, rook c4.
Yeah, but then maybe rook d7, and somehow you are a bit further. Maybe even king f6 here somehow. Followed by rook d3. Yeah, I mean here it's a bit tricky maybe.
This, okay, takes, b5. It's actually already king d5. I shouldn't be taking, I should play b5 immediately. So once again, I'll keep the idea that 2 versus 1 is
that would be another game, okay.
Yeah. h4. This is
very surprising thing. I actually thought of that, but I actually expected you to blame on me if I would suggest this.
Maybe this is clever.
No, because actually I'm not sure what happens after f4 now. He obviously has some idea, but still, I mean, I'm not sure.
The only idea I can think of is to take with the bishop.
Sure, takes and king f5.
King f5. And then what?
Then maybe rook d6.
Actually, if I play... Wait, if I play this... Some Zugs ones are starting or what? Because I don't see how to, let's say, make progress straight off. Well, actually, rook d6 and then a check if you take the pawn was also...
Yeah, that was my point.
Good,
yeah. Right. All right.
Should be a draw anyway.
No, but still, h4 looks a bit suspicious. Also, maybe it's also enough, yeah.
Wait, can't it be now something like this? Rook d7, bishop e5, I don't know, some desperate right for... But what mate? What kind of mate I want, I don't know. Even if rook a7 is played. Do you see anything? Because I don't.
No.
Rook a7.
Yeah, rook d4, king f1, and you don't have a single check even.
Yeah, bishop d4, king f1. Some maybe really some rook d4.
I don't know. Bishop a1.
Not to run, because I had some hopes. I mean, I'm not sure if this line works actually. But
Yeah.
But yeah, if bishop e1, that's completely fine for white. Maybe his h4 is just fine.
All right.
What else black can do? First bring the king. Not via f6 though, because bishop g5. So
Well, but actually, if white is to move, probably now he's ready to play b5. Actually.
b5, so when everything's taken, it's rook b3.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, if you go king f7.
King f7, then
I don't know why actually, but
b5,
so let's imagine, yeah, b5 takes twice and rook b3.
rook b3. Yeah, remembering then if the bishops are coming off, even a pawn down on the king side should be a draw.
Actually,
Right.
I'm not sure black isn't worse suddenly.
In this position.
Yeah,
Okay, should be a draw.
yeah.
Over here, not much is going on. Yakovenko is down to 11 minutes.
So he decided to put his rook on a4, not on a1.
King c6, rook a4. So far he is preventing d5.
Yeah.
And maybe he can prevent it for quite a long time. So he has moves with the bishop.
Well,
He has moves with the... Or maybe
If he will
this
prevent-
move with the bishop and then f6.
if he will prevent it for a long time, he will simply prolong his torture, I'm afraid.
Because d5 will happen.
It's gonna happen anyway at some point, yes. I mean,
Yeah. Okay, he still has 11 minutes. Over here, they
But-
have plenty of time. I thought, I was just informed we have an interview with Levon Aronian who will give some comments about what has happened in this tournament. We will be back right after the interview.
Well, Levon Aronian won his final game against Salim Saleh. Just a few words about this game, please.
I've got a good position out of the opening. I thought the old-time man-up line is still good. And, okay, I mean, I probably had much better moves, but I decided to make sure there is nothing to calculate in the game, because I've been blundering here so many things. So just to keep it simple. And then my opponent blundered, so it worked. The plan worked out.
Well, obviously these two tournaments of Grand Prix in Sharjah and here didn't go too well for you. So why do you think this happened? Because, I mean, you recently played very good tournaments, but in Grand Prix somehow it doesn't go well.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think I'm not taking it too seriously for some reason. I don't know. I should work on it.
So I guess you already have some ideas. How will you actually qualify for the candidates? Will it be rating, or you are going to play a World Cup?
I'm not. I'm going to play in the World Cup, but I'm not really like thinking about it now. I just need to rest and play next tournament. So let's see how it goes.
Well, thank you, Levon.
Thank you.
So we are back, and I don't think we missed much. In Yakovenko's game, I'm guessing one more move was played, rook b1, king d7. So he really prevents this d5 for a time being.
Yeah, actually what I want to ask is, wasn't f5 kind of a try with the king on c6? So let's say rook b2, king c6 here. Or
there, yeah.
Or this way, yeah. I mean f5 here.
f5.
Trying to prove that black king is too far from the pawn on f7.
Maybe he takes.
Yeah, then he
gives a check. Maybe this is the point.
And then
but
he will have bishop d8, right?
Yeah, on king f6 it's bishop d8 and capture.
But what he does after king e4, let's
king
say?
e4, probably king d7.
But rook b7 then?
Back.
Back.
King d7. Yeah, so that rook f2. King e6 or e7, because king e6 allows rook f6. Yeah, and rook b7 I go back. Maybe d5 here.
Yeah, but what is my threat? I don't even see actually if white is to move.
Maybe. No, there is no threat.
Plus, once we allow d5, probably we should switch for the defense with rook on e1 on the first rank.
Rook a1, rook, yeah.
After which it's gonna be very difficult for white to do something, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so in this case, let's say optimistic scenario for white is something like if he will, let's say, take this pawn with the king and win black's bishop, but will be left without the pawn. So rook and bishop, it's potentially also possible in this kind of positions. But as far as I understand, so far Hare Krishna is trying to make it with to make some progress with two pawns being on the board, with two queenside pawns being on the board, but this seems to be impossible. King d7, f5 played, which is no different actually. After takes.
No, but it is different. Black is just.
King is closer. No? Yeah. King is closer.
Because here, for instance, after some rook h3, I don't even see.
He can go back anyway. He can go back.
Yeah, but here it's. I don't know. I have a feeling it could be, somehow an immediate draw.
Like
basically, that's how you lose usually. I mean,
you calculate something to an immediate draw.
You try to make a draw immediately, and
f5
then you blunder immediately. Yeah.
Some
king e6,
bishop g5.
Yeah, white is just
two pawns up instead of one. Yes, who knows? No, but check is probably he can do. Check and. Yeah, not easy to beat Yakovenko. Yeah, what about check? What about check? So that if king goes here, I probably have bishop d8, I allow d5 again. I'm getting confused.
Yeah, but you cannot avoid, all the things in the world, so...
d5, and then I already have this f5.
Yeah, and then I will play king takes f5, king g6, and then I will try to win your bishop, yeah.
Yeah, there is another thing actually, which might lead to this.
Yeah, but after king c8,
king c8, rook f7. I don't know. Maybe still you will have to give the bishop one day if I get my pawn to d6.
Yeah, probably.
Somehow the diagonal is not that long. It seems.
Actually, basically, when you're trying to hold such an ending, I believe probably it's kind of. A wise decision just to give up a bishop immediately, because most probably anyway it's gonna happen, and somehow.
And Yakovenko knows how to make it.
Yeah, definitely, and somehow you just save energy and you
save energy, save number of moves. Yeah. I remember it was Shamkir in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, where Caruana had to defend an ending with rook and the pawn against rook and bishop, and he gave a pawn immediately against Mamedyarov, and very confidently demonstrated that he knows how to make
yeah,
a
but
draw.
it's a bit another story, because when you have rook against rook and bishop, there is a setup that are connected to the stalemate ideas. So with the pawn it just doesn't work.
You need to give a pawn. Yeah,
I mean, it just increases as number of ideas you have.
Okay, in fact, Rapport went. Yeah, we are switching to the other game.
Exactly
Janov
for the
against
line.
Rapport.
So Rapport went exactly for the line we've been discussing.
Actually, this one cannot have any impact on the, let's say, upper half of the table.
Sure.
Because we don't really believe Ulyanov can win, and therefore he cannot get on +1 to equal with Mamedyarov to take some Grand Prix points. So the biggest intrigue of this tournament remains the clash between Grishuk and Mamedyarov. Interestingly, some people apparently already know who has better result, which probably means a qualification spot in the candidates.
I don't get this. How you can know if Hare Krishna is still playing and he could tie with Grishuk? I just don't get this, actually.
Well, someone has it calculated in both cases.
Yeah, I mean, alright.
That's
so
easy.
then there's someone could write us. I don't know.
Or maybe it's such a margin that it doesn't matter if Hare Krishna wins or makes it.
Yeah, probably. I thought of this. Yeah, this scenario is more likely to
Bishop e5
to be correct.
So what now? Even this we could not make work, right?
Yeah, also here I started worrying actually after. I mean, not worrying, but rook c4 makes it a total mess. Probably white is winning already, but after rook e6, rook c2, some crazy stuff.
Rook c2, at least let's say black.
At least it's a fight, also after king e1. It's hard to believe white could be worse, actually. So you go king
e2 I can play also.
Yeah, whatever. After bishop takes g3, still you will have to...
King d3.
Yeah, and rook a2, a5, f4, and something funny.
King d3, rook a2.
Yeah, but that would be funny,
That's
at least,
a race,
right?
Yeah. That's a crazy race. White has more pawns, but black somehow might be running a bit faster.
Yeah.
They are still thinking on every single move. And somehow still a lot of time for them. This I find a bit unfair. That's perhaps the only game where we still don't know what will happen, because in the other one, for some reason, I believe in Yakovenko's ability to defend. Here, I think it will be a draw.
Actually, bishop d8. But we discussed it, yeah? Bishop d8, d5, f5. That was
d5,
our line,
f5,
yeah?
yes, which will lead to
but actually some bishop d2 could be smart here.
Bishop d2 to disturb the rook.
Or maybe check first? I don't know.
A check on... Yeah, actually... Okay, so this... First to give a check... Yeah, wait, after a check I have king c8.
So I'm not in time
so that
to...
if rook takes, bishop g5, yeah, it's absolutely close rook ending.
So I have to start with bishop d2 if I want to use this idea, yeah?
Well, actually rook a4 was played, so he doesn't want d5 to happen.
Alright.
So he holds it this way. Now, wait, this is not a chance whatsoever, right? I mean, if I play, let's say, bishop f4.
Hard to imagine. Black simply takes.
Takes, yes.
And then basically anything, but this one is probably... I don't know, I think it's rook e1.
Rook a1. And then I'm trying to act like in... Okay, d5... Or king e5 yet is to... Well, king e5. Is it clever? No, d5. So I want to go to f5 and give a check and to see what will be the reaction.
Yeah, but I will start with rook d1 perhaps.
Oops. Rook d1. Then I will go here.
Okay, and then I pass.
Rook d2, right? Then I go here.
Yeah, I pass again.
I'm not going anywhere, you mean? I know I could actually go rook d4.
Yeah, but
It
then I
wouldn't help
will
me, that's a
give you a
check,
few
yes.
checks and rook d1 back. Exactly.
So what I can have is this king f8, right? Or
I don't know, I think both moves actually lead to an easy draw. Even king d6 is probably okay.
king d6. So after this there is a check.
Well, I mean, if
f1.
it is the case, then it's a dead draw immediately. I mean, it's not just... Black is just not worse if he's not losing.
Rook f4, king e7 back. Because this... Oh no, still you're in time, king d7. But this is shaky.
Not quite, yeah.
Yeah, this is shaky, rook e4.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I wanted to show, that sometimes these positions with one pawn each, but king wrongly placed might be dangerous.
Much more dangerous, yeah, with the
Rook
two,
g4,
with the two against one.
protecting the pawn, and then king f7. This can potentially be very dangerous. Rook f1, king e7. Played by Dmitry Yakovenko. So we will see what's going to happen. Elyanov has played rook a7.
Are they really going to entertain us? With
At least that
with
would
this rook
be,
c4 line, yes, that would be nice, yeah.
Otherwise, it's not clear what black can do.
No, but actually, he has many versions of this thing, probably. For instance, rook d4 is also not that stupid.
But then we said this.
Yeah, but then you can do pretty same. You can go, I don't know, rook d3, for instance.
If I don't want to cooperate, and then it's rook... No, rook d1, bishop f2. No, this is probably already gone.
No, how can it be gone? Rook e3?
a3.
e3, I said.
e3, bishop f2.
Yeah, and then if I want to make a draw, I can go rook, rook b3, obviously.
Gone in terms of complicating the position, because rook b3 I will take, and white easily makes draw.
Yeah.
So I'm still kind of under impression that black is better. I don't know why. So that whenever it's an easy draw for white, I think the game is finished. Rook a7. In case of rook c4, actually it can get anyway.
Yeah, rook c5 was much more
interesting,
let's say.
So I start with a check, king f7, and then, yeah, not clear, king e2, king e1.
Yeah, somehow king e1 is a bit counterintuitive, yeah. Because you can go king e2, king d3, and you can go king e2, king d1. Most probably you go to d3 somehow, yeah?
Can this all of a sudden be...
What's wrong with king d3?
I don't know, f3?
I mean this.
Maybe I'm... I don't know, this rook on c6 is really stupid.
Yeah, sure.
Once again, I'm not convinced what's going on, but maybe I'm just winning the bishop. Yeah. Looks like I'm...
Which also doesn't finish the game.
Doesn't finish the game at all, yeah.
All right.
No, but tricks are possible, and you have the right guy with the black pieces.
No, actually this one is heating up, yeah, I agree.
You have the right guy with the black pieces. If there is someone who will go for tricks, it's Richard Rappert. Over here, after king e7, so bishop d2. So Harry takes a5 square under control. To do what? To play king d5 maybe.
Yeah, most probably. And I believe this is the more smart thing he did in the last,
Rook a2, then he can
moves.
give... actually, this is... I'm not sure, I'm not ready to claim that something dramatic has happened, but at least it changes the position, because now you have to go king e8.
Move, yeah.
Now you have to go king e8.
Yeah, now it's
moreover, somewhere there can be idea with,
Yeah, now it's a bit shaky.
Even though he will attack now, Yakovenko will attack this pawn twice now, probably, with bishop d8 and rook g2.
Yeah, actually, see, a very nice idea, but I don't know how to. Well, if you help me, we could do a very nice cooperative stuff like rook h1 first. You go rook g2. I go king d5, and you're a very, very greedy guy, and you take g5.
And then king c6.
And then king c6 and mate, yeah.
Actually, I want to play this, but
yeah,
after
but you
king,
have
king d7, that's the problem.
So probably I have to start with king d5.
Yeah, and if you... Yeah, so
bishop
I check.
b4.
Actually, can't I play this first? I don't know why it's smart or anything.
I mean, hard to believe after...
I mean, okay, I want a trick. I want to give a check.
Yeah, but king 8, I will not...
King e8. Then king d5 for a time, or...
Yeah, but here I can already...
Bishop a5,
change,
yeah, and it's
everything.
a draw. Bishop a5 takes and king d7.
Moreover, after bishop d8, I don't see a way for you to protect the pawn, to be honest. So.
Okay, so we give a check.
Yeah.
King e8. Yeah, king e6, d5.
Loses to
or
d5
rook f6.
or rook f6. Yeah.
Right, king e8, and now king d5.
Yeah.
This, by the way, allows or not g6. No, I thought g6 is smart. It doesn't work. Yeah, just take.
Yeah, I don't see how it works.
So what should I do then? Bishop d8 attacking the pawn.
Yeah, but you should play for some mating knight. You should go something like king c6. Well, I cannot promise it works, of course, but...
And then check from here.
Ah, even like this, yeah.
Yeah, and then takes.
Yeah.
King d3 he plays. This is strange. Feels like
well, I mean, probably his idea is to, is to play king d5 and Ikavenko will be playing on seconds. Also, in 3 moves, it's gonna be one more
time control,
one more time control, yes.
Addition, this time 15 minutes to each player. So king d3.
So I don't even see actually any, not big point, but some point of this move, to be honest, but maybe there is some.
Bishop d6, and now he has protected from this side. Now white struggles to activate the bishop. Can there be this setup? D5, leave the rook. No, I don't need to leave the rook. Bishop c3, bishop f6. Okay, this will be one more try.
Yeah, I also thought of this, but probably it's a bit smarter to start with bishop c3, I said. Also, I'm not sure.
Bishop c3, then I was afraid of this.
Yeah, but
you're
d5
just
works.
in time.
Yeah.
It's d5. It's d5. Okay, bishop c3. Does he get anywhere with this? That's another question. Okay, let's pin the bishop. Always a good idea.
Yeah, but then king c4. Somehow this bishop on d6 is a bit shaky.
That's why we wanted it on d8 to attack g5, right?
Yeah.
Because now, now actually both black pieces are not ideally placed.
Well, I mean,
if I move the rook, now it's king d5, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that white has any idea, actually, even after king d5 and white is to move. I mean, nothing really happens, right?
So he tries to make black...
worrying, I would say.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe to blunder something, not that you can easily blunder something. Yeah, like if black loses his patience, plays some forced draw line, which is not a forced draw, but a loss. This is...
Yeah, but otherwise I don't see black losing here.
In the other position, Rapport is still thinking. Maybe the reason why he's thinking that, okay, after rook c4 it's a mess,
All right.
So you don't know, and after f4 it's just a draw. Maybe that's the point. So that after f4, white takes with the bishop, right? Bishop takes, pawn takes, black. I don't know, maybe king. It's apparently not important,
move, yeah.
right? Takes there.
Actually, isn't it dangerous?
King f5. A take white is dangerous.
I mean, rook b2.
Here.
You can go ahead. Alright.
Yeah, if I move back and you come
then,
like to h3.
Then king f4 probably just wins, yeah, but you have king g3. Alright.
Check there.
And after g3 you have king h3, yeah?
Or rook to c8.
No, rook c8, king g4. It could be dangerous, but you have king h3.
G3. Actually, on king g4 I still have... Yeah, rook d6 is still fine. So that to have this check. Sure. Rook b6 is actually rook b6 is what you have to play.
Yeah.
And then rook b4, I mean, if you want. f4 was played. So
which is a bit sad, but...
Can white play for a win?
No, actually, what I wanted to ask is g takes f4. Are you going to play bishop d4 then? Because my idea is that if you take with the bishop, then probably bishop c3 gives white some hopes, although maybe still nothing special.
Rook c4. I mean, I will always have at least like rook c1, rook c2.
Yeah, you're right.
Probably. I mean, like white has to take 2 pawns, after which, I mean, so 2 tempi, after which I will go to f5.
Yeah, and
that's probably too risky.
My point was that after g takes f4, bishop d4 check is quite smart.
Bishop d4 maybe is also very strong.
So I thought it's kind of...
Yeah,
no,
I have to go...
No, because if you take back, then white is in time to play bishop takes f4 and switch for the previous line. But here it's probably just dangerous, because after king f1 I go g3.
g3 and plan to go to... Here, I mean, g2 is one thing to worry about.
The funny thing here is that after rook takes a6, probably it's not g2 but rook e2 all of a sudden.
Wow, rook e2 is funny. I mean, maybe you don't need rook e2. Maybe this is kind of winning easier because it might be just mate, you know.
Yeah, you're right.
Might be just mate. I don't know. A draw was agreed after bishop takes f4. So this one, no surprise, this one finishes in a draw. It was an interesting game. Once again, unorthodox starting from the opening. On move 3, this b5 was already something you don't see very often.
Sure.
But finished with the most common result, a draw between Pavel Ulyanov and
But not in Rapport's games, and also not in Ulyanov's games, I believe.
Yeah, Ulyanov is also, I mean, we were discussing during one of the breaks that Ulyanov is one of those players on the very top, let's say, who still plays a lot of decisive games, a lot of entertaining chess. Right, so we are left with this everlasting ending between Hare Krishna and Yakovenko. 2 more moves before move 60, before they will reach the time control.
2 more moves before 20 more moves, actually.
Most likely.
I'm afraid so.
So, rook went to g2. He actually went for this idea, bishop c3, rook g2, so now he can play, as we said, now he can
d5,
play d5.
Yeah.
Now another thing to do for black is to cut the king like this.
Yeah, also could be a smart idea.
I mean,
also here I'm not sure. At least white has an idea. You can go bishop f6. Then I go, say, rook a1.
Rook a1.
You probably pass, I believe.
I can pass this way, I thought.
Yeah, but this allows check and king e4.
No, check king d6.
Yeah, but king e4, I'm not in time.
It looks like...
Yeah, and if I start
once again, this time it's me who is trying to make forced draw, you know?
Yeah.
King d6,
so
king e4.
Yeah, but you simply take g5,
Takes,
take f6, and take
and
d5.
take f6, yes, and take d5.
Yeah.
And
All right.
this is not the kind of position one gets confused. Yes,
Yeah.
rook and bishop versus rook, it's still played.
Yeah.
This one you just agree a draw.
Also, at the recent Russian Higher League, I remember some game between
Two grandmasters playing rook and bishop.
well,
rook versus bishop.
two women grandmasters, but still, I mean, that was impressive. That
But how did it
also,
finish?
also
How did it finish?
Also, 50 moves were played.
It was a draw.
Suddenly, it was finished in a draw. Yeah. Also, from some point, I was expecting
No, of
something.
course. I mean, there are positions when you have to be tricky, but not with the king in the center.
Yeah.
I mean, if the king is kind of close to a wrong corner, then no, I mean, there are some positions, rook versus bishop, when you have to really demonstrate something.
There are some positions that are lost, basically. But
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so Harry is to move. What else he can do? He can go bishop d2 back all of a sudden,
yeah, but
claiming that he locks the rook at this side and then come up with rook a1 and rook a7.
why? Yeah, maybe.
But no, it probably doesn't make sense, right? With king and
Well, the positive thing about this rook on g2 is that after bishop d2, for instance, if white plays, say, I don't know, any move, king e6 or something, if you go rook a1, I will have f6 idea.
Ah, yeah, so there is no g6.
Yeah, but there is rook a6. I mean, basically, those f6 tries is how you usually lose. But maybe not here.
Yeah, f6, rook a6, yes.
Yeah, maybe
Once again-
some study like king d5 should be working, I believe. But
So that if I take,
yeah, so it's check on g3.
check on g3, king c2,
And then something, I don't know, rook f3 maybe.
rook f3 is possible. King e2 I had to play, but
But rook g2, then still
Rook
I will,
G2.
yeah, still I will get it to the f file.
okay, Harry has to decide on something.
d5 was just played.
d5 was just played.
Which is positive thing is...
It's weird to see an empty playing hall, you know.
yeah,
I mean, though this game, it's not a fluke. The game is in progress. It's just that they are sitting behind our camera.
Yeah.
You know, if the camera could be moved to, so this game would be seen. D5.
so d5 is a very good move, as after that any pawn promotion will mean something happening in the game.
So not more than 50 moves
it's,
of waiting.
It's either g6, d6 or black moving f pawn
So it's
will make a very, very big change. So
rook g4. Yeah, opting for this, bishop f4. So, can I do this? Can I give a check? King d7 we were playing, right? And then this bishop f4 happened to work. Maybe I should do this, not rook a1. And then in this line, seemingly I can play... which might be still a draw, I don't know. I mean, this bishop g5
yeah,
might
I
be still a
understand,
draw.
yeah. Actually, even without f7 pawn, as a position is not, that easy, as I know.
Takes.
Yeah, and for instance, if there is no f7 pawn, you simply go something like bishop c3.
You mean even this is not easy to win?
No, it's definitely not easy. As I remember, Tomaszewski didn't manage to win this. I mean, it's extremely difficult to win. So I remember some unlucky match, Russia against Armenia at some World Team Championship where Tomaszewski had this position against Movsesan, as I remember. And
it was
and
I think he was winning, but
yeah, but it was never easy, and finally he didn't manage, unfortunately.
Okay, so now
Yeah.
it doesn't look like. But then my question will be: Can White do something? Can White do something else? What can White do at all?
So can White do
this
something
bishop
about
f4?
bishop f4, right? No, but actually that position it was perfect for white. I mean, after this one, so bishop f6 and rook b1. Still
b1. So bishop f4 is still not a draw.
Still
course,
hard to believe. Yeah, black is going to do this.
But other than that, what can I do?
You could actually play.
I can give a check back. Because king f5, all of a sudden, Yakovenko will be on +1.
Yeah.
After king f white, it's rook g4 mate.
But probably some king e3 is smart here.
So still...
Also then king d6 suddenly has a chance to take the pawn back.
Confusing.
No, I mean it's obvious that it's much closer to a draw.
So one more move is needed for Hare Krishna.
Plus after bishop f6, king d7, rook b1, rook g3 was also perfectly playable.
So this check, here, rook b1, bishop f4.
No, but rook g3 first.
I mean rook g3. Okay, let's make it this way.
Yeah.
Rook g3 check. Yeah, and just giving all those checks all the time. So that the king will have to go
far away, and then
the king. Actually, maybe it's just a perpetual, because if you go here, it's this move.
Yeah.
And also it feels very, very close to.
Well, I mean, still you could continue with rook b7.
Rook b7
followed
and
by rook
b5.
Yeah, but the thing is that you will never.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you make progress.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like you make progress. You still keep the game going, still no way to simplify for black immediately, but
probably he doesn't need to actually.
So you can see in the playing hall, you can see the chief arbiter walking. That confirms that the game is still in progress. And Hare Krishna is thinking he's got 14
Not a very
minutes.
happy confirmation for him, I'm afraid, actually.
I mean the chief arbiter, he's got a bit tired. Yeah. Every single round, one game was like much longer than the other. There was one round, couple of rounds ago, I think round 7, when they really finished right after the first time control. But other than that, it was for like 3 days in a row. It was Ryazantsev who was finishing one of the last or the last. Then last 2 days, Ryazantsev finishes one of the first.
All right.
But there is always one player who hadn't enough. So can't see a realistic chance. Yeah, that's the problem when in some positions like that. Maybe Hare Krishna he himself realizes that there isn't a realistic chance.
So bishop
but
f6
it's not the position you offer a draw. I mean, you have to choose something to try. Check here.
So I mean, just in case, let's try to remember that d5 was move 59.
Yeah.
So I mean, if something will go wrong.
So till move 109.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the position you can try for 50 moves. I mean,
sure.
Not enough ideas, right?
No, sure. I'm just joking. Yeah.
Maybe there is some idea. I don't know what to suggest.
Actually, without rooks, it's also the draw, right? Should be, at least.
Yeah, it's not clear what at all you want without rooks, right? I mean, something like this, for instance, right? To make it a position without rooks. And then just keep the bishop here and keep it. And
no, but then bishop b4. No. Here bishop b4.
Bishop d4 I can take and go king d6. I mean, right. that was the point actually.
Yeah.
So that here I can wait.
Well, I mean, if you wanted, you could put your bishop on the 7 just not to worry at all. Actually, yeah. I mean,
but even here, like I'm waiting, and when you finally protect it, I just take and go king d6.
Yeah.
And so it's quite a big margin for this to be a draw. King d7 is played. It's move number 60. Players got an increment of 15 minutes each, and we got the right to go for one more break. Just quickly, before Hare Krishna comes up with yet another move. So, 10 minutes and we will be back. One game is still in progress. Stay tuned. Yeah, we have an interview of the winner of this tournament, Teimur Rajabov, and his opponent, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They will tell us what was going on in their game.
The game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Teimur Rajabov was drawn. Teimur is the sole winner of Geneva Grand Prix, congratulations. And Jan is sharing the second place with Alexander Grishchuk, also good result for Jan, congratulations. Teimur, how did this last round go for you?
Well, it was a tough game anyway, but especially considering the fact that I mean, in case I would lose the game, I would just change the places with Jan, so it would be extremely unpleasant. So I expected the fighting game in general, but okay, I was actually happy about the opening, that I've got this kind of solid position that you can play around for ages. But I think I've maybe instead of d takes e5, I had to take with the knight. I mean, at least to let this knight from g6 come into the game, and in case it's exchanged, I can just bring my knight back to f8 and then bishop e6, knight g6, and so on. So somehow I regret it. I played d takes e5 too fast, and okay, it still was part of my strategy to play fast. So in general, I didn't regret it. But when I saw that I have to consolidate and to play around without two bishops, I was not that happy about my position. But okay, later on. Yeah, I think Jan played a very bad move a5. I played this rook d8, and after knight f4, I've offered a draw, and I saw that my position is decent, so white should normally, having less time and quite an unpleasant position, they should accept the draw in general, but Jan decided to play and with a bit ugly looking move knight h2, but otherwise there is not so many moves as well. So after knight h2 and then move later, Jan offered the draw, so I declined. Okay, it's but it's last round, nerve taking, and everybody's nervous, and in general, any decision might matter. But afterwards, I had no risk at all for black. I mean, I was just better everywhere, and I could maybe play better, but I didn't find a precise way to put pressure on Jan in that position. I put it pressure, but it was not enough, and I think he escaped nicely with this c4 b5. Even though he says that after king h3, maybe I had this rook g1. Somehow I only calculated everything instead of king h3. But I thought king h3, rook g3 is good for me. But somehow I forgot that he can just take and play c5. Then king g4 is the threat, and rook has to go. And then he goes rook d6. So yeah, okay. Anyway, I cannot be unsatisfied, It's like, yeah, with the place and with the result. In general, I think I've played decent chess, maybe except of the game against Grishchuk, and today I think I was quite shaky. But in general, I think I was able to pull myself together, and so that's why I think things went pretty much my way. So,
okay. Yeah. Thank you. Jan, how was the game from your point of view?
Well, okay, I was also more or less satisfied with the opening because, okay, it's Italian normally promises a long game unless black managed to play d5. So once it was this symmetrical pawn structure, I thought maybe, if I can acquire two bishops or something, I can try to press on. And in fact, I think before the move a5, I was slightly better. And I should have just played bishop e3, and then, okay, after exchanging bishops, played g3, king g2. And it seems to me I had enough time to, protect d2 square from invasion of black rooks. And then, okay, with bishop on c4, which is much better than knight on g6, I mean, especially in the future. And my plays generally would be more or less simple, like put my rook to f3, press to f7, and at some point queen b3 also takes weak b7 point. So I think it could be just completely another game, but I mean, after a5 I was expecting some calm move, but I mean, a5 is instead a loss of tempo, but after knight a4, unfortunately I cannot even play bishop e3, because black takes, rook e3, and then maybe queen g6, and knight h2 and h5. And okay, maybe it was an interesting option, but I felt like it is too risky. And I mean, okay, a draw was offered, and I spent like half an hour trying to find a way to play on, and okay, of course I miscalculated, so I was going to play something like g3. After rook d7 and after knight h3, king g2, queen f2, queen takes, knight takes, bishop e3. I mean, trying to take the knight because knight has not so many squares. Bishop takes e3, rook takes e3, rook d2, bishop e2. Finally, knight is almost captured, and then suddenly knight d3 is the move, and knight escapes. And this was a big. I would say a big blow, and after this, okay, I was just trying to escape already because I believe maybe I can also take on e3 with the rook, but this position is just a little bit ugly. I cannot fight for only open file in the position, so this is very suspicious. And I mean, I believe Timur tried to play, let's say, too solid, because I think instead of knight g5 he could do something like knight f6. But actually the way he played was also, I mean, good promising for him, and I'm happy that I managed to escape, so didn't spoil. I mean, I cannot spoil the whole Grand Prix series, but I could spoil this tournament a little for me. Yes, somehow game ended in a draw, so okay, that's a decent result. But I mean, okay, it's the last round, so okay, I was really looking forward to play on. But okay, I believe after e5, it's only white who should care about equality.
Okay. Timur, with this victory, you are coming back into fight for the qualification to candidates tournament. We can say this is a big comeback of Timur Radžabov, and your ambition is probably rising before the final event in Palma de Mallorca. How do you comment the current situation in the standings?
Well, I tried as much as possible to avoid thinking about it, because I mean it's still a whole tournament to play. Every round anything can happen. I mean, you lose one game like today, for example, and your chances are like at least twice less to qualify. So in general, yeah, I'm not really looking. I mean, I've played this candidates and everything, so I'm not the 16 or 18 years old player who is very happy to qualify for the candidates or something. I would be happy to, but
maybe this makes you more dangerous.
Yeah, I think so, probably. Yeah, because I mean, I've played these tournaments, I've played this candidate matches when they were there, and also the candidates tournament, which wasn't too successful for me. And so in general, yeah, I'm not the one that is super excited and waiting to qualify for the candidates. I'm just playing my tournaments and trying to do my best, playing better chess as much as I can, and just improving on some aspects and trying to do my best. I'm not really thinking about it. I'm not too much, excited about such things at the moment. But in general, there is a whole tournament ahead. There is also a World Cup. So in general, yeah, I will just do my best. In general, that's the plan. There is nothing about calculating points all day long and stuff. I'm just playing as better chess as I can. Yeah.
Okay. Jan, you will play the next tournament in St. Louis. Am I right? What is your tournament schedule until the end of the year? You will also play World Cup, maybe?
Well, clear. I should play World Cup to try to qualify for the candidates once I failed in Grand Prix. So there will be the Grand Chess Tour as well, and perhaps some team channels, some team tournaments, some team channels.
So we continue with this last game, which is still in progress in round 9 in Geneva. Pentyala Harikrishna for already like 40 moves has an extra pawn against Dmitry Yakovenko, but seemingly he is not going to win. King d7 was the last position we've seen. Rook a1, after which our guess was that bishop f4 should be good enough for a draw, right?
Yeah.
Yakovenko has played bishop c5, which is no problem, apparently. Rook a6, rook went to g1, so now there won't be this king e4 motive if he attacks the pawn on g5, rook c6, and bishop went to a3. So
Yeah,
next
bishop
move he wants
yeah.
to... Actually, next move he wants to play bishop c1.
Yeah.
If, let's say, if white doesn't do anything clever.
I'm not sure actually if there is a move for white
that stops it, yeah?
No, that allows it actually.
Ah, bishop c1?
Well, I mean, any normal move like rook h6.
I still can play, yeah?
For instance, I'm
rook
not
h6,
sure actually.
I can play bishop c1. This is what I thought.
Yeah, but I'm not sure you will actually. As there is rook a1, for instance.
King d6.
Ah, you can even do that, yeah. King e4. Yeah, king e4.
Check from the first rank.
Ah, from the first rank, yeah. Yeah, I mean.
So probably. Yeah, so the point is that I have rook g3. I can unpin the bishop if something like bishop b2 happens.
Moreover, after king c2, you have bishop e3, so
Yeah.
your rook is protected, yeah. Even bishop takes g5 would probably be a draw, but this one
Yeah,
is...
but bishop e3 is just easier. Already 5 minutes spent by Pentyala Harikrishna here.
So let's put it like this. Does white have any move that keeps all the pawns at the board for quite some time?
King e4 to go to f5, but then checks will
Then
follow.
checks will come, yeah. Plus c6 is a bit dubious square for the rook, as after rook d1 at some point you will not even have d6. And you never have checks. Actually, I don't like this setup with rook on c6. So you don't have any check.
Rook a6, bishop goes here, right?
I thought so.
I don't even see
How
the
to,
way,
how
to keep the game
continue
going.
yeah.
To keep the game going.
Maybe it could be king e4 still.
King
actually.
g4, so that if
So if you
the bishop takes,
rook a7 check.
rook a7 check.
But you probably should go to c8 actually.
If I go to d6,
Then I thought it's bishop e5.
Bishop e5,
And
bishop
then bishop
d4.
d4,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's wins the rook.
Yeah, if you go to e8, then it's somehow...
Maybe e8 is also fine, but
Yeah, but I thought then rook a8.
king goes here and then check from d8, king c7, maybe also another version of this forced draw, but really
Yeah.
if it's king c8, it's
Yeah, and
just
here maybe bishop e5 and it's some...
with the hope to get rook and bishop versus rook.
Well, I mean, obviously it's a dead draw, yeah, but probably white still keeps some chances.
So let's see.
So he played rook b6.
He did play something. He played rook b6.
So actually I don't see why is it better, to be honest.
It's not.
So what's wrong with bishop c1?
Bishop c1, maybe this is what he's...
Yeah, but rook g3
but-
check.
Or king d6. And actually, yeah, rook
No,
g3
but rook
check
g3 check-
immediately is possible.
Yeah, but
and then
anyway,
takes on c5.
we could do the same with rook on a1, which
Actually,
was no
check
way
and
worse. Yeah, I mean,
here
then you simply
say
take.
takes bishop e5. Maybe it's still some last try to dominate. I don't know how.
Let's try to dominate. Sounds
This,
nice.
Check.
Rook b7. Yeah, king e8 maybe.
King e8. Yeah, this pawn is not running fast enough.
Yeah.
The pawn is not fast enough. So, bishop c1 seems to make a draw for Yakovenko. There might be other moves. Seems like he's considering other moves. Bishop c1 played.
yeah. So finally we managed to find the cameras that
Yeah, so we can
That
see
shows
in the
heroes,
corner
yeah.
of the playing hall. So the players are still there. And we failed to spot the way for white to keep this pawn, to keep the game going.
yeah.
Yeah, there is always some check. So let's say rook b8, rook g8 will never work, right? Because there is always some, at least a check, and bishop f4. Or a check from d1.
Or even rook g4. Quiet, yeah.
After this,
Yeah, for instance, it's white to move. He plays rook g8, yeah, or what?
no, I thought takes rook g8, but it can never work.
No, but
right?
it's a deader, no? I mean, it's...
Takes rook g8.
Yeah, but just anything. Rook g3 or rook d1. Maybe rook d1 is the simplest way,
Rook
actually,
d1.
to finish the game. And then I simply take f6 and go king d6 and it's over.
This and king d6, yes. So that wasn't a bad fight from Hare Krishna. He really did give it a shot.
Yeah, but
The
actually
opening
for-
worked fine for him.
For Hare Krishna, it's, you know, one of the most unpleasant kind of the games, actually, that you out-prepare your opponent and you get the position you want to get, and you know it's better, and you know you have quite a good chances to win, and then he starts to defend well, and I mean, suddenly, although you did everything kind of correctly, still you...
So you were right. I'm coming back to this game, yeah.
Still, you could never convert it into a full point.
So queen b5 and queen e2. This takes. Could it be that there was some better move somehow? I don't know. Or it's
For white? No, I don't think so. As I remember, the final position, yeah, should be like that, with extra deep pawn for white in the endgame.
This is answered with this, right?
Yeah.
And then, funny enough, if not for this knight on g6, I managed to spot a funny variation. Knight f7, and then when you take, it's a check followed by rook e8.
Yeah, but
There is a knight.
Yeah.
Knight h6 would have been double check, but there is nothing.
But
after
king
all.
f8 would work here anyway.
Here would,
but you would meet it by queen.
There is
G8,
no knight on G6. Then it's once
alright.
again nice, but of course there is this horsey on G6 which protects on F8.
Sure.
Yes, well, apparently this is the maximum white could have, an extra pawn like this.
Yeah.
And he did try it well.
Actually, going through all he did, I actually didn't like this.
G4, you mean? Or
Yeah. I actually expected him to play with all the pawns, but probably
takes.
my plan was also bad. I don't know.
Takes.
So rook a2, king f3, he played and it's okay.
Rook a2, king f3, h5.
Yeah, and I expected him to do something else, like king e4 first.
I mean, one thing you can still try to play it as a rook ending, right? I mean, somewhere, if white can play bishop f4 and take with the piece, then...
Yeah, but then it's an easy draw actually. I know it's...
I'm not sure.
Especially for Yakovenko, but
maybe.
In general it's also... Maybe. No, but okay, he played king e4, which is decent, I believe.
Yeah, king e4, rook a4.
Rook a4, but what would happen here after rook b6? That's what...
Rook b6, yeah?
That's what could be an interesting question, actually.
Oops. For some reason, I was not able to put it on b6. Rook b6.
So, yeah, b6 was too far, yeah?
This he
but I'm
probably doesn't want.
I'm not sure, yeah.
This, it's king... Nah, king d5, there is still a check.
No, but king c4, alright. And one more check, you mean?
One more check, yes.
Yeah, okay, then I had to include bishop d2, so let me go back, for instance, king d3 here.
So once again,
alright.
This.
And here I need to think, because bishop d2, bishop c5 maybe so far. Or maybe not. No, but there is bishop c5.
Yeah, there is bishop c5. I mean, you can get the rook on b7 and play bishop d2 if you wish.
First of all, I can play, for instance, after king d7, another question I can play 4 actually at some point.
Yeah, 4-5 was also an idea.
Yeah, but then g3 would also be a weakness. Well, I mean, basically anyway, it should be closer to a draw.
Yeah, maybe it's a draw with a precise play, but yeah, he tried his chances. It's just that Yakovenko was defending very well, it seems.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook b6, bishop to c1, rook b1, rook g3 check, king to e4. Bishop takes g5, bishop e5. So he is trying this thing with rook b7 and I don't know.
Also, it's hard to believe he will succeed after any random move, like, I don't know, rook g2 for instance.
Check.
Alright, king e8.
So we keep this pawn, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, so otherwise he will probably force me somehow to give up the bishop, although still it's hard to believe.
Yeah, if king c8 takes, then there will be some ideas like to get to e6.
Yeah.
But after king e8, yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Well, I mean, basically, why to give up the pawn if you can save it?
Check here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop e5. Yakovenko is still thinking, because rook g2, of course, is not the only move. He can do something else. He can maybe go to a3.
I'm not even sure if white gets a free tempo, rook g4 check, king e5 and rook g2. This is obviously a huge improvement for white, but even here actually I don't see...
No, here it's a check. This I don't like
king
really.
e8?
Check and rook behind.
Yeah, and then I wanted to trick you with rook f2 check.
Then you have a
check. That was my point, yeah.
Then you have a check. But maybe this is what you don't like.
No, I mean, hard to believe bishop e7 followed by rook f2 check.
Yeah, it's still... Yeah, so nothing can happen. That's already the position. Bishop e5, rook e3 check was played.
Which is also decent, I believe. King d4.
King d4.
I mean, anyway, there is no way to get mated here for black, so basically almost everything is playable. So why black is worse?
Rook e2.
Yeah, for instance.
Actually, the rook is not even hanging. Can I play f6?
Well, at least bishop takes f6. Which is probably already enough
to be a reason not to consider
yeah,
f6. Yes.
to stop you from doing that, yeah.
So that's silly.
Actually, any move. Rook h3, rook e2. Actually, I don't even see white making progress here.
Yeah, simply he cannot give it away. I mean, he was...
So rook f3 he played.
Rook f3.
Which is also decent. So he decided to protect f7 to be able to play king c8 after check, right?
To force matters a bit.
Yeah.
So the rook cannot remain on... it can remain on 7th rank after king c8, it's a check, but then there will be no rook b8 check.
Yeah, and then after king d8, bishop f6 is coming, and everything is coming already.
Bishop f6 is, another thing to mention. Funny enough.
But still, it's not lost, but he can...
Yeah, but we can have... this is what I wanted to say, that we can have rook and bishop still, but with other colors. White, of course, will not blunder this. Yeah, I always thought this type of positions, I mean, you probably not offer a draw, but when you want to try to play, you don't really think much. I mean, you because I really was amazed with people who could...
Unless you have a feeling that something went wrong for your opponent and you have a real chance, right?
Yeah, but here... Yeah, so I mean, it's fine to hover around. Here, let's say, waiting for a mistake. Yeah. Actually, this allows a check from e3.
Or from e7. Yeah.
Yeah, but even bishop e7, d6,
takes,
and takes is fine.
And rook f5, yeah.
Rook f5. Once again, we managed to reach the position where black is up material.
Yeah.
And it's still a draw. King e4 was played. So it was rook e3.
So is he gonna repeat after rook e3 or not?
No, probably he's planning for king f5.
Yeah, but he could do this already, right?
Yes.
But the Kevin is tricky. He'll probably play rook f2 just to
make sure that the pawn is protected.
Yeah.
So he will not, let's say, repeat it easily.
Well, I mean, it's not that he's unhappy with the draw, but he understands that Hare Krishna is not going to repeat it 3 times, right?
Now the question is there any chance still? After king f5 and let's say I put the bishop on...
No, actually...
Even on d8.
Actually, he did play rook e3 check.
King f5, yes. Or bishop e7, actually.
Well,
d6
I'm not even sure that white is better if he's to move, to be honest. Which is, quite a big odd, but still...
Like to play rook e2 here, for instance.
No, but even with a stupid rook with a 3, so make a triangle with a stupid rook. So, for instance, rook a1, rook a4, rook b1.
So, same positions like we have in the game, but with white to move. And it's still,
I mean, even here, I don't think actually
maybe it's still not winning. Probably it's still not winning.
No, I mean, it's not even problematic, I'm afraid.
Bishop e7. So now it's possible to give a check. King goes
to e8 probably.
Maybe to e8.
Yeah, but here
this
d6, it's somehow it becomes worrisome. King a8 was already played.
And probably actually what's the plan after King e8? Yeah. Now white has to play d6. That's... d6 played. can we claim that
Is some
bishop takes d6? Is it serious?
well.
This is surprising.
Well,
This is surprising.
Now I start to root for Hare Krishna, to be honest.
And it's not even the 50 moves. It can be more because there is a pawn.
Yeah.
This is really, really unexpected transformation. It seemed to us that he was not forced to do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not at all. Yeah, bishop d6. Probably he believes in himself so much that he's ready to defend this one, but this is really surprising. This is really, really
Unless
surprising.
he knows some setup with a pawn on f7, which is a dead draw, but I'm not sure such exists actually.
I don't know, well, but how it's... I mean, at least I can see how... I mean, this pawn is probably just lost in a couple of moves, no?
I'm not sure, actually, after some rook e6.
Oops, now we'll have to do this. Rook e6, yeah. Just a second, yeah, rook e6. No, but if I give a check, king d7 and... then no, bishop somewhere.
Okay, king e7. No, but still there should be some
king
way.
e7, it's a check, let's say, and bishop f6.
So what if you are to move?
A check, rook f8.
And rook f8, alright. Yeah.
So it doesn't look like this is what he's... No, I mean, apparently he's relying on his technique in rook and bishop versus rook ending. Rook e1. Simply keeping this one as it is.
Yeah, but bishop takes d6 was one of the most depressing moves of today. So, yeah.
Wait.
Actually, I mean, even here I don't get this. Although I don't see why bishop e7 was necessary, but even here, okay, rook b8, king d7, what's wrong? Even bishop d8 is
bishop d8,
good enough.
Maybe this is problematic because of this. I mean, still, you can always give
how, how it can be more problematic?
no, you take and play bishop g3, actually.
Well, I mean, anyway, how it can be more problematic than
rook and bishop, yes.
Actually, what you said is the only way to lose, suddenly.
Why? No, I don't agree with this.
You have king d8, yeah, in the variant.
This,
alright, so.
you mean check, here,
rook
here,
f8, so a big number of moves for black here.
Check.
Yeah, king d5.
Takes.
Yeah, takes and rook h7
check. And even this.
No, this is lost, king e6.
Come on, how it's lost?
No, it's
this one is lost. Yeah, you just simply win. Now, bishop e7, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, if we come back to this line once again, I don't know what for. So this...
Yeah, but we have to do something, right? I mean,
rook f8, yeah. Takes. Once again, you're not forced to take, but just...
I've spotted like 5 ways for black to... Yeah, bishop d6
bishop
first.
d6, check, bishop e7.
Yeah, rook h7, rook h7.
Rook h7 and king d8.
Yeah, so white even managed to make it to play the only move. Moreover, after rook d7, once again,
rook d7, I will have to play this king c8, but this is enough. And when I will reach this corner, I'm pretty safe.
All right.
Bishop f4. Well, Yakovenko doesn't have that much time, I have to say. Rook e7.
So that gives up the pawn immediately after rook d8 and say king f6, for instance.
Check and king f6. You can play rook f8. You can play. I mean,
but then probably king c6. But still, I mean,
I mean, you will win the pawn.
It's obvious,
you will win the pawn. Since the king and pawn are separated, let's say, if the king is on c6, then you will win the pawn. I'm not even sure if you want to win the pawn immediately. If you're Hare Krishna, you probably want to first, to try for some kind of attack with the pawn alive. So, which kind of gives you more chances to trick. Bishop g5 followed by king f6. King f6 immediately.
Actually, anything.
Yeah, the pawn is gone already.
Yeah.
And when the pawn is taken, it will be 50 moves at least. So we can be sure. Rook d1.
So
Yeah,
now-
so Yakovenko doesn't really care of this f7 pawn. Now the question is, do you take it or not? Because I would probably start with something like rook b4 first.
or even rook b6.
Rook
Rook b6 runs into rook e6.
e6,
Yeah,
yeah.
that would be nice, yeah. No, but actually you can take. Nothing is wrong with it.
No, but mathematically, look, if I take rook f1, I will have to play rook b4,
Sure.
and it will be 49 moves till the draw. And if I start with rook b8, I take the pawn one move later. That's the only argument I can make.
Well, I mean, then why to take it at all? You can play any move. I mean, like bishop e5 or bishop g3,
Yes.
and then why to take it? No, I mean, I mean it is not how basically logic works.
Yeah, but rook b4 is sort of improving, because I thought after this check I want. Actually, yeah, it's not clear where I want this king to go.
After
to
rook
A
b-
file or to 8th rank or where?
First of all, after rook b4, there is king e8,
Yes.
which forces you to go back and to take f7, right? So, all right. Yeah.
Was there any game from a recent practice that the strongest side won, rook and bishop against the rook? I mean, on the top level.
Yeah, that's exactly what I started to think about. The last game I remember was
Kramnik against Bruzon, the World Cup
plus-
in Baku.
plus Swidler almost lost, yeah, so he was
To
lost
Caruana.
against Caruana, yeah, but Caruana didn't find all the correct moves.
When it was already a Philido position.
Yeah, so Swidler was lost
So
at some point.
that was surprising. Yeah, I remember I was some time ago, well, like maybe 8 years back, Hikaru Nakamura played maybe even more than 8 years. I'm not sure.
Actually, Nakamura managed to beat Grishuk recently.
That was...
It was blitz or rapid, but I mean,
Yeah.
still.
No, I
quite-
remember Hikaru
remarkable game.
playing a game against Vladimir Baklan, Ukrainian grandmaster in some Austrian league. I mean, Hikaru wasn't, let's say, 2800 but 2700 rated, and he outplayed the Ukrainian grandmaster 2600. The fact is that the game finished in a draw because it took too much time. The rook would have been lost like on move 53.
All right.
So the weaker side was defending correctly, then he got confused,
Yeah.
and so Nakamura almost won, got the winning position, but the game finished in a draw. So now we will see what's going to happen. The pawn, to remind you, was captured in move number 77, so by a move number 127 it's got to be over.
Oh, you're still able to calculate, huh?
To add 50.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah. So I mean, we should somehow separate the task. Yeah, I will calculate the moves. You will calculate, some mathematical things.
King d5. So far nothing to talk about. Can give a check so that king will be forced to go to a
King F5.
king side. To
Also-
queen side, king f5.
Also decent move.
Yeah, you have no problem moving the king to like second last rank, right? I mean,
Yeah. Actually, I know there are some setups that nobody uses that allows weaker side to keep the king in the corner of c3, c6, f6, f3, as I know. But it's
You mean in the central
central
Right.
corner, yes, c3, c6,
Those
f6, f3.
squares mark the...
Yeah.
So it's like it's possible not to leave this corner with the king.
Yeah, but I
Probably
don't know
it's
why you
something
need
tricky.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, this one square defense is something that is more or less easy to remember. And maybe Yakovenko will
So
go
now,
for it.
now Yakovenko is about to choose a setup. It's
King
either...
c6.
Actually, this is a bit surprising. Is he going to use this?
I mean, like one square.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
rook b7,
yeah, exactly.
for instance, king b5.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is how I mean, the setup is fine.
This is how you lose, actually. I mean,
the setup is fine, but this is how Bruzon lost, because at some point you will have to switch places for king and the rook. And
this is also how Grishuk lost recently.
So it might get confusing, I mean.
Yeah.
Check, king c5, and bishop e5. So far, Hare Krishna is not even thinking.
All right.
Will it be all 127 moves? I'm guessing.
Well,
for Hare Krishna, it's really
unless Hare Krishna will win.
Yeah, unless Hare Krishna will win. For him, it's really important. I mean, if it will be +1 or +2. Rook to d1.
Yeah, so rook h7 means Yakavenko switched for the best defense. It's called Cochrane defense, as I know.
So what's the thing?
So the point is to get king on a5 and rook on h5 when white will have king on d5 and bishop on e5.
So check.
So for instance, I go I go king b5 here, for instance, just to show the main position. You go king d5, king a5, rook b1. Here I pass, I play rook g5. Now the thing is that
if the king goes
to d6, then my king goes to a4.
Another way around, yeah.
Yeah, and
here, king goes to a6.
And then you will have to move your bishop at some point. For instance, after king d6, king a4, you play bishop d4. Then immediately rook b5 comes. And then you run all the way to e1 and rook to e8 to get the same position, but a bit reversed.
Actually, this will be an immediate draw, it seems.
Well, play king c2, I mean, just to...
But then the rook is taken.
I understand.
Yeah,
but
this is...
Alright.
Anyway, he will hold this one, king e4. And I mean, yeah, he of course can give those checks just to make more moves.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
Once again, it's a very logical thing to do. So bishop goes here. Now, for example, he can play king c4. After this check, can go to b5.
Yeah.
So white actually will have to work in order to...
Yeah, actually, the most strange thing in the same game I saw in a Blitz game between Carlson and Swidler. It was the World Blitz Championship in Moscow, which Carlson managed to win. So it was like 2009, maybe, or something. But the point is that Swidler had a rook and 3 pawns, and originally he was black, and his pawns were on h3, d3, and h5, and white king was originally on f5. But it took Carlson only 30 moves to take all the pawns and win the game then.
Wow.
And I was extremely surprised, I remember.
King e5, what's king e5? King b3.
So it's the same thing, but one file closer, one file closer, yeah. Actually, it's interesting why they don't do this.
Yeah, the question is how at all you make a progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so strange because if you don't know what to do and you are the defensive side, in 10 moves you kind of feel like I'm surrounded, everything is coming. Yeah, but looking at this, when let's say someone like Yakavenko who knows the method defends this, and you think how on earth you can get in trouble. I mean, it seems such an easy endgame to hold.
So they will probably need new
score sheets or something.
Score sheets, yeah.
So Hare Krishna's thinking again. So he will spend some time to... I don't even know what to say. I mean, to find one last try, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how to come up with, because so far it's not clear how to make the progress at all. Maybe. I mean, if you protect with the rook, then Okay, you get here, but what's then?
Yeah, but black could play king c4 actually.
Yeah, king c4 was better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you will go king d3 and bishop
e3 and rook b8.
So at least, let's say,
you will get this famous.
so this,
Position,
for
yeah.
instance, and then I'm pinning. After this check, I go to a3, right? And it's
No, here I'm not sure actually, because it's not a5.
So you mean here it might be dangerous?
It should be still a draw, but it's.
So with this, it's kind of counterintuitive to go to a2, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I'm
Yeah,
supposed to do
yeah.
in this Cochrane's defense.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's the position already.
Yeah.
After rook c8, rook g4, bishop e3, rook c4 was played. After rook d8, the king went to c3. Yakovenko barely spends any time. So he managed to accumulate already a couple of minutes defending, descending. And 14, bishop d4 check, 14 moves were played already. King d3 is possible to play.
Yeah.
Not that you need this one, but stops white from bringing the king
Sure.
for quite some time.
Actually, I didn't get this rook c4 idea, but okay, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, as long as he's not in trouble, let's believe him. I think
Yeah, but I
he
mean,
knows what he's doing.
now it's a bit tricky, because for instance, after king c2,
King e4, you mean?
or maybe even rook b8 is more unpleasant first. And somehow, if I will play king e4, then. So for instance, if I'm to move and.
Okay, king d2, for instance.
Okay, king e4.
I'm still.
So I forced you to go for this awkward
Well, it's still fine as far as I know.
defense. No, but it requires some knowledge actually. So rook g3.
Maybe let's make it this way.
All right.
This is how they
Bishop
seemingly force at Zugzwang, after which I go here, right?
Yeah,
and the whole thing holds because of king d3, rook d2.
Stalemating idea. But now after king c4, actually the real problems come. Is you need to remember everything here.
Isn't it this? I mean, I'm not.
I'm not sure. Maybe king b3 wins already.
Rook e4.
Yeah, but then rook g2, and I tricked you.
Yeah, you tricked me. This way you tricked me.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
No, I mean it's tricky, and actually, usually this position arises when you have spent already more than 5 hours playing. So,
usually
I usually
you're
prefer
tired.
this setup with
Bishop d4, king d3, rook a8.
also decent move, yeah.
And now it might get to actually to this position. Rook c6, king d5.
But now he has time to switch for this,
Rook c7 or
as it's called, long setup, as I know, or something like that.
rook g6. No.
Actually, I have a feeling he simply plays random moves,
Check king d2.
waiting for some problem to come, and then he will think. Actually, it's normal. After king e4, he will.
King e4, rook g4, or bishop e5, rook g8. So he's still fine.
No, moreover, king e4, rook e6 is also fine.
Rook e6 is also fine.
Yeah. So basically, you need your king on e1 and your rook on e8. Yeah, remember I had to hold this endgame once, and somehow my opponent couldn't force me to go to the back rank, and at some point I got bored and I decided to go there myself. And I decided with the king on e4, I just played king f3, 2 e1 and rook e8, for instance. So just,
And held it in the end.
Yeah, I mean just to speed up, because anyway I was sure that finally he will force me to go there, and I thought, okay, probably it's better to do this when I'm still able to think. So
yeah, that's still this decision by Yakovenko to take on d6 we really dislike.
yeah,
He could have held a bit easier, but yeah, maybe he didn't had enough. I mean, it was a nice tournament and he likes to play.
yeah.
Not that it's that's a very enjoyable position. So, king e2 is the king c4, and then check from c6 and bishop c5. Is there any problem?
Hard to believe, yeah.
Okay, we are getting to a 20 moves mark.
Yeah.
We started on move number 77, now it's move number
Yeah, actually,
96.
The real question is if Yakovenko will make it to 20 minutes or even 22 on his clock.
No, I don't think that's the objective for him. I mean, of course, he wants to. First of all, he wants to save the game. So rook e8 or.
No, but his average speed is.
Yeah, I mean he's gaining time. Yeah,
Yeah.
20 seconds. Let's check. 20 seconds, 13 seconds, 3 seconds, 17, 51. Well, never more than a minute, right?
Yeah.
Since this position appeared on the board, it's never been a minute spent by Dmitry Yakovenko. Yeah, so I think he plays like an automat. Yeah. Checking every... Yeah, he never actually spent a minute thinking. Okay, rook to e8. Nothing can be done. 20 moves out of 50 are already made. Yeah, I remember commentating on Welt, Rapid and Blitz, and I think by the end of like quite a few rounds we would have like all the playing hall is empty, and there is one game with rook and bishop against the rook. It was like 3-4 times during the event.
No, but in Blitz, it's much easier to explain and to understand. But here it's less.
No, but
less pleasant to see.
How do you want this one to finish? I mean, it's like white offers a draw. Not really. He has the bishop and he's playing still. So I think he has his right to play all 50 moves. King d3, rook e5. Does that change anything?
Not yet, I believe.
So that if it's a check, king g4. If this...
You're still in time to play rook a5 and rook a4.
Rook a5.
The very least, I would say.
e4, rook a4.
Yeah.
So once again the same thing. Rook e5 played by... Yeah. So Hare Krishna has played something. Bishop d4, rook f5.
Yeah, which is also decent. So white will have to spend some time to play rook e2 and bishop e5 then. Or rook a8, e8 and then bishop e5. Alright, then black will do something else.
Yeah, after rook e2 he can actually go rook a5.
Yeah, he's kind of gaining moves actually. Instead of demonstrating this one and only setup, he also gains some moves.
Rook a1.
So he can simply play rook a4 now just to gain. Also, I don't like this actually. I prefer, to make sure, to make
keep
sure
the same setup all the time.
To make sure I have one setup, and
okay, we will see.
This one is good.
6.
But he's definitely gaining time. Look.
13 minutes, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. When he has taken on d6, he was on 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Since that, he has accumulated 3 more.
Yeah.
Rook f4, rook e1, 102 moves. Ironic would be to make it to move like 45 and then to enter the Philidor's position.
Yeah.
Knowing that white is not in time to win.
Yeah.
Rook e1. What do we do here?
Moreover, it's even more funny to play till the very, very, very last move, and then you say, okay, it's like...
I'm sorry, but it's like 57 moves. 57 yes, now
moves,
I will have to move the rook to give it away, and you're mating me, but apparently it's move number 57, 58. King f3. Actually, now it's bishop e5 and king f2.
Yeah.
And we can start again. So it doesn't even look like he is making progress. Now he can move rook here and then try
Bishop e5. Yeah, but after rook 8, rook e5 will follow, I believe. So.
Wait. This can I give a check? So that after king f3 I will give another check and what? And nothing. And back to f2.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, but that's why I don't like this actually. Yeah, that was just played.
King f2 once again was played pretty quickly. Rook e2 check.
So now it's a bit trickier. Not yet a real problem, but you know.
This.
Yeah, because this is how you lose after king e4 actually. So now it's quite unpleasant.
Problematic, yeah.
So I mean, you are not in time to get this famous setup with rook on e5. That's what I mean.
Yeah, rook got to be there.
Yeah.
Check, king f2. Now what? Now he's threatening rook f3.
Yeah.
Which is the move as well after bishop d4.
Yeah, but actually...
King e4, rook e5.
Yeah, so bishop g3 I expect to be played.
Bishop g3.
King g2, king e4.
e4 or e2? Maybe king e4.
Yeah.
And somehow, yeah, it's not... Yeah, maybe you're right that it's not the most convincing way. It's got to be a draw still, but yes, if it... Yeah, actually king is on g2, right?
No, I mean, obviously it's a draw still.
Yeah, but when it gets to...
Actually, even some positions when white manages to, you know, to have this, for instance, like king e5, rook g7, bishop e5, instead some king on h3, which looks extremely dangerous.
Well, once again.
And then for instance, white has the king on f5, bishop on e5 and rook on g7, and black has king on h3 and rook on a3, for instance. It's extremely dangerous, and then a normal coach will, you know, will teach his students to avoid this position, but even this is draw, as I remember. But with extremely precise play, some study like moves and so on. But in general, yeah, I mean, it's a long way to lose here.
So you get to play this.
Yeah.
After which, what do I do? Maybe even anything as for now. Can I play this move?
Yes.
Actually not a bad move maybe. And then check here if bishop d4. Not yet sure how do you make progress here, right? So the bishop is... No, then you protect and you want to crawl over the fourth rank somewhere here.
Yeah, but still very, very long way to get into trouble.
Move number 106.
So 14 and a half. You are calculating the moves. I'm checking how much of time does Ikavenko have.
21 move left.
Yeah.
So within next 21 move, Hare Krishna has to take the rook or give mate.
No, but Ikavenko left the board. Come on, he can never gain time this way.
No, this is not fair.
Yeah.
He had to blitz out further. Now, the only ending I remember when I was gaining time, I mean those technical endings, all of a sudden someone decided, I was already a grandmaster, someone decided not to resign with knight and bishop again. So I had knight and bishop, and
so this one is easier.
This one is a bit easier, right? Yeah.
No, I actually remember myself being confused after somebody refused to resign against my 2 bishops.
Ah, really?
The
So
one king.
mate
And-
with 2
and I
bishops.
mean, yeah, I was like 10 years old, and I was absolutely sure I can mate with bishop and knight, and I can mate, gaining time and so on and so on. So I was 100% sure, but I just didn't remember how to do this with 2 bishops. I remembered it should be easy,
But this is something you can, I mean, find no problem. It does not require some special skills, right? I mean,
sure.
bishop knight. I mean, if you don't know, then I still don't believe it's something out of the. I mean, basically, all of us we know somehow.
Yeah.
Bishop knight, but I've seen people struggling. Yakovenko is back. Hare Krishna was thinking he did play king e4 finally.
All right.
So now I hope.
So what do we expect? Rook a5 or what?
Yeah, rook a5 was one thing. Actually, maybe
No, I mean it's pretty difficult to get into trouble yet. I mean, yeah.
this is maybe kind of the same.
Yeah, but bishop f4.
Bishop f4. Okay, I give a check.
Yeah, bishop a5. Ah, and you go.
And
king
then I
f2,
go
yeah.
here. Yes, whenever rook leaves,
Yeah.
it's king e2. So he did play bishop e5 at once. King f2.
Yeah.
19 moves left. So now if rook is leaving, then he's still in time for the same setup, right? Right, it's rook e8.
Yeah. Rook
If
e2,
it's a check, king
e1.
e1. Yeah, very convincing, in fact. And maybe his decision, I mean, still. So he acted in kind of like computer. So after d6, maybe it's a draw, but I don't know for sure. After
Yeah.
bishop takes d6, I know it's just a draw, right? So I remember old machines, there were some glitches in the, I'd say computers were not deep enough somehow, or maybe slow.
All right.
But 5 pieces databases already existed, and then you could construct a position where it would be a queen, a pawn, and the rook for white, for example, and the bear queen for black, which was giving checks.
Right.
And then white would give the rook, because if you take the rook,
So
it's immediately falls
you're
into
back to the book.
yeah, it falls into database, and it's mate in, I don't know, mate in 64, and otherwise you are just a rook up.
Right.
So that was funny. Maybe something like this is true for Yakovenko. So he was simply sure that he will make a draw like this, no problem.
So was it move 77? Yeah, when they.
Yeah, so 17 moves left. So one more tour. We had this with king on a5, rook on h5.
Yeah.
Now we had this with king on e1.
Yeah, actually, funny story. I remember myself trying to win this against Vladimir Malachov. And the funniest thing was that it was some European Rapid Championship, I believe, or maybe European Blitz Championship. But the point is that it was like only months has passed after the moment when FIDE allowed you to force the arbiter to calculate the moves in the Blitz and Rapid. Mm-hmm. And Malachov didn't know that. And we were playing for like 150 moves or something. But the funny thing was that I knew for sure that he knows how to make a draw, as 1 month or 2 months before he was the one who explained it to me with all the details. But still I had to play. And to entertain myself, I started to calculate the laps, like in racing. So a5, a1, h4, d8, so the best lap, like the 20 moves.
Then faster.
One more try, then faster, and so on and so on. Yeah, so that was kind of funny.
15 moves left. King d4, king f1. So he demonstrates the.
Yeah, but after bishop f4, it's only rook e2. Yeah. Yeah, and
rook e2 played.
And it's played. Yeah.
Rook b3. And then what? Can he go back?
No, basically you just go to h4 then. So rook a2 and the king goes there.
I think Hare Krishna will play those remaining 13 moves, but doesn't seem like he believes himself that he can trick Yakovenko. Seemingly there is simply no chance. And as you've mentioned Malakhov, well, we thought Malakhov is one of the greatest experts of those endings.
Yeah, he definitely
along with Dmitry Yakovenko, he knows really a lot of endgame theory. So, not only Hare Krishna has to find some trick, but he has to find a trick which will, in case if black falls for this, which will win immediately, almost immediately, because it's 13 moves left.
Yeah, so
13.
So basically, left. His only trick is to attack the rook, I would say.
But how do you attack the rook on a light square? King f3. Yeah, I think we had something similar.
So that could be a challenge for Hare Krishna. Yeah, to attack the rook once till
the end of the 50 moves. To attack it with the bishop.
Yeah,
which won't be. Did rook ever? I don't remember if Yakovenko ever put the rook on the dark square. Well, he rook did somewhere. Rook e5. Ah, well, a draw finally. An end to this everlasting game. A draw was agreed on move number 115. And I think Hare Krishna, I would say, being Hare Krishna, I would say that I was surprised by Dmitry's decision to take on d6, but then really it falls into his table base. It seems it falls into his table base, so that's just an easy draw with.
So it was like two presents from Yakovenko, yeah? So the first one was this d-pawn, and the second one, when everything went wrong for Hare Krishna, then okay, one more try with an extra bishop still.
But still
wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough for Pintela Hare Krishna. And that was the last game of round 9 in Geneva. To remind you, Rajabov is the sole winner already. No round tomorrow. So Rajabov takes the gold, and Grishuk and Nepomniachtchi, 2 Russians, are tied for second place. In terms of qualification, we still don't know. There is one more tournament to be played. As Grishuk stated in his interview, he believes himself that he's unlikely to qualify for the candidates. So that probably means that he thinks it's more favorable for Mamedyarov. Those two have the best chance, according to what I think.
Yeah, but anyway, all those things are, are right. Only if Dinkler plays well his last tournament, right?
Yeah, so that's too many speculations.
So mathematically, Grishuk definitely has chances still.
Yeah, Grishuk of course can qualify. So we will wait for this till the last stage, which will be played in Spain in a couple of months. Thanks for watching. Hope that was fun for you to listen. It was definitely fun for us to commentate for you, to try to entertain you and follow those games from Geneva. Thank you very much once again, and bye-bye.